Damn, that's even worse. So now the nigga
Even
sweeping up
worse.
No,
hair.
go ahead, Sister
I was
Soccer.
about to
Somebody else can
say
answer that
The,
even
the
question.
nigga
understanding these
sweeping up
young
hair. That's the master teacher now. The nigga at the barbershop picking the hair up off the ground. God
Do
damn.
you? Somebody else want to answer that question for Sister Soccer? Anybody else want to answer it or no?
Yeah, my answer is very clear. You got to put it on Frances Cress Wilson. Right? If for no other reason, she has to be the one in the conversation who I deem responsible. I damn near expect Neely Fuller to make mistakes like that. But I don't expect the credential experts to hear the mistakes and be like, "Oh, I'm using this." Yeah, I don't expect that. That's like to me, Neely Fuller ain't no different than Pan African James. Like he's supposed to be on the internet saying wild stuff. He not a
Question centered
credential expert.
around what makes one pseudo. Like, how are you? I think that was the question.
Yeah. So I guess I'm distinguishing why I would put more blame on the credentialed expert than the person who is layman. Right. So
Right.
so yeah, yes, they're both pseudo. But I feel like I expect Neely Fuller to be where he's at. I don't expect Francis Cress Wilson to be like following behind the guy who sweep up at the barbershop. That sounds crazy as shit.
Yeah,
Uh,
and I'd have to agree with Logic. Once you start touting credentials, and if you are credentialed and you spreading misinformation, yeah, you're pseudo. Crazy motherfucker just talking some crazy shit is just a crazy motherfucker. That's the way I see it. But to me, to be put in a quote unquote pseudo category, you have to be held to a higher standard in a sense that there has to be a reason why people are listening to you. So I definitely agree with what Logic said, and I definitely would put her as worse than Neely Fuller.
And Sister Soccer, real
okay.
quick,
All right. Let
just so
me.
we can get a baseline of pseudo. Pseudo for me don't mean what it probably means to everybody else. So just so you know what I think what pseudo means, and then Sosa, go ahead. Pseudo is when you sound scientific, but it has no proof, no evidence whatsoever. You're using things as scientific theories and skip all the proof, like no proof of it, but you're saying it as if it's science. And if you can't verify any of the facts of what this person is saying and they're passing it off as science, pseudo. A person just talking crazy like Neely Fuller, that's why I don't really, a person just saying stuff, but they're not presenting it as science, then I don't know. But that's where I stand. Go ahead, Sosa, I apologize.
And I'll just say that there's pseudo and there's pseudoscientific. So somebody can be pseudo and not pseudoscientific. In order for something to be pseudoscientific, then science has to be applied. So you can rightfully call somebody a pseudo, right? And then you can call somebody else pseudoscientific. You know what I mean? So those are two different.
I'm just saying my definition.
So all right. So let me tell you what I put in perplexity, so we can get it. I took sociologist, right? Edward A. Ross, right? In the early 1900s, right? Edward. So I know what Edward A. Ross is. Edward A. Ross had a term he coined in the 1900s called race suicide, right? So he's a white sociologist. So what I said was sociologist Edward A. Ross in the early 1900s, race suicide. I said outline and elaborate on his argument and what ideas did he have to solve the issue, right? And I go use scholarly sources. So, it's early 1900s, right? He coined the term race suicide. So he said race suicide, this concept was rooted in eugenesis and nativist concerns that the native or old stock white American population was failing to reproduce at a rate sufficient to replace itself, resulting in a demographic decline or suicide of the race. This process was seen as self inflicted, not caused by external forces, but by choices and conditions within the race, particularly focusing blame on women for having fewer children. Right. So that's the his argument. So I told the outline. So the outline of Ross' argument, you got demographic decline of the super race. So Ross and like-minded progressives believe that the old stock Americans, particularly Anglo-Saxon Protestants, represented a biologically and culturally superior race. They feared this group was committing race suicide by having fewer children than immigrant groups, e.g., Southern and Eastern Europeans, Asian, Jews, and others, right? And Jews and others who were deemed racially inferior but more fertile, right? So just in the beginning, you can see like his sentiments running somewhat parallel with the concept that she's spewing in Crest Color Confrontation. So this is two, fertility versus fitness paradox. So said Ross' argument reverses Darwinian natural selection logic. While evolutionary fitness traditionally meant reproductive success, race suicide theorists believe the fit were those of superior stock, irrespective of actual fertility. So they fear that more prolific some like background, they fear that more prolific immigrant races would eventually outnumber and outcompete the socially and biologically superior native whites, leading to the dilution or replacement of the race. Okay, so number three, social and economic causes. So the lower birth rates, this is him, the lower birth rates among native whites were attributed to the desire to maintain higher living standards and decency, which meant smaller families to preserve wealth and social status. Meanwhile, immigrant populations accepting lower wages and living standards, enabling them to have larger families. This economic competition discouraged native whites from larger families, which Ross considered a suicidal choice. Then he got moral and cultural concerns, since the term also reflected deep anxieties about degeneration, morality, and the future of civilization. The fears extended beyond numbers to cultural and racial character, with the implication that the decadence of native whites, symbolized by low fertility, signaled decline or collapse. So, if I replace that with Francis Cress Wilson, would you know the difference? Like if I flipped it, because is that not what she's saying, or am I tripping?
You're tripping.
Okay, explain how. Explain how that's different. How's race suicide different?
Because his theory wasn't science either.
No,
You're
I
using
said,
a
is
pseudo.
it the
You're using a
same?
pseudo to defend a pseudo.
No, he wasn't a
Was it
pseudo.
back? Was
At
his
that
theory
time,
backed in science?
you're conflating the
I'm
arguments. I'm
asking you.
saying,
No. That's just a simple question.
no,
Was his theory backed in science? So
he's
you're.
a
I'm just asking. I don't care
sociologist.
what he was. Was it backed in science? Was it tested? Was it verified? Was any of
No,
this? Any
the
of it? Okay.
this
So
is
hold
the
on. I know who
19,
Edward Ross is. I know who he
bro.
is. You asked that.
You
You told me to speak. Right.
yeah, but you're
I
not
already told him.
answering. You're not answering the question. You got to
You
explain to
said
me
I
how.
said, are you tripping? You're using a pseudo to defend a pseudo.
No, the
You're
question
using
was.
pseudoscience to defend
All right,
pseudoscience.
never mind. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. And make a statement. Go ahead. I'm gonna go to the next one. I'm gonna go to his response. Go ahead.
And
And make
on
a
top of
statement.
that, that
Then I'm
wasn't
gonna go to the
meant
other one.
that wasn't even meant in the way that you're trying to use it. That was politics. That was him and Theodore Roosevelt was that was like a birth thing. That wasn't like that's not like how she was using it for white genetic annihilation. That was something that had to do with Theodore Roosevelt. I could get clarity, but no,
Yeah,
it's not. I'm not going to.
yeah,
I'm
but
not going to accept. If you were to
oh,
say,
explain to me what first. Explain to me what Edwin Ross meant, since you're saying it is something different, because he's
no,
talking about.
because it was a political scare. It was okay. Hold on. Before I change, I'm gonna just make the statement: if you're bringing pseudoscience of a white man before her to defend the pseudoscience that she did decades later, go have at it. If that's your bomb, if that's your Hiroshima, then okay, two pseudos now. We'll go look him up, and we'd say the same
We
shit
know
about
that
him.
nobody's. That's what I'm saying. Y'all argue
No, this is
horribly.
me. I don't know what they think. This is
Yeah,
just me.
your arguments are horrible, and it does not even answer the question that I posed.
You can attack the argument.
The
You can attack.
question
You can
was,
say it's
the
horrible.
question was, is it similar in vein? If it's not, then explain how different it is. If you think that birth rates, if she was to talk about low birth rates, then I can
Were the
challenge that.
arguments
Sure, that's
similar?
not true.
Yes. Were the arguments
Yeah.
similar? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Were the arguments
It's
similar?
race suicide, analogous to genetic annihilation.
Yes.
That's my only point. Like I don't know. That's all I said.
So
That
you
was
brought
simple.
us in here for that?
No, I brought us in here to have a conversation. That's not it. We're gonna keep having a
Dr. Umar
conversation.
Johnson just said the same thing Thursday. So now we could tie Edward Ross all the way to Umar Johnson.
I mean,
Same
I can
shit.
so
Throw
about
them all away. Throw all three of them people away.
y'all lost an argument.
Francis Cress
Anyway,
Welsing,
so I
Edward
asked.
Rogers, and Umar Johnson.
Right. So I asked. Like I said, I asked his. Like I said, I also asked her to outline, elaborate, and highlight his solutions. Right. So it says number one was pro-natalist social policies. So it says Ross and contemporaries advocate social policies aimed at encouraging greater fertility among Native white population. This included promoting larger families and challenging cultural norms that favor small families, particularly targeting women's reproductive choices. That's key, right? Immigration restriction. A major part of Ross' program was restricting immigration from groups perceived as racially inferior or overly fertile. Right. This was intended to protect the demographic and cultural dominance of old stock Americans and prevent the replacement by other ethnicities. Right. Then you got eugenics and social control. So Ross supported eugenic ideas, advocating for selective reproduction to maintain or improve racial equality. This included measures to control reproduction of those considered socially or biologically unfit and promoting the reproduction of the so-called superior stock. So number four, you got the moral reforms in general. So the discourse often blame women for birth decline, framing their choices as morally responsible, efforts to reinforce traditional families and roles, and encourage motherhood were key to reversing what they call race suicide. Right. So the fact of the matter is, right, I'm talking about he at this time outlined the fact that what he considered a superior race was being was 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 doing race suicide, right? And he didn't sit just idly by with that, right? He wrote, right? And his writings went from, because he was a well-respected sociologist at his time, with large influence, whose policies reached all the way to Roosevelt, who quoted as saying like, what he said, race suicide is the greatest threat to civilization. So his concept, his means to combat race suicide, right? Because talking about the reproductive situation like that with the women, like the limitation of these people of color or immigrants that would dissolve or dilute the stock and bring in other groups to help maintain that whiteness. All that shit is soaked in the same type of ideology, same type of concept. And it's a real right. So the whole thing is like trying to understand where that thinking comes from. So that part of what she was speaking about, I don't think that shit's far off. And I'll land right there on my shit.
Anybody? I mean, it's not. I'm not going back and forth with Sosa. 12 people in here, so I don't. I got my feelings on it. I made them plain. I'm not listening to one racist to defend another. I'm not listening to one pseudo to defend another. All this sounds like eugenics and Margaret Sanger. When he used his, it was a political tool for Roosevelt to stunt immigration. It was made Ross's race suicide was mainly a political tool. He used fear of declining white birth rates to drive immigration restrictions, anti-birth laws, and push white women to have more kids. It was shaping public policy and behavior through fear. Welsing's genetic annihilation was a psychological explanation for racism. She wasn't trying to pass laws. She argued that white supremacy exists because white people fear their genes will be wiped out by black genetics. So they both used racial fear, no question, but one was a fear to control society, Edward Ross. The other was describing the root of racism. Both of them untested. Both of them pseudo, because there's no science. They were passing these things off as science, but they weren't tested, they weren't proven, they were just their theories. So I'm not going to defend, I'm not going to, in my acceptance, I can accept they're the same, I can accept it's the same rhetoric, but I can also accept that it's the same racism and that it's the same pseudoscience passed off by two scientists. That's the only similarity that I see. And I'm sure if I put in ChatGPT, is where's Margaret Sanger connected in all of this? Now, in order to defend Francis Cress Welsing, somehow defend Edward Ross and Umar Johnson and motherfuckers who say this shit in 2025, we're now using Margaret Sanger and eugenics. See, like the levels of defense is now my concern. All I said about Francis Cress Welsing is that she practiced pseudoscience. She was a pseudo, and she diagnosed an entire race with some shit that did not exist. She's a racist. I revere her for one thing: her resistance. The more y'all talk about her, the less I even value her resistance. Because now, because of Unk's post, I'm hearing she heard voices that sent her to Neely Fuller. And I'm thinking Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Neely Fuller. I gave Neely Fuller too much credit. I got to look at Dr. Leonard Jeffries because Neely Fuller was an unlicensed barber with no formal education. This is where she got this shit from, an autodidact. And throughout the entire conscious community is a bunch of autodidacts spouting theories. Now, for some reason, all of them is pseudo. Throw them away. But anything pre-70s is a master teacher, a saber, a baba, or some shit like an elder. My elder is my parents and my grandparents, my aunts, uncles. That's where I land. The only reason I'm talking is because no one else is. I didn't even think we was talking about this today. You just put a post in and you came in with your information, which is good information, but you just described a white sociologist pseudo that preceded her.
Yeah, so apparently you thought that the reason I use him because his work was valid.
Why would
And
you use unvalid work?
you know what I'm saying? Apparently you think that that's what I was doing.
No.
Like that's
I got the similarities after you explained it. I
because
understand that. That was just my point. You were just showing the similarities. I get that. I have no issue with that at all.
right.
Yeah,
But when
none. I have no issue with that.
the other thing, you kind of take away from the point of what I was trying to establish, like 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 her looking into her using her psychiatric worldview to try to understand what's the driver for racism, right? So yes, it's going to be different than Ross in the way that it's used for social policy, but it's not. But it's also because he believed that it wasn't just to scare people. He looked around. He understood what was happening. You know what I'm saying? He understood like yo, just like what he understood what we know now that in 20 like in time the white race is dwindling. That white race is becoming small and small and small and small. That SCLA 245 gene is getting small. Few people is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That gene variant. So that's it.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
that was my point. That's my point for bringing that out, and the fact that thinking reach all the way to the White House. You feel me? So just to understand, like her looking at that and her understanding all this shit's going on, you wouldn't be crazy to make that type of psychological assessment of what's happening. If a well-respected sociologist is writing about it. You know what I'm saying? And he, like I said, at that time, he was considered an intellectual. See, like we can play money more on the quarterback and look back now in 2025. Oh yeah, it was pseudo. They didn't think that back then. You know what I'm
There
saying?
were people that thought there were people that thought both of them was wrong during the
Yeah,
time.
you're always gonna find, but he was well respected. Like people thought, yeah, you gonna find that with even people that are right. I'm saying, so that's always there. But he was well respected, considered an intellectual.
Hmm.
You know what I
Anybody
mean?
got
So,
anything, bro? Yeah, everybody not saying that. Anybody got anything? I'd be making something up at this point.
No,
I made my
I
stance.
think the question is, was the sister question answered, and do she have a follow up?
Safa, you
Yeah.
sincere?
And also, when you guys get a chance, there's a question in the chat that
What
you
is
guys
it?
might want to address.
I can't say.
Indigenous black man wants to know
He
because
don't
I
like
haven't
it.
heard
We not
anybody.
doing him. We not doing him.
Yeah, he
Oh,
He
don't
okay,
like
said,
it at all.
he
Cedric,
said,
Cedric
because
is
Yeah, he don't
being
like
I
it.
don't know
crazy in
who
the
the fuck
circle, bro.
he
who
said
who
Margaret,
defended Margaret
now,
Sanger
bro. That shit
on
getting on
here.
my nerves, bro.
you said Margaret Sanger, so that shit will set him off. So he could be mad about. I ain't see what he put out there.
No, the only reason I
Well,
brought up Sanger, he said I brought it up because of him. I looked back and I saw it. I just
No,
told
shit.
him I am. But the reason why I brought up Margaret Sanger is when we start talking about, especially during that time with the restricting of births and stuff, that's Planned Parenthood. That's all Nazi stuff. That's straight out of the Nazi handbook. And her main mission was, a lot of people don't
Birth
realize
control for
Sanger was
women.
trying to
Birth
get
control for women.
she was trying to get contraception. That was the whole
She
thing
had
for
a
her.
mother. Yeah,
And she
she
used
watched
that
them.
same language, that racial survival. We got to make sure that people don't have more babies than they can support. And it's all eugenics rhetoric. He was doing it to push white birth rates, but they were doing it's all using really, I don't know. I don't
He
know.
was using to push white birth rates and the idea that if we don't, we're going to be out of here.
But do you respect France Boas?
Race suicide.
You respect France Boas?
Not familiar.
Okay. France Boas and his students, during that
Who is
time.
Who is
Hold
he?
on real quick. I'm gonna just say what he did first.
No, I need to know, like, what does he do? Like, that's important. Like, what does he do? Like, like what field? Like, you can't just start off. Like, if I don't know who he is, like, well, Franz Boas, like, what is he, a pirate? Like, I don't.
No, the funny thing is I know he's in anthropology, but he got some kind of crazy name, like Darwin almost with he's like the Darwin of anthropology. Like literally. I think he might be the whatever. He's the Darwin of anthropology. I don't want to look it up. I can.
Go ahead.
Hold
Let's
on.
go ahead.
Give me a half.
Go ahead. Let's go ahead. Go ahead then. Let's
Okay.
finish. I'll figure it out.
So he argued that supposed racial decline claims were not biological facts and attacked eugenic race determinism in his works like The Mind of the Primitive Man. Boas's school is widely credited with undermining eugenics in U.S. academia. Historians show that race suicide was a political slogan, not a tested theory. It just spread through speeches by Theodore Roosevelt and culture war rhetoric rather than evidence. Modern synthesis of that period described the term as eugenic propaganda, which contemporaries in the Boasian camp opposed on scientific grounds. So even during Ross's era, there were respected academics, including the father of anthropology, who said the biological race suicide panic wasn't science, it was ideology dressed up as science. So if we're using Edward Ross, who used race suicide, and it sounds similar, which I agree, but you would also have to echo the same sentiment that if her rhetoric is similar to his rhetoric, then her using ideology and pushing it as science is also the same thing as he did. Throw them both away. So yes, she heard it. Yes, it was said before her, but then she committed the same mistake he did, using ideology, backing it with your name as a sociologist and presenting it as science. She did the same thing. Except this time, she added an uneducated, illiterate barber security guard that she heard a voice to go speak to somehow validate it, and then also Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
I don't I ain't gonna say too much about Neely Phillip because I don't really know much. So I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like I do. Seen like a couple
No, that's cool.
videos, but I don't know. I don't know really. I just know he talks about a lot of white supremacy. And at the time I came across it, I wasn't really into that. So
Yeah, he was
I don't know. I
illiterate.
don't know anything. I don't know anything about him really, truly, or what he spoke about. Now, like I said, illiterate doesn't mean, like I said, that don't mean nothing. I rather want to know what he said that was incorrect. Like talk about that is valuable, but tell you what his education was don't mean nothing. Like I said, Jay-Z dropped out of high school. Like what does that mean?
Are you saying Jay-Z?
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't know that's what you were saying
yeah.
before.
He's a billionaire, so he can't tell you about finance. He figured the shit out, right? So
Yeah,
so
you
so
figure it out through
financially,
his motherfucking mistakes.
yeah,
There's only
yeah.
he's a billionaire.
To lived and learned experiences. Yes, I get it.
Yeah, yeah, but when you go to teach, right? You lived and learned experience. But when you go to teach and you start present, if Jay-Z was to present his shit as a science, I'd say the same thing about him.
Once
Present
I
again,
this
think
shit as the Jay-Z way, not as the
I
financial
don't.
scientific way.
What I'm saying, I don't know if Neely Fuller uh produce or present his shit as science. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all got to
Okay,
educate me on that. I don't know nothing about that. What did he promote as science or scientific?
go ahead. Somebody, y'all could jump in there.
How
But
is he
Sister
yeah,
Sade,
validated?
you had a
I'm
bunch of
not too
questions.
sure.
You can
I'm not
answer
too
the other
sure how
one.
to answer that. But I feel like I want to introduce this, right?
Does anybody go
And
ahead, Lottie?
sorry
Go
to
ahead.
just skip
No,
over
I
your
know, I
question.
know the answer, but I
No,
thought Logic was about to answer. I thought he was
Let
about to
Yeah,
Lottie
answer.
finish it. Let Lottie get his little.
yeah, because I don't know if he was being scientific or not. I feel like since his conversation involves genetic, it could very easily be solved in science. But anyway, so my
What
point
did he say?
is,
What did he say in terms of genetics? I'm not familiar. What
Yeah,
did he say?
I never
well,
really heard him say nothing about genetics in particular. It was more like
so
social regular shit.
what I'm
Yeah.
yeah, and
Political
I
as
could be
far as I
wrong.
know.
Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to get too deep into it because I could be wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, she's basically his parent. So she didn't like reinvent what he
No,
said.
no.
Yeah, she just kind of repeated what he said. So I'm assuming that they both saying the same thing. But I could be wrong. But
No,
again, I
Fuller.
don't really know.
In the video, she said she heard Fuller to the like you got to see racism as a system. There's things that from her. She said, psychiatrists. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ask why. We have to understand why this is happening, right? Because people that feel psychiatry, psychology, they want to know the drivers. What's causing this, right? So she said that's when she started to think about and try to put forth ideas of what's driving this type of supremacy, what's driving this type of, hatred, and what are the factors pushing it. So that's what she
Definitely.
said. She's not necessarily parroting Neely Fuller. Like
No, but
Yeah,
it's
that
close.
would be
she
like
might not have
No,
got
it's
her
but
genetic
it's
bag
we don't
from
close.
gotta
Yeah,
get
talking about the white
No, no,
supremacy
no,
stuff.
no, no, no,
yeah,
no.
we
But it's
don't
close. He didn't do biology or genetics. That's true. This was just his thoughts. So he
social
didn't talk
political,
about
as far as
yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
He didn't talk about he said he was just using logic and observation, no
Yeah.
research, no data. His code was meant as a guidebook for black survival under racism. He never had studies, peer review, or evidence. It was philosophy. He didn't talk
Yeah, just
about
political.
melanin or genetic annihilation. Their relationship is he described the system like Sosa said, but she just was trying to figure out why that is, and that's when she made up through her thinking, her thoughts, that it was some kind of genetic annihilation because of a recessive gene. It was system is white people's fear of genetic annihilation because of recessive traits. So he described the system. She tried to explain why, and she just did it really pseudo and racist. But the issue
yeah.
is that this nigga was illiterate, uneducated, offering
And
up shit
no,
and wasn't
literate,
passing it as he was illiterate.
illiterate is somebody that can't read.
He was illiterate. That's the
He couldn't
description.
read.
We can get more. Maybe he was
He
illiterate
couldn't
at one
read.
time. I know. I'll say this. He was illiterate at one time. I don't know if he couldn't have been illiterate his whole life. I agree. but he was illiterate at one time, and it made a point to state that he had no basic or formal education. He was an autodidact,
Yeah,
self-taught. So this self-taught person that wasn't passing off his thoughts and his observations and his logic as science, the scientist, in a very irresponsible way, took this person's observations and logic and turned it into white person's fear of genetic annihilation. She turned his shit into science.
Can we find out if he can read? If Neely Fuller can read and write?
We could get stuck on that, but yeah, I'll find out, bro.
You don't call somebody illiterate. If it was illiterate,
I didn't call it that.
That's true.
ChatGPT did.
I think R. Kelly was illiterate. Like,
you just keep bringing in sick niggas to explain other sick niggas.
man, okay, my point is my point, man. I ain't got time for all this.
Yeah, you bring up R. Kelly. Your examples be wild as hell. R. Kelly, what you got?
Well, what I was going to introduce was, I thought about this in another way, right? So even if I feel I'm hearing Sosa's argument, and what I'm hearing him say is like, there were other people, like what she's saying it's not outside the box of the time period, because you can see other people having similar discussions and struggling with a similar type of things.
Yeah, white people.
I'm understanding that part of it. So what I'm saying is, even though you can say that about them, right? Where do I put somebody like a Frederick Douglass, who went through slavery directly and came out on a totally different end? Like, I would have to, like, to me, his ability to see
we don't
through
compare
the
to Francis.
Don't compare.
No,
but they're both activists.
No, we don't do that. Frederick Douglass, like, there's tears. We don't compare. I wouldn't even have a conversation about that. Like Frederick Douglass, but no, that's not.
We was just having a conversation yesterday and the day before yesterday
about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Wilson, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. But he can't add Frederick Douglass into the conversation.
No, that's because y'all try to break up the fact. I think we started talking about race at different points, but we were never comparing. Like, that's not even. I wouldn't even compare Malcolm to MLK. Like, they ain't even close.
You need better argument partners then, because I know I said the same thing, and y'all told me we're just doing this. I feel the same way as you. There's different tiers. There's definitely different tiers. I agree.
I don't compare Malcolm to MLK.
Let me explain his literacy.
What did Malcolm do? Like, truth. Like, over there, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't really do anything. He was just inspirational, and his voice, you know what I mean? Resistance was his shining star. We love him because of his fearlessness and his, his resistance against, that power structure at that time. That's why we love Malcolm. But he's not in no way. We don't.
You just said Malcolm X didn't do anything.
But I elaborated so it don't just end there. I'm talking about in terms of, when I say do anything, I'm talking about in terms of policy, in terms of changing things in terms of policy. That wasn't his fight. He didn't even engage in that type of fight. So that's why I don't compare MLK to Malcolm.
Okay.
Someone asked a question about Neely being illiterate.
Yeah, he was.
Did he write a book?
No. Well, I'm about to go into this now. No, she wrote the book. She compiled that for him. But Fuller said he grew up illiterate and did not go beyond minimal schooling. He described how systemic oppression in Black America blocked his access to literacy, making learning impossible for him and many others. He self-taught, despite not learning to read or write in his youth. He taught himself enough to write and articulate his ideas, his theories, and his code. So he has no formal education, and he grew up literate with minimal schooling. So that's the explanation of his illiteracy. I think that's.
But you said he did learn.
Huh?
But you say he did learn, right?
Wait, he taught himself. I don't count. Autodidact is a strange area for me. He taught himself how to read and write enough to articulate his ideas. So I don't even. I mean, you can wrestle with that. I don't. He
Yeah,
taught himself
autodidact
how to
can be
read and
problematic,
write.
but it's not a slur. Like
No, I'm
y'all
not
see, try
saying
to
it's
get
a
like,
slur. No.
uh,
I
I
didn't
still
say it
want
was
the
a
people to
slur.
get
I said you could
to be of
wrestle with
the
it.
opinion. Yeah.
No, you could wrestle with it. It's just I find myself with a lot of these thought leaders in the conscious community. I keep hearing self-taught. So while self-taught isn't a slur, but it seems like a lot of these people are self-taught. Like even now in these Egyptian conversations, y'all complain that y'all are listening to self-taught people in Metal Netter. Y'all talking about self-taught geneticists, self-taught
No,
anthropologists, archaeologists.
that's
The
only
whole the community is rife with
for
self-taught
clarity.
people.
No, for clarity, that's only if somebody is trying to change academia. Like you could just read like this, or if you're just parroting what the experts say, fine. But you don't. What we say is that you don't have the expertise to think that you can challenge genetics. Being an
Uh,
autodidact, who said you gotta get
So
in the ring. You gotta be able to get in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
so we're agreeing
like,
that the term pseudo applies to persons who are educated and expecting to know better. Is that what the term pseudo is being applied to, or that's
well,
how we apply it? And
right.
if so, Dr. Umar Johnson versus Polite. Umar is the pseudo because he's educated and should know better, and Polite is not pseudo.
No, I said Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Wilson were pseudo. You asked me which one would I have more of a problem with? I guess to a degree, it would be the one with the education. So if you're talking about Dr.
Oh,
Umar Polite, and here's an interesting point, Sister
yeah,
Safa.
this is
We
a brand new it's a brand new comparison for you guys. Dr. Umar versus
no.
Polite.
I'm gonna tell you,
Who's
it's not.
pseudo?
No, it's not. If you watch, I don't know what show you saw, but on another show, Hits, shout out to Hits, CEO of Tribe Media, he was saying, why do we keep talking about the past? So then, because he was saying that this stuff has no, you can put in a comment if I'm quoting you incorrectly, Hits, but he was saying, well, that was in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. Well, he said that was in the 70s. I said, well, she released the ISIS papers, her collection of writings in 91. So then he said, well, we're in 2025. What's the whatever? So we did like a thought map of her to today.
didn't
And the
expect to see
first
that coming through the
name,
door.
the first,
I
you
said,
go
didn't
on,
expect
mute,
that.
Logic, go on mute.
Oh,
I don't know if you about to say something private. Um, uh, the first name that came up on that list, Sister Safa, was Dr. Umar Johnson. Called him the spiritual cousin to Francis Cress Wilson because all he talks about is white genetic annihilation. So it shows that her saying that then and no one taking a hard stance, right? This is ChatGPT, this is not us, but we see that he mentions white genetic annihilation, the penis envy, all of that kind. He says all of that same rhetoric, and this is a grifter who's been stealing money from this community in this time using basically her rhetoric, walking around doing lectures as if he's a geneticist and a biologist, just talking about snow bunnies and all kind of racial stuff, a racist. So it shows that her effects actually have affected people here, because I'm sure that there are people that are watching this and listening to this right now that have donated to Dr. Umar Johnson and believe that we should follow the Prince of Pan-Africanism. You want to know who the third person on that list was, Sister Safa? Brother
What is the
Polite.
list called? What is the list called? Because
We put a connection. We put a. It was the
what
connect. I'll go pull it up. I'm gonna put
did
it
you
in the.
ask?
I'll put it in the
Like,
Discord.
so it's basically taking like if somebody is linked to a quote from Francis. That's how it's doing it. But then you
No,
ask like
I don't know. I don't know how it
like
did it.
what
ChatGPT.
like what
I'm about,
you can
I'm about to do it.
you can ask like what methodology are you using to determine blah 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 blah,
Do
and
we
it'll lay
see
out.
any? I think I asked. Do we see any connections or remnants of her works in any uh, people today? And it brought out. It put out Dr. Umar Johnson, Brother Polite. It was a guy, Booker T. Coleman, and Tariq Nasheed. That's what ChatGPT connected their rhetoric and what they're doing to her. That's ChatGPT. I didn't say me. I'm just saying ChatGPT, but I put it in the chat what
I know,
I asked for.
you know,
But go ahead, Sister Sophie. I don't
I'm
know if
not.
that answered your question.
I ain't too keen on. I guess Umar has mentioned it. I ain't too keen on that beat. I mean, I'm sure you may have said it. I'm not too
No, he
keen on that.
does the penis envy. I've heard him speak before. He does the
This thing
penis
is.
envy. He does their fear of they're not that actually that's the
His
first
thing
person
is.
I heard that from. The genetic
His
annihilation. First person I ever heard that from. Him.
or you watch. But anyway, the first, I know him from, the ADHD, channeling ADHD, Redland for Black Boys. That's more of his spiel. I get the Tyreek
Yeah.
Nasheed Hidden Colors. So yeah, they're gonna like it. He probably did say some shit like that. But so yeah, I get it.
But go ahead, Sister Safa, or someone else. This ain't my show.
They might be busy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check this out, Sosa. Umar Johnson speaks on everything, right? So like it's understandable that you never heard it, but
Yeah, he probably said it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I
like
said. He
he
probably said it.
speaks on every like that shit. He parts all of those people. You dig what I'm saying? He parts from he go from
Yeah,
Frederick Douglass all
because
the
his
way
cousin.
to
His cousin.
Hiawatha Coleman, whatever.
Yeah.
He anything that he can use in his rhetoric, he does it. Yeah, I mean, he don't leave nothing out. So that mama, I mean,
Yeah. I'm saying he probably. I could see him probably saying it. I just say I'm not. That ain't his like his spiel though. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Here's the thing.
The
It says background.
cousin of Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? That yeah.
It
Shit.
says school psychologist, Africanist. The similarities frames racism as global psychological warfare. He does focus on black children and education, like her, to an extent. I mean, she wasn't a pediatrician. She worked
She
with
actually
child
did it.
psychiatry.
She actually did it.
He
I think
did
she
too,
might.
didn't he? He was a
No,
teacher.
no. I think they might like.
Well, I mean, I
I
don't know what's
gotta get
true.
back into that.
Don't get me the line.
Yeah.
But then it also says
I think she
discusses
may have even
melanin.
dabbled. I think she may have even dabbled as a pediatrician for like a short stint when she was at Howard too. I gotta look
Okay.
at make sure
But
what
it
that was.
says he discusses melanin and genetic survival anxiety, and he mixes for professional training with conspiratorial tone. The difference is he lacks peer-reviewed work or institutional rigor. So I'm assuming she must have some work that is peer-reviewed. All of Umar's shit is just conspiratorial tone.
Yeah.
Versus Safa, I thought you had more questions. I think everybody is tied up at the moment.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
good.
I'm just following along with what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I kind of walked in like at the tail end, so I missed a lot of detail. I ain't want to just speak off topic.
Yeah, no,
Don't
he
jump off. Don't
Sosa
jump
brought
off
up
top
a
rope.
Sosa brought up a sociologist.
Damn, social.
And yeah,
I
yeah,
know. I got
yeah.
you.
Just you got to catch it. It was old. It was Diddy Slick. Just baby oil Slick. Like what he did, bro.
It's all facts.
No, it was slick. It was slick as
It's all
all. It was
facts.
slick as all. No, it's all pseudo. It ain't all fact. None of
All
this is
facts.
scientific.
Like yeah,
We're not
everything is.
having a
Right, hey, I got
scientific
another
Look at
example for you
conversation.
they're
guys.
calling something pseudo from 2025. Like yeah,
But we're
you
not
know what I'm
having
saying?
a scientific conversation with
But
scientists.
no,
They weren't
no, but the
putting forth
conversation.
science.
No, the conversation about just the context of what's happening at that time. See, the only
True.
way you can really understand what people are going through, what's pushing them, is to immerse yourself in the time. You can never fully get it, but you gotta, you know what I mean? You can go back
No,
just
no,
to try to
no.
get
I got the
a lens.
connection. Don't get me wrong. I got the connection. That wasn't my thing. Go ahead, Sister Sal.
Go ahead, Safa.
All right, so we're getting back to pseudo, judging the pseudos, what is pseudo and what's not. So what would you say about Jabari versus the young Pharaoh? Which one is pseudo? Which one is just crazy?
They both fit under both of them shits.
What you doing, Sister Sal?
Shit,
Now I'm curious. Are
I'm
you
trying to make us
trying
have
to?
a pseudo
Yeah,
off
yeah.
in
We
here.
got enough. We're fighting about 7
she's trying
fronts.
to
You trying to
judge
get us to fight on about
Oh, I
15
feel it.
fronts? Is that what we're doing?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how you guys are
No, I'm
judging
just
who's
asking.
pseudo and who's not.
No, okay.
After
But remember,
after
But
we
you
answer
still
that
didn't
question, I
answer.
got a
You
really
still
good
didn't
question
answer
for
my
you,
first
sis.
question between Dr. Umar versus Polite.
I said they're both pseudo. I did answer. They're both pseudo.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I did. I
Yeah,
said they're both
they're
pseudo
both.
because because even though Polite wasn't a clinical scientist or anything like that, he did present his thoughts as science, and then on top of that, he
You don't
was
have to
a
be science based. I keep saying
no no
that.
no 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 no. But
Me,
he was
he's
also a
pseudo.
big right. Listen, this is my pseudo. You listen. I was in the
Y'all can't
Discord with
just
y'all,
create
bro.
new
All hold on,
definitions.
yes, I can. No, I most certainly can because here's why. I didn't say
Now
pseudoscience.
that's pseudo.
Let me say what I'm saying. I've been in the Discord and heard y'all argue about telling each other not to call the pseudo killers telling each other, "Hey man, stop saying that. That ain't what that mean." And literally they'll say, "Well, it's pseudo to me." So how can y'all didn't license the word? Y'all don't own it. Pseudo killers is a word before it existed.
Let's just use a
So
definition. There's a definition
no,
we can
you
use.
use the definition. Why are you policing my language?
All right, go ahead and make up shit.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it freely and float in and out and
Go
jump
ahead,
left. I'm
Brad.
gonna do
Go
all
ahead and
kinds
make up shit, Brad. Go ahead and make up shit, Brad. Go ahead.
of right. Fucking you for that. But
Got the
no,
right
polite. My pseudo
Brass Crest Wilson. Go
reasoning
ahead and
for
make up
polite.
shit.
Brass crest. Yeah, I hate talking to this dude, bro. But I am not a
Oh
scientist.
shit.
That was wild. But
That was good. That
polite.
was good.
His pseudo though, for me, is his supporter, Dr. Sabian. He was probably the loudest in the conscious community as far as support of Dr. Sabian.
What about Dr. York?
Well, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I just saw the video that y'all put in the chat about him saying Dr. Sabi was his spiritual father and all this other stuff. I saw the stuff with Dr. York. I just
Yeah,
don't like talking about Dr.
yeah,
York.
or the pandemic linked to the 5G.
Yeah,
Shit,
that. That. When he was talking about, and the thing is, Dr. Sabi, see that doctor thing again? That's somebody presenting medicine or his versions of medicine as science. So that's the level, that's the definition of pseudo to me. But that's that. Well, what's the other question? You said Jabari. Can somebody else answer this? Because y'all just trying to put me out front and get killed.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it because I
ain't
want
gonna be that
I want to ask her a question after
No,
I answer.
answer the
So I'll
question
answer.
first, though.
I'll answer the question first. So
Go ahead.
so I mean, of course I believe they're both pseudo, but so for me, both Jabari and Polite. So I'm saying, so
No, it
for
wasn't
me,
Jabari and Polite. It was somebody else. Jabari and what was
Young
the question?
Jabari
Pharaoh.
and Polite, and
Young
then
Same
Pharaoh. You
nigga,
said
bro.
Young
They're the
Pharaoh.
same niggas, bro. Like it
You
don't
said Young
matter
Pharaoh.
who you
I
throw
know,
in
but I
there.
just want to be
Umar Polite, Umar Polite, Jabari, Young Pharaoh.
oh, Jabari Young Pharaoh. So yeah, I say they're both Pharaoh, and say it is right that the labels are interchangeable because to me the person who's still more responsible is the person who goes to school. Like that's the person who I feel has the tools to at least throw it up against the right wall. Like if you just got something that you want to throw up against the wall, throw it up against the scientific wall so you can get some scientific pushback. Don't bring it to us first and label it the truth. Like at that point now, because you wouldn't do that as an expert to another expert. You know what I'm saying? But you would do that to us. Like, so that's, to me, that's always going to be more problematic.
You know
For
what?
a person with credentials in the field doing it, I got a huge problem.
Yeah, not only that,
but I need clarity. Go ahead, Sid.
I'm just saying it's like we gotta stop pretending. Like I get it, they were up against certain things during their time. However, they had contemporaries that weren't on the shit that they was on. So like, why do we have to give them that type of grace? And that's just
Right.
it's confusing to me.
And we've gone through that
Jabari,
quite a few times.
Jabari is definitely a pseudo. But
that wasn't
I
directed
need
at
to
you,
answer.
so I'm talking about overall.
Now,
Like,
are you saying
I need
that
an
he's a
answer
pseudo
though.
because of his religious
No.
beliefs?
Before I need to qualify my answer on Jabari, I need to ask an Egyptian question to the brothers on the panel. So that way I would know something. Does he believe Christianity was completely stolen from ancient Egypt?
Yes.
Pseudo.
Yes,
Does he?
the archetype,
Okay.
archetype. Yeah.
And does he believe that Egypt was 100% black?
I don't really follow Jabari. I couldn't
I'm
tell you.
100%.
I don't think he believed it was
Primarily,
100% black, and
yeah,
I
But he
primarily.
believes.
don't think he ever made the argument that Christianity was 100% stolen from Egypt. Like Sosa said, he argued archetypes,
Yeah.
naming
Okay.
the core concepts. Right? They could be developed elsewhere, but he believes that the core concepts of the Trinity and the virgin birth and certain aspects come completely out of ancient Egypt as archetypes.
That makes
Well,
sense, I
I don't
guess.
know. Then I don't know enough about him. I know some red flags though. I know a
Jabari,
person
hit the
that
Well,
he
he
link.
got
names
all the red
all the.
flags.
Yeah. I know he brings up John Henry Clark quite a bit. And he brings up Dr. Ben quite a bit. And I know
Y'all
them
just
both
killed John Henry
of
Clark
them is pseudo.
yesterday. I'm saying y'all
Both
just
of them,
killed
but I'm
John
just
Henry
saying
Clark
they're
this
both
week.
pseudo. No, those are
Y'all
both
just
both of them. I'm
yeah.
just saying, hold on. If his two master teachers are pseudo, I don't know how two pseudos can make
You call John Henry Clark
something
pseudo?
not a pseudo. So I won't call him a pseudo because I don't know his
Yeah, I don't
personal
call
work.
John Henry Clark a
Just because
pseudo.
you racist,
I
you can
do.
call somebody. Yeah, like
I
you can
do.
be racist, not be pseudo, right?
No,
We get that.
yeah. He was racist and pseudo.
I'm saying it's less than 7 days ago, y'all walked into a house where John Henry Clark would sleep comfortably amongst black folk, and y'all packed this shit up, and
Shit can
y'all
happen
decided
quick,
y'all
Sosa.
Hey,
You know
it
what you
happens
from the
fast.
hood. Shit can
Around.
happen quick.
Hey, it happens fast around here,
take
bro.
this man out.
Hey, if
This
Chef
man,
writes the executive order, we just get to work. John
y'all
Henry
threw
Clark is a
bitches out the
racist and a pseudo.
window. This man, that man got
He's sleeping
glaucoma.
in Thurgood Marshall apartment, yo. We got
A
to
nigga
get the
could be
right man in
solid.
there.
A nigga could be solid today, and tomorrow he a rat. You feel?
Yeah, he's squatting in Thurgood Marshall house as far as I'm concerned.
Nah, Thurgood Marshall don't live in that neighborhood. Logic. He don't live up there. He don't
Nah,
live up
Thurgood
there.
don't nowhere near them.
He
Don't
don't
even
live
put
up
that.
there.
Yeah, don't even put him. We
Listen,
can't even bring
John
that
Henry
up.
Clark.
Y'all
John Henry
that
bring up
Clark
man.
was
Thurgood,
an
I'll leave the
open.
server.
If y'all trying to tell me that John Henry Clark was intelligent, but yet he was an open supporter of melanin theory and wrote the foreword in Iceman Inheritance, he's a racist and a pseudo.
That Iceman inheritance is nasty work. I
Yeah,
don't know
that
how
ain't
they
that
respect
don't
that.
help him out at all. I ain't gonna
But
hold
listen,
you.
is
That
it
makes
John
John
Henry
Henry
Clark
Clark
That's
with
one of the
Malcolm?
most disgusting books ever written, yo. That shit
Is
crazy.
it John Henry Clark with Malcolm, young Malcolm?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
He
What
was,
that mean? What that mean?
was.
I'm saying that man was the
I
one
mean,
that
Malcolm was wild
that
as
man
hell at
was
first. I mean, shit. What are we?
that man Clark made it all the way to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Amongst some of the least in Africa. Like I ain't throwing him out. Yeah, I took him in. He moved in with me. It's
For
all good.
those in the chat that are saying that I'm crazy
Moved in with
on
me.
John Henry Clark, I just want you
Got a
to
little
look up
spot up
the
there.
book Iceman
Mercer there.
Inheritance and tell me, did you
Michael
even
Bradley.
know that he wrote the foreword to that book?
Oh, shit. I never read that book.
That book describes white people's justification for their savagery because they were born and originated from a cold place.
Yeah, that's just shake hand the joke.
Yeah,
Two
look, you're
cradle.
gonna defend it. Please don't defend that, Sosa.
I don't have no. Y'all think defended is. I can explain it. I'm not saying he's right. I'm saying that shake ain't the joke. Two cradle theory. I think shake ain't the joke. Two cradle theory precedes that. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not. I think shake ain't the joke was the first to put forth that type of
If these people's legacies were so strong, a political scientist, a barber, and a DJ wouldn't be able to hit this hard on these people's legacies, bro. The legacies, what did you say the other day? Said this house of cards built on sand.
Built on the beach, boy. It's like all I want to know is like I get it. You know, these people,
Henry
you can do
Clark
the.
was schooled and educated. I don't think he had a PhD, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
right?
and he wasn't smart enough
Right?
to not write the foreword to
Um,
Iceman
it is what
Inheritance.
it is. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Francois
he was a
Russell was
PhD that
schooled.
said, you know what? Let me write a foreword for a racist, uneducated white man who
You
claimed
got
he
it.
had the Nobel Peace Prize.
You got it. We already made that statement. So who else? Umar educated, still a nut.
John Henry Clark, you cool guy, you got some weird friends. I got you.
See?
But I'm saying
And
it's like, why? I
some of the
understand
other
this
people
thing.
that got it wrong
We ain't
in
throwing
terms
them
of
out. We
scholarship,
judging their work, bro.
Fred
We
Sertimer
judging
was
their
Fred
work.
Sertimer was educated.
You
Um,
did all you doing. I could write down these people for a list and look at their legacy, but we were
no, we
talking
don't.
about Francis Cress Wilson, but y'all brought up all these other people. I don't even know who Young Pharaoh really is. But Jabari, like I said, if John Henry Clark and Dr. Bennett, his master teachers, but I don't know his personal work.
Nobody know who
I don't know
Neely
his
Fuller
personal
really
work.
is. You didn't listen to Neely Fuller. You don't know.
Yeah, I didn't learn about Neely Fuller until I read Francis Cress Wilson. So
It sounds like we should have.
He had like a little YouTube show. I know his name. Tariq Nasheed. You were early Tariq Nasheed. Everybody used to lean like early in the college community. A lot of people leaned on Neely Fuller in terms of his
Shesmu said
white,
Neely Fuller is a non-educated nut.
white supremacy rhetoric. That was like that. He was known for that shit. White supremacy
Yo,
type shit. You know?
Sister Safa, you still in here?
And I'll never forgive you for
She ain't
bringing
able
Sister
to make
Safa in here to hear all this
you
bad
can't
language.
just judge their work, bro. Like
I'm
they
not
work,
bring her in there.
their work didn't stand the test of time, and we gotta
I'm here.
She just
I
showed
didn't
up. She
bring
just
her.
showed up in here after months, huh? After months of being in the
Yeah.
Discord, she joined the voice chat.
No, I've been
Just
She's always
checking you
been
guys
around.
out.
She's
Yeah,
always
I've
been
been
around.
here. I've been around.
oh,
What are you
okay.
talking about?
All right. Well, join the voice
Yeah,
chat.
so I
See,
want to.
we need
She's
somebody
been here
to
before.
balance us out
She's
from
been
time
here
to
before.
time.
She's been to voice chat before.
Okay,
I
perfect.
want to ask you a question. Sister Safa. So I know that the pseudo killers, they normally have like a saying of the people back then, they did what they had to do, and it's the people now who are ones that are really messing it up, right? So like I run into the possibility of the psychiatrist, psychologist person able to put something together, right? That you should be susceptible to, right? So I kind of become to a part where, do you blame the people who fall victim to what the psychologist or psychiatrist said, or do you blame the psychiatrist for saying it in the first place? So that's my question,
Well,
right? Yeah, okay. I don't know if I'm going to want to make sure that you understood exactly what I was saying. Go ahead.
well, some of you guys may know my history. I'm a registered nurse and also a certified psychiatric nurse. So I would have to say that these days, with all the technology and everything that we have, you know, I think I would have to blame the person if they're just believing something crazy, because we teach our patients and stuff that you should be questioning your doctor. You should be questioning whatever you're hearing. So if you're going to a psychologist, first of all, or a psychiatrist, that means that you have a little bit of knowledge of what you should be benefiting from those sessions, right?
Hmm.
So if they're telling you something crazy, I think we all have the means to look it up and see what what they're talking about, if it's valid or makes sense or not.
No, I
And
got you. Maybe let me try to phrase it this way, right? And this is going a little bit off of assumption, right? I feel as though that there's something there, and I don't necessarily understand the science of it. But being working in the psych field, is there a way or a method that psychiatrists use when they are giving a message that is deemed more effective than other ways? Like they've actually honed in on a way of delivering a message to make it the most effective at sticking with you. Like, wouldn't you say a psychiatrist would have the ability to do that?
well, yes, you're supposed to be trained, first of all, being able to communicate effectively, for one. So you have to be able to reach your patient, get the language where they can understand it. But you also have to be trained yourself and know, um, you know what you're talking about. So if you're not trained or you're not, let me just say this, maybe you're not used to dealing with a person who has a certain type of condition or whatever, you need to look it up and stuff or ask your superiors or something like that before you just go off and be giving them some information that you're not too versed on yourself. So that's how I
Sister,
feel about that.
Sister
Okay.
Safar,
Can
I
I can I
agree
can
with that.
I make a can I follow up the statement real quick? Just I'm gonna be short. I
Yeah.
might be on the extreme side of this because I believe social engineering is a real thing, and I do believe that you know, and it would come from an area like psychology or psychiatry of you know where you would see people having a more effective way of communicating, and typically it's based on it's all based on rapport, but at the same time they understand how to utilize that rapport in a way that makes what they're saying stick. You know what I'm saying? Like even I know how to do that as a salesperson. I know how to speak to your intentions, and I'm just a salesperson. So I would only imagine that a psychiatrist has that ability times 10.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
they
Brad.
do have that ability, but when you're talking about a regular salesperson versus a psychiatrist, that's a little bit different. So let's just say if you're talking about a salesperson, you're you're going off the fact that the person that you're talking to has all their sense, right? And they don't have anything preventing them from understanding or receiving what you're talking about. If you're a psychiatrist, a lot of times whoever you're talking to, they may have a block if they don't, say for example, if they haven't taken their medication. So there's different things when you're talking about on the level of psychiatry. You know, you could be the most, you could be the perfect communicator, right? You could be the perfect
Hmm.
person at diagnosing and all that stuff. But if your person sitting on the other side of you is not taking their medication, there's still going to be something blocking the communication,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Okay. So based on what we talked about just now, are you saying a healthy person would almost be even more susceptible than the unhealthy person?
Oh, I don't know how to answer that because if you're relating it to, are you relating it to this conscious community and people telling people
No.
all sorts of
I'm
crazy
I'm
stuff
I'm
in this
relating it
setting?
to the ability of a psychiatrist to speak in a way of an untrained, like he has an ability to deliver what he's saying uh, much better than an untrained person, much better than a trained public speaker, like literally deeper than that.
I don't know if they would be necessarily better than a trained speaker. Uh, if you're just talking about the communication aspect of it, because you can find a person off the street, like a polite, for example. He could probably read some psychology books and, you know, memorize that stuff, and he can get up there and talk to anybody, right? And it can make it seem like he knows what he's saying, and he might be able to trick some people into being his quote unquote patients or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So if
Hmm.
anybody can talk a good game, um, it's more about the results and stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say that a psychiatrist or a psychologist would be necessarily better at communicating than a person who that's their gig or that's their, you know, that's their bag.
I got you, but
Yeah,
could you at least admit they've been trained to do it, even if they may not do it as well, but they've been trained to do that.
Let me give you another, let me try to put it as an example. If you have a person who is trained, a bona fide real psychiatrist, they should be able to have a conversation with a character like a polite and know that something's wrong and be able to see through the bull, if that answers your question.
I mean, it does almost indirectly, but yeah, you did give me the answer. I'm gonna say what I got out of that is the answer is yes. So I think what you know whole time what I'm getting at is
I
that
think
is that
Rod,
because of that training they have even more responsibility for what they say because they're so it's almost like a boxer. Like a boxer, he can't just walk around getting into fights. He's been trained, you know what I'm saying? Like he can't do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like you've literally gone beyond the street fight. Like that. That's how I'm
But
kind of equating it. But that's, you
Logic,
know,
let
that
Yeah,
me
might
let me
and
be
ask you this.
if I
Let me
can
ask,
just, if I, I'm sorry, I'll just say just one last thing. So if I'm looking at a person like Dr. Umar, for example, who claims to have a degree in psychology, I believe. Uh, so he has, in my opinion, an awesome responsibility to be careful of what he's saying, who he's talking to, and all sorts of things like that. Because not only is he he's very articulate, in my opinion, and when you mix that with his so-called education that he says he has, that's kind of dangerous. And then his ability to grift. So that's like a deadly combination when you have a slick
hmm
talker plus a degree, and then who knows what's in his background, uh, you know. So I just use
Are,
him as example of somebody who is
were you
very
describing?
articulate.
Were you describing Francis Cress Wilson right there, or who was you describing?
Umar.
No, I'm
Umar.
talking about
Okay.
Umar Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me say this
I
too,
would
Logic.
definitely feel like all that fits the
Let me
same training that she would have had though.
let me say this
Yes,
too, Logic. Like if what you're saying, right, you got to figure out, okay, how do I at least determine if what I'm saying is true, right? So then wouldn't it be that most of your influential cult leaders would be like psychologists and psychiatrists, right? That would like more validate the stands. But when you look at a lot of individuals, because there's millions of trained psychologists, psychiatrists, but most of your pseudo people like are charismatic, untrained, unschooled, even that has these law following, whether it's a Malachi or so forth and so on. So I don't think it's the same.
Yeah, I'm not equating charisma to training, right? A person's charisma could be something they either born with or develop over time. And of course, when I'm talking about this particular training here, I'm saying that even me as a salesperson, right? I was able to get into information regarding sales where you start using language like speaking to a person's intention, speaking to an instant. Like you would frame it as in more so like how do you influence a person to act, right? It would kind of sort of fall under that. Now that's not, for me, I wasn't necessarily interested in the science of it, but I definitely was interested in what they would have to say if someone put together a program that describes how do I say things that move a person to act. So I'm saying that isn't something that's new. And I'm saying that if I can run across it as a salesperson, I just have to imagine, and I am imagining. I'm using my imagination that from the little bit I can learn about it, the vast amount of information of someone who works in the brain and also communicates. You know what I'm saying? I would figure that person is like overly trained to deliver a message. Now that doesn't mean that they have the enthusiasm or the flair of someone that you would deem as having like a big personality, but formally trained nonetheless. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm moving through like a little area.
Hey, did you get your point off, Logic?
Yeah.
Um, I've been peeking into kind of like Sosa into some of the arguments that y'all have been making in regards to the times, right? And we kind of got into it yesterday, but I looked it up that the times argument of don't be anachronistic, pay attention to the times she grew up in. But those times, right, they cut both ways because if we're looking at the late 70s, 90s when the ISIS papers dropped, that's post civil rights. But in the post civil rights, if you look at the psychology of the time, there was a disillusionment at that time too. And that disillusionment was we got the civil rights and then the gains kind of slowed up. So I looked this up to be some clarity because I was not born yet, but Gaines, it says Gaines stalled, the crack era hit, mass incarceration, Rodney King. People were looking for an explanation bigger than bad policy. A theory that framed racism as deep, total, and intentional felt truthful, but a psychiatrist would know that it'll feel more truthful than the facts and it'll hit on an emotional level. Number two, Black power, hunger for dignity narratives. Communities wanted pride, coherence, and agency. A grand story about melanin genetics and white genetic survival offered a unifying map, even to the unscientific, because they wouldn't know that the science was weak. There's only two more. Credential halo and psych expertise as rhetorical leverage. Welsing was a psychiatrist. That credential gave her epistemic authority outside of her lane, genetics and anthropology. People heard doctor and assumed cross-disciplinary expertise. A clinician is trained to read motivations, frame narratives, and persuade. I'm going to say that again. A clinician is trained to read motivations, frame narratives, and persuade. She could make complicated social patterns feel psychologically inevitable, which is compelling. And last, there was a media ecology. Talk radio, lecture circuits, Afrocentrics at the time, VHS DVD lectures, later YouTube. High signal charisma beats slow peer review. A pseudo can scale way faster than scholarship. And these are critiques of a man named Steelman at the time. Or, well, no, not, well, it's a Steelman critique. It's not a man named Steelman. So it says, and I close, yes, the times matter, but both ways and for everybody. The same era that pushed civil rights also made us hungry for huge explanations. Welsing read the room. She had a white coat, a mic, and a message that felt like justice. But feeling true and being true are not the same. Psychiatry gives insight into minds. It doesn't turn myths into genetics. We can honor the pain she named without inheriting the pseudoscience that she preached. Zeitgeist cuts both ways, pain and pride. So I don't know. So when y'all use the times argument, don't negate the other side of the times, where it was a ripe ground for her to lay these pseudo ass seeds.
Yeah, because if she was combating something because of the times, you got to give that same grace to both sides. So, like, how far are we going to say it's the times? Is the lynching and all that shit okay because it was the times? Like, what are we talking about?
Nah, y'all. And that's not.
But that's how far y'all taking it.
No, nobody said that. No, I said we're talking
I didn't
about.
say you, so I'm saying
No, I'm
overall,
saying,
like, how far does this go?
I'm saying. I hope I ain't heard nobody. So I'm saying, so the conversation is about oppression and an oppressed people versus the dominant society. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how much grace do you give the oppressed in that situation? Like, I'm not saying if they got goddamn, just the ability to run amok, but you got to give them grace because they are the
So
I don't give.
oppressed.
right,
I
We
don't
get
give
we
science.
own
I
our
where's
don't give
grace.
where's the line?
scientists.
Where's the line for
No,
them
I don't.
being
No,
a
no.
muck?
Hold on. Let's be clear. I give some people grace. I don't give scientists and psychiatrists grace. Like when you go to a hospital, and just because there's the in our times, black women don't the black women don't feel pain thing, and we know that that's a real thing, even though we can't prove it per se based on death rates and stuff. We kind of can, but they're fighting that. When a doctor fucks up because the black woman been screaming that she's in pain, and he thinks she can't feel pain. We don't give him grace. He's a scientist. He's a doctor. We don't give
It's
him
not
no
the same
grace.
concept. It's not the same
No,
thing.
no, but it's sign of the times. If he was to
Oranges, and,
say,
oranges and
okay,
apples, not the same
they're
thing.
both fruit. When y'all say oranges and apples, I still say they're both fruit. You get no grace when you get that degree. That's why you take
My
an oath.
point.
You take an oath not to harm.
Compared it to the
She
fruit.
harmed people
You compare it to the
as a
fruit.
scientist. That's what the oath is for. You don't. That's why you go. You don't harm. You don't get your psychiatry degree to harm people. You get it to help people. You get it to diagnose dreams, not diagnose whole races of people. That's not what her degree was for. So I
I
don't
don't
care
think she's
about
not. She
Neely
could.
Fuller.
She
He
could
grew
make
up
it.
in illiterate. He did exactly what I
She could do
expected
that.
him to do. She
I'm
could do
saying. So
that.
you're trying to argue that it's outside of her to make a. She don't have to use genetics, but it's outside of her to have an opinion as a psychiatrist as what is.
No. She doesn't have. You're right. She has the right to have an opinion. She doesn't have the right to have an opinion and pass it off as science to unscientific people. She has a right to her opinion. She's human. But she can't take that opinion with a white coat and a microphone and start passing it off as science as a doctor. Neely
In a book.
Fuller grew up illiterate. She passed
Let me
off
get,
an
right. So let
uneducated
me get back
person's
to
theory of science.
right. Let me get back to Grace. So what I'm saying about Grace,
You're in the
Grace
matrix.
is what I'm
You're
saying.
in the matrix. So you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
It was clearing up at the end, though.
Do y'all give Ben Carson a pass?
I need
I
about
don't know.
5
Add him
minutes.
to the
About
list.
5 minutes.
I can hear you now, though.
Okay.
But go ahead. Do you think?
Okay, but do we give Ben Carson a pass? I don't know enough about
When was
Ben
he
Carson. I read the
born?
book. I don't know. I don't even
Well,
know.
but Ben
Y'all bringing
Carson
up
work
new people. I
is
don't know.
replicated. Ben Carson wrote textbooks that niggas use today in fucking heart surgery and shit. So I mean, that's not the same thing. Like, if we want to judge them by their work, then let's do
No,
that.
I'm saying Ben or Billy.
No,
Ben
I'm
or
talking about
Billy.
the-
No,
Which one?
they're saying it says
He's
in the
saying Ben
chat.
Carson.
The question is
Or maybe he meant Billy.
Kevin Henry. Is that two first names? Kevin, yeah, to Kevin Henry. He asked us, do we give Ben Carson a pass? I don't
Did he
know,
mean
Kevin.
Billy Carson though, or did he mean Ben
No,
Carson?
I don't know if he meant Billy Carson. It says, I'm just reading what he said.
No,
Do
I'm
y'all
looking at it
give
too.
Ben Carson a pass? Yeah. I don't know if he means Billy Carson. Who the hell is Billy Carson?
I definitely don't give Billy Carson a pass. He's a fucking pseudo.
The tablets and shit. Emerald tablets guy.
Oh, the final boss. Oh no, he's a
Yeah,
pseudo.
that's
He's
the
the final
top. Like,
boss.
he's the guy. Like, that nigga is.
Yeah, he's the final boss. I wouldn't even want to debate him.
Bro, this
He
nigga
probably-
said his wife and his kids left him because he said he experienced an alien encounter in the house and no one believed
Oh
him.
yeah. You answered your own question. Yeah, no question.
That dude is wild, bro. That's
Yeah,
a
he's off the
wild
chain.
dude.
I know. All I know is when they did the pseudo awards, I kept hearing him referred to. If this is the same guy, he got the beard. He got
He got a little goatee.
beard or whatever. Yeah, he's the final boss. Y'all start talking about him, I'm logging off because I think he got some power or something. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. All right, so I looked at just on a soft search of Ben Carson.
He's legit.
It says not exactly, but the parallel is real. It says outside of his field, he's made claims that Egyptian pyramids were grain storage, not tombs. Evolution is a myth, and misunderstanding of economic. Oh wait, this is Donald
Billy
Trump's
Carson.
Ben Carson. No, this is Ben Carson. This is the HUD guy, the black HUD guy. Oh
but
yeah, he's a super pseudo. No, he's pseudo. He's definitely pseudo.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
He's pseudo. No. Evolution is a myth. Puts him
I didn't know
square
he said that.
into
That's
pseudo.
statement. But is he producing literature to create or to frame his to show his framework on why he can have that opinion? But is he pushing it? Is he extending
But
it?
if he says, but if he tells people evolution is a myth and presents it as science because he's a doctor in another field, that's pseudo.
No,
the statement is pseudo.
He don't push that in his science.
Yes,
Okay,
it's not
so
going up in
that's
his
his religious. He's a Christian.
Yeah.
So religiously, he says he don't agree with evolution.
Okay,
but his science is he's the surgeon down at Johns Hopkins. The one who got famous for separating the conjoined twins from the brain.
No, I read his book.
He's a serious guy.
I'm familiar with him. I'm familiar.
And he teaches now.
Put him in charge of HUD. Trump's
He
putting
wrote the
Carter
Yeah.
HUD in his first
shit, bro.
West
The shit that people are using, they using Ben Carson shit, bro, in these schools now, bro. So you can't say he was pseudo because he had religious ideas. They didn't make it into his work. That would have made it
Yeah,
pseudo.
that didn't make it into his work. You feel me?
So what about this pyramids
Hold on.
as
Is he telling
hold on, what
people?
about this
All right, man.
what is this
Hold on.
what is
Before
it
y'all
what
get about
about
Ben
this
Carson,
theory
bro.
about the pyramids? When he says pyramids were grain storage, he said that in his commencement speech.
For HUD, not
Yeah,
not
for
to get a
HUD.
job as a surgeon.
Okay.
Yeah, because he know he can't say that again.
Exactly.
Hey, but listen, is he not telling his students though? You don't think he's telling his
No,
students his
no,
opinion on
he's
Nah,
not.
he
evolution?
not.
That would be him. But come
Oh,
on, bro.
Why would his
Make that make
he
sense.
went on.
why would a
He went
surgeon
on live
be
TV.
teaching
He
a
went on the
historic
View.
history?
How
Listen,
could you
he went on.
explain the brain and the development of the brain and the
I
different parts
was
of the brain without
God, yeah.
without understanding
All right, well, look,
or
that's a
explaining it
project that I think we should
evolutionary?
dive into. We should
But
dive
listen,
into
now
this.
he don't believe. But listen, he went
I'm
on
gonna
the
look it up.
View
Whoa,
and said he
whoa,
could
whoa,
challenge.
whoa,
Listen, he
whoa.
went on the View and said
He
he'll
taught this
challenge
in
anybody,
classrooms.
any scientist that
Yeah.
evolution is fake. He will debate anybody on that,
No,
and
but he
he'll
taught
wash
it
it.
in classrooms. He's a pseudo. He taught this in classrooms. He's a pseudo.
Where you
Okay,
say
well,
Carson
taught
has
it in
I'm
repeatedly,
unaware
hold
of this.
on.
So, I mean, if that's
Carson
the
has
case, I take y'all
repeatedly
word.
taught evolution denial in classrooms and churches. I don't believe in evolution. It's a fairy tale that some people believe. I believe in the Bible's account of creation. He's spoken at churches, Christian colleges, his own classrooms, and interviews on TV, explicitly promoting creationism, saying and mocking evolutionary biology. If he's teaching it in the classroom, he's a pseudo. If he's just saying it on podcasts and stuff, that's different. But
When you
if
say
he's
teacher in the class, is he just expressing his views in the class, or is he saying like, "Hey, I'm going to give y'all, the alternate information on how to counteract, the evolution"? Like, I mean, that's
well, I
not the
don't know.
same.
If he taught it in a classroom, that
If
would
he's
make
like, "I
him
don't believe
pseudo.
that shit," and kept it pushing, then that's his opinion.
Yeah, but if he's a doctor teaching his students this, that's pseudo. He's not even qualified to talk about evolution or Egyptian
None
grain
of us are,
silos.
but we can give our opinion. But I'm saying he's not
But we're
making
not
it into
teachers and
literature.
doctors. We're just talking
I
on
mean, I don't know how
YouTube. I'm
far he
not
went with it. I'm
mistaken
just
what I'm
making a
doing.
speculation right now. I don't know how far he went as far as like when you say teaching.
He's
That's
out of here. Say he's out of
No, I'm
here.
hey
saying if
man, we
he
gotta
wait,
throw
wait,
a being Carson. Hey, it
wait,
is what
whoa,
it
whoa,
is.
whoa,
Hey,
whoa,
I don't
whoa.
got no allegiance, bro. I don't got no master teachers like
No, but
some of
I'm
you.
saying if he taught it to students, he's doing everything she did. If that's the case, he's
But
not
if
Yeah,
when
like
he
I mean,
espouses
he's
those
I'm
not
things,
against that.
when he espouses those things, the majority of the time,
You cut out, Corey.
this evolution
You
ain't
guys
his
want to
field of
throw
work.
everybody out in the trash.
No, I'm just critiquing legacies and I'm not gonna pick sides.
It's
If
not
he's
about.
not
I don't think
if
we're
he
throwing them
doesn't
out. I
teach
just think we're
evolution
making
and he doesn't teach if he doesn't teach
a
climate, if
clear path here.
he's not a meteorologist, he's not an evolutionary biologist, and he is not an Egyptologist. But if he's teaching it, I'm not saying talking. If he's teaching it, like if he's teaching it, then the doctor behind his name in his field, he's doing the same thing she did, if that's the case. If he's teaching it.
Yeah, but when you say teaching, it's like I have to look into as far as like, is he taking time out of his to when he's teaching brain surgery? Like, all right, guys, I want to shift topics. Let me tell you about evolution and all. It's like is he doing that to that extent, or he just expressing his opinion based on a religious belief? Like this, it can't be just that cut and dry. It's like how
No, it
far
says
is he teaching this?
it says he sticks to medicine in class.
As he
So
should.
there are no so yeah, so no. Okay, then yeah, he doesn't teach it in class. He shares these
Yeah, that's
ideas
his
in
opinion.
other he shared these ideas as his opinion in other teaching contexts, meaning commencement speeches, guest lectures at Christian schools and churches specifically, media interview, and his opinion in books. He doesn't teach these as science. So no, he's not a pseudo.
But man, what
But I
happened to
wanna I
missing
wanna look into it though. I wanna look
disinformation is
into it.
dangerous. Missing
It
Well,
is.
disinformation
Corey
is
gotta come
It
off
dangerous.
is.
mute to do
If,
that.
he,
But
if he's shouting it on the pulpit in front of millions, what is that? He's dangerous.
I
Gotta
don't
get him
think
out
he
of here,
Religion,
believed
man.
the
We
religion
words.
ain't trying to
gotta,
be
I don't
we
think
gotta
he
get
scientific.
Corey
believed the
back.
words.
We gotta get
I don't
Corey
think
back.
Religion ain't
I
trying to
don't
be
think you believe the
scientific.
words coming out your own mouth.
So I
And I
can't
know
call
what you're
religious.
doing.
I can't call religious pseudo because it's not trying to be science, so it doesn't really fit for me.
I think if you call the Bible Charlotte's Web, you pseudo though. I want to stay there.
Now, don't get me wrong. There is creation stories in the Bible, so that does give some sort of like account on so that I guess it does kind of fit in the box, but
Chuck
I don't think
Mayat is saying he's a pseudo.
nobody ever done no experiments or nothing behind it and try to push that data. So I mean that's not the same.
Yeah, my
And
doctor is a goddamn Pakistani and Muslim, but he ain't telling me to motherfucking make salat when my fucking blood pressure high. You feel me? Like, what are we doing here?
No. I just all I wanted to know is did he teach it? If he doesn't teach it, then I will agree. But if he's in a class teaching creationism and at a university when he's supposed to be teaching medical science, that would put him square in the target of a sniper of a pseudo. But if
what
he's just
university?
talking,
Ain't no university letting him do that.
But listen, he said
okay.
on the View, no debate any scientist, Nobel Peace Prize scientist, that evolution is fake,
He
made
said
up.
that.
That's a
Yes,
religious gibberish.
that man, he ready to debate it.
Did
Science,
anybody step up and debate him?
Yeah, that was my next question.
no shit.
Was did
You
he
know who
debate
he is.
anybody on the
So you
topic?
telling me? Richard Dawkins and all these motherfuckers, atheist biologists that go around debating people, if they get a nigga like Ben Carson and they can debate him and whoop nigga, that's
They
next
would have did it.
level.
They would have did it.
I will say
They
this
would have
though.
did it.
Richard
I
Dawkins
think
and
it'd
them
be
would have
very
stepped up
difficult
so
for
quick.
him to keep this separate in class. I'm opening up a file on Ben Carson. Y'all ain't got to go with me on this one. I'll do this one by myself. I'm opening up a file because for him to be that outspoken about it and to believe that he ain't taught this somewhere where he wasn't supposed to. I gotta put a microscope to Ben Carson now.
Let's
Now
find
wait
it.
a minute.
Let's find it.
She said, "Now wait a minute."
Yeah,
That must
I
have hit the
can't.
soul.
I gotta. As much as I'm so far. I'm not a Christian. I'm none of those things. But I
I
can't.
already started packing his bags. So yeah, I better
Yeah,
hurry
I
up.
can't. I
Start
can't.
packing his bags.
I
Yeah.
can't throw him up in that suit.
Hey, listen, I'm already on the
And you
plane.
have to separate people's beliefs from their science, right?
Exactly.
So
Yes,
you
yes,
got to do that. So just because he
yes.
may believe, if he believes this, I'm not sure exactly what he believes, but if he believes that
Even the Lord
Almighty
saving
God
Jesus.
created the universe, and not it wasn't through no evolutionary means, then that's his belief, right?
Yes, I
And
agree.
then intelligent design gets a pass. Then all that scientific gibberish they spewing is based on their belief.
Let's
So based on
contact
that,
him. Contact
we
this
can't.
motherfucker.
And he'll debate you. He'll debate you, O'Shea, right now. He'll be like, what the hell?
So hold on,
Man,
Sister
line up.
Cypher,
First
Sister
show.
Cypher, stay
I
right
used to
there.
cut his hair. I don't think he live around here no more.
Hold on.
You
So
biased.
so you're saying,
You're biased.
hold
You're
on,
biased.
I want to get some clarity with Sister Cypher. So you're saying his beliefs are pseudo, but he's not teaching this as science. So leave his beliefs alone. A person can believe what they want, even if they're a doctor.
Yeah, I believe that because there's many
Okay,
doctors
no,
that may be
I agree,
religious,
and
right?
Yeah.
I agree with you. I
So
agree with you.
you can't
I
throw
agree
them
with you.
out. And then it's a little
I
bit
agree with you
different
on
from the
that.
intelligent design.
I agree
If
with
a
you.
person just says, listen, I believe that God made us, versus a person who's trying to explain it away, how God, they're trying to explain God scientifically and all that stuff. Now that's two different things,
Yeah,
Exactly.
I agree.
in my
I can't
opinion.
argue with that. No,
That's a
I
great.
can't
That's a
argue
good
with that.
point.
I like the way you frame that, just so we could make sure we're not making his beliefs his science. A person can believe whatever they want. They're human. They can if he there are people that are religious, but that doctor will immediately tell you, I'm the one that saved you on the operating table.
It's some characters in the chat, boy. I swear.
Yeah. Oh
Some
no, I
characters.
like them in the
I
chat.
love it, bro. I love it. I
I
didn't know
like
niggas
them.
could be so
Shout out
fucking
to Tub,
wild.
Anathema, IBM, Kevin Henry. Y'all cooking today. ATL boy, y'all cooking today. I appreciate y'all contribution.
Yeah, they
Sister
showing up.
Safa, were your questions answered though? Or
Tell
did
him
you
to
have
join the
other ones?
server.
Yeah, join the server.
We've been telling them to join. The thing is, everybody critique, and that's
Nah,
cool. We
they love the
put
chat. The
ourselves
chat
up
is
for it.
yeah,
No, they'll critique, but they will not join the server and hit the panel. They just the chat.
yeah. Let them do it in
Hold
the
on,
chat,
no. Hey,
bro.
Tuck Mayat made a good point the other day. Let the chat, and I agree with them. Let them if all they want to do is in the chat and fight and this that, and the other. That's their fighting style. That's their space. I'm gonna stay out of there. I'm gonna just go in there every now and then, shout some people out. Just let the chat. Without them, there'd be no need for us to go live.
Most
I agree
definitely.
with that. You don't want the area to be so sterile where people aren't, going at it a little bit. That's what makes it exciting.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all go ahead. I gotta make a phone call.
Now, I had another funny comparison for you guys. Now, what about Al Sharpton versus Farrakhan in the pseudo category?
I mean, I don't really know all of Al Sharpton's views or what he's known for pushing. But I don't think Al Sharpton would be a pseudo, nor Farrakhan.
Anybody else?
Religion's kind of different. I don't, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't consider either one of those people, you know.
For sure. I think it's really geared towards people with degrees. Go ahead, Logic. I didn't really have shit to contribute, honestly.
I think when you talk about religious figures, it is a lot more difficult because what they're saying. Their intention is for it to be rooted in belief. You know what I'm saying? They're not attempting to make a scientific argument. So if you take what they're saying scientifically, that's gotta be on you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I was hoping you guys said
Farrakhan
that.
does say some kind of wild shit, though. I'm not gonna lie, but
Now,
Oh my God.
just because he's religious don't mean he can't dabble now. Because if he just because he's religious, he could make some crazy assertions about science that definitely make him pseudo. So like when you say the NOI with their anti-vax stance, right? You might have them in the category of being pseudo because now they don't went beyond what they supposed to be. They claim to have scientific knowledge. So
good point.
Yeah. No, they
Good point, Logic.
they can take a dive in the pool every now and again when they see it combats their religious beliefs, but they're not pushing their beliefs as science. So I can't really, classify all the
Farrakhan
way.
is definitely a pseudo, bro. I'm listening. He's not just religious, he's the leader of the Nation of Islam. This is a guy, he's an anti-vaxxer, the Yaqub, the alien UFOs.
Oh, I forgot about the Yaqub shit.
The beans and the whole milk and all of that. Come on, bro. Pseudo.
Right, but
Yeah, that
this
nigga's
is
a
the
pseudo.
thing. I think he's more of a grifter and a scammer
Passing
than a
it off as
pseudo.
science, though.
And this is why I say this. Now, let me run this down. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right?
Go ahead.
Now, check this out. Now, Farrakhan. I didn't heard Farrakhan, right, in a regular masjid right, without speaking as a regular imam, without using no Nation of Islam rhetoric. None of that bullshit. Yo, you would have thought the nigga came straight out of Mecca. You feel me? In front of an international crowd of Muslims, he was able to, you know what I mean? You would have thought he was just a regular old Muslim. So he's able to do that. Farrakhan, when he had cancer, he didn't practice none of that crazy shit. He went to a regular Jewish doctor and got surgery and chemotherapy. You dig what I'm saying? So all of this, you know what I mean? Like you gotta realize that he could be doing this shit. And when the Nation of Islam was disbanded, is y'all still here?
You told us to
When
give
the
a minute. Go ahead and cook up.
right. When the Nation of Islam was disbanded after Elijah Muhammad died, Elijah Muhammad's son, Wharf Deen Muhammad, took over the Nation of Islam and disbanded it and moved them all to Sunni Islam. It wasn't until the 1980s that and Farrakhan followed uh, Wharf Deen Muhammad and became an Orthodox imam, right? And he did this up until like 1982. And I think around 1981, 1982, he said he's leaving Wharf Deen Muhammad and he's starting back up Elijah Muhammad's program of the Nation of Islam. You dig what I'm saying? So I think, and he did it because he wanted. I feel as though now this is my own shit right here that
Your
he
own
wanted.
biases.
Yeah, he wanted the
Okay.
fame and glitz of the Nation of Islam back. So that's why he brought that rhetoric back with Yaqub and all of that because that shit was disbanded. You dig what I'm saying? So
Okay, stay right
he
there,
know the
chef.
real.
Don't go on mute. Stay right there.
Go ahead.
So you said something that was troubling, so I looked it up. Navy beans cure disease. Farrakhan repeated that navy beans can prevent and cure cancer. And I quote in 2013 at Savior's Day in front of people. So whatever
Yeah,
he said
Yeah, that's
privately
true
to
though.
you, he got on stage. He said he was a cool dude and whatever to you. Got on stage 2013 on Savior's Day and said, and I quote, "The navy bean will heal you of what ails you. They told me I was dying of cancer, but I started eating navy beans the way the messenger taught, and that's why I'm here today."
Yeah,
he's
yeah, that's
pseudo.
The
true
He's
next,
though.
hold
scamming.
on.
No, that's
No,
not.
Now, wait a minute.
no,
Wait a
no,
minute.
Scamming.
no.
Yeah,
Let
but
me
That's
finish.
scamming.
Hold on a
Let me
second.
finish, bro. Let me finish.
he ain't produced no scientific work. So
Hold
it
Let me
don't
on a
finish,
matter.
bro.
second.
That's
One
not
I
meal a
want
pseudo.
day.
He's
next. I want
scamming.
next.
That man lying.
Hold on.
He went to
One
the
meal a
doctors.
day. If you eat 1 meal a day, your body will be able to resist cancer, and you won't need their poisons. Listen, this is even worse. Farrakhan has said, and I quote, "Doctors don't want black people to live long, and that the medical system hides cures. Be careful with these doctors. They're quick to cut and poison us, but slow to tell us the natural cures.
Until I need them.
Divine
Let
Why are
protectors
you
guide
reading
you."
this?
Hold on.
come
No,
on, come on, come on.
because
Let's not
no,
forget.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish because he's pseudo. Because that sounds a lot like Dr. Sabi, who we all know is pseudo. All know pseudo. We all know he is, bro.
But didn't I preface and say that he's scamming because he actually goes to the doctors? That the doctors actually is the ones who cured them of his cancer. So we don't give a fuck what he got up there and lied about Navy things. We know he's lying. He went to the
Yeah.
doctors.
But he
That's
doesn't
scamming.
acknowledge it to his but he doesn't acknowledge that to his followers as the reason
So
he
he's
survived.
scamming.
He told
Yeah,
his
that's a
followers
scammer.
that it was navy
That's
beans.
yeah.
So
That's
that's
scamming.
scamming.
That's pseudo.
Bro,
It's a
that's
sham.
scamming.
Bro, if somebody had
That's
cancer
still
and ate
falling.
navy beans because Farrakhan, their
That's still
thought
falling
leader,
under
Corey,
told him
pseudo.
to,
where my brother
However,
Corey at with missing
man, I
disinformation?
don't. Hey, Corey, hey,
Corey,
Chef,
I need my brother
you.
Corey right now. Man.
Do you
Yeah,
think
nah,
I
that's
I need my
you
pseudo.
brother
think I
Corey
think that
missing
scamming is
disinformation.
hold on, do you think I think that scamming and being a grifter is less dangerous as being a pseudo? Do you think I'm trying to mitigate him
No, no,
being
I didn't say that.
like
No, I didn't say that.
he can be
No, I
all
didn't
of
say.
these things. I'm
I
saying
I'm
didn't
the
saying
say
he's
Yeah, I
that.
both.
say
capital
he's
is
both.
slamming.
I'm
I'm saying
saying
he's
he's
Say he's
both.
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 Now,
No,
is there a
because
difference?
he's a leader of the nation of Islam and he has followers who will take his word as law. His
I
word,
think a
not
pseudo
Allah's
believes.
word, not the
I think a
Quran.
pseudo
They'll take
believes
his
that shit.
word.
I think a pseudo
Huh?
believes that shit. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
That's how you do
I
it.
think a,
See, we got different
I think a,
definitions. I don't
No,
do it like
yeah,
that.
no, this is
I
biased.
think a pseudo
I found this
believes what
under
they're
bias.
putting forth.
You gotta believe
I
it to be
found this as
pseudo.
biased.
Hold
No.
on, but nah, earlier
Yeah.
y'all was saying that this
Kinda.
is Francis Welston belief. So how does that not fall? Like that doesn't
Because
make
she
any
passed,
sense.
because
Y'all
she
said
was a
she was
scientist.
scamming.
She was a
Y'all said she
scientist who
was
passed
scamming.
off her
Yes, and y'all was
opinion
saying
as
it's her
science.
belief, and I'm saying that
No,
this
no, no,
nigga.
no. I didn't say. No, I didn't say that. I said she's a scientist that passed off her beliefs as science. That's
Okay, but
So
not
science.
let me
you.
say
But
this.
you're not the only person that spoke. But other people said that she was scamming. Right? She was a scammer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she sold a
so
book.
She didn't
That's right.
believe it.
so let me say this. That you could I think that you can push pseudo ideas as a scammer, right? So what I'm saying is you
That
don't
does sound
necessarily
right.
have to believe it to push and profit off of it. You feel me? Now we know he don't believe it because he went to the doctors for his fucking cancer.
Yeah, we don't. But he
Yeah,
frames
but I
his
still.
belief with
Yeah,
his
I think.
followers
Yeah,
as science, though.
yeah.
If you say navy bean is a cure, you're framing your personal beliefs to your followers
That's
as
not his
science.
belief.
You don't believe it
That's
because he
not
Wait a
his
went
minute.
to the
Wait a
belief.
fucking
minute.
doctor.
Now,
He
Hold on,
said it.
let's
What do you mean he
hold
don't
on. Let her get
believe
in there.
it? He
Let's stop her
said
get
it.
in there. Let her get in there. Let her get in. Go ahead,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yes, sir.
now I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Now, we said earlier that a person's beliefs does not make them pseudo. Now,
Mm-hmm.
if it is in the nation, the teachings that God said to eat these navy beans and all this stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
nobody is promoting that science says this. Their belief is that God told them this.
God
So,
didn't say that.
is that still pseudo?
God didn't say the navy
Yes.
beans. Muhammad, no, he
Yes.
didn't. Elijah Muhammad said navy beans.
But
Not
Yeah,
Elijah
and
the,
he
Muhammad is
said,
the
the
hold
You
messenger
on,
gotta
of
hold on
God.
a
understand.
second,
You gotta
hold on,
understand.
because I
Yeah, you
hold
gotta
on.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's their teachings that Elijah Muhammad was taught by God, and
no,
God
he was
taught him
taught
all
by
this stuff.
Fard Muhammad, a white man.
That's
Yeah,
God
No,
in
I
hold
didn't.
on,
I,
their
hold
I'm
on,
yeah,
hold
very
on.
theology.
You're
familiar with
missing,
this.
That's God in
you're
their
you're
theology.
missing.
yeah, that's God.
So
He's
they
Yeah, that's
God.
no.
part of
So
their
they so they
theology.
think so they think Fard Muhammad is the
Yes,
actual Muhammad.
Yeah,
yes,
So
he's
they
yes.
think that
God
he's
in the
Oh, them
Allah.
niggas,
flesh.
They think
He's a
them
he's
niggas is
law.
God.
crazy.
Yeah,
Them
that's
niggas
their
is crazy.
religion. But that's their religion. You gotta give them a pass because that's
So,
what they
and
believe.
let me say one more thing too about the jab. So even
Fresh,
with
like
the
what's up?
jab, they didn't say nothing about no scientists or nothing. He said that God told him to tell people not to take the jab. So now what is the difference now? So is he pseudo or is he scamming or is he both?
I'm staying on these
Or
pseudo.
the
Then yeah,
religion.
we can have different opinions. He's
So
pseudo
now
and scamming.
religion. So even if you're not, see, I love this shit. I'm
Ain't
keeping to get
nobody
everybody
saying that
pulled
the
out.
nigga good. So let's just put that on the table.
So
Yeah.
We're
so
arguing over
religion.
whether pseudo scammer. We're saying that he's
In
fucked
in
up
in the
Nah,
Nation of
individual.
Islam,
I like this
Master
because
Fard
first y'all
Muhammad
saying
is
like
considered God
we
in
got.
person.
But listen, Ben Carson got a pass for spewing shit because we said, well, even though he
What
espoused
did
amazing
Fard
people, that's
What do
his
you
Muhammad
mean
is
got a
white
religion.
man?
pass? I'm saying I need more clarity
Nah,
on
you can't
Carson
say you gave him a pass. I saw you gave him a card.
Like
You know,
I
I
Doctor,
gave
like
him
like
a pass. I
you
gave him
supposed to
a
Bradley.
you
pass.
supposed yeah, he's supposed to bang it with his mouth. I said, I like that. I don't know how I see what it's, but listen, we where we
Well,
at now?
religious people supposed to get a pass though.
Okay,
Like we
okay,
know,
then we gotta give the intelligent design community a pass, bro.
yo, my
We can't beef with
grandmother
them.
go to the doctor. She still believe in
Yeah,
Jesus.
still
You
good.
feel me?
Good.
She still thinks
He
she
put
go
me
to
on
the
mute.
doctor. She take her medicine,
I
but
get
she
it,
still think Jesus. She still will say Jesus
right?
heals her,
Because right,
even though
but
we know
now,
she go to her doctor's appointments
yeah,
and she take her medicine. But
I
she
get it, but
claims that Jesus heals her. So how do
Jesus
we
sent
deal
that
with that,
doctor.
Joseph?
yeah, now, but if you're a
So
Jehovah's
is it
Witness and you're not going to allow blood transfusion and shit like that because that shit is written sometime in your scripture,
That's something else. Deal with my grandmother going to the doctor,
I,
taking the
I don't
medicine,
want.
and
I ain't trying
still
to bang on
saying
grandma.
Jesus healed her.
I ain't trying to bang on
Well,
grandma
your
chef. That's
grandmother has her
No,
beliefs,
that
Can
ain't
but
y'all
gonna
hear
she
do.
me?
also have insurance. She has her beliefs, and then the doctor is her insurance. That's how that's working.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I can't hear y'all in my headphones. Go ahead.
Human beings are complex. That's we can say that.
very, very complex. Very, very complex.
That's why we got to draw these lines where we got to draw them. It's like we got to
That's
put
why
them
it's
in their
hard to.
right boxes.
Nah, that's why it's hard to draw these rigid lines because you gonna have
That's
folks
right.
that gonna fall in the middle and they leg gonna be over here and their head gonna be over
Right.
here.
Right,
We
but
try to figure out
listen,
where we'll.
I'm not telling nobody to fuck with Farrakhan. And I'm not giving yo no pass.
Hold on.
It
You
seemed like
think I'm telling?
it's somehow y'all going to give Francis
No.
1000 a pass. I'm saying don't fuck
Nah,
with none
nah,
of them,
nah.
whether they
I'm not telling.
pseudo or whatever. I'm saying we
All right,
shouldn't fuck with
for clarity, I'm not telling people to go support Francis Cress Wells.
Okay.
That's not. Hey, that was never a thing. I'm
Okay.
just saying. I was just saying, like, when we look back at her and what she was saying, like, can we see if something drove her to have these types of ideas, right? Because everybody was saying she's scamming. I remember I was like, nah, she believed that shit. I was like, that ain't a scam. Like, how can she's an MD of Black Panther? They were pushing it. That was my argument. Like, she actually believed what she was spewing. Remember Corey was like, she ain't said in front of white folks. I was like, yes, she did. I'm like, she lost her job. Like, she wasn't playing. That was always my argument. That was always my
She was a
argument.
nut.
Yeah, I didn't even realize she was on Donahue. Like, she was like,
He said
yeah, she
y'all
was.
white people crazy and y'all lack of melanin, then fuck y'all up genetically. That's your problem.
Where do you?
She said on
Hey,
live
hey,
on TV
Sosa.
to an all white audience. Like, she wasn't
Hey,
playing.
Sosa. Do you promote John Henry Clark?
Promote. I support him. Like,
Like, do you
I don't
promote
think.
and say he wasn't pseudo?
No, I mean, no. Did he get some things wrong? Yes, but I don't think
Yeah, I
he
don't
got
think
some
Dr.
things.
Clark's
He got some
pseudo.
stuff right. Yeah, he's not pseudo. He got some. That doesn't mean he didn't get anything wrong. But he's not pseudo.
How do you feel about him writing that foreword?
Yeah, he just
Just an
got
honest
something
answer. I'm
wrong.
not a gotcha moment. I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
Yeah, no, it's not a good
he just
look.
got that wrong. Yeah, he just got that wrong.
Okay. Logic, why'd you mute me and deafen me at the same time? Is that a mistake?
No,
Okay.
he meant
That's why
that
I
shit.
couldn't
That
hear.
came from his
Logic was
heart.
there fucking with me.
He believed that shit.
Logic, don't make me
My phone been in my pocket, so I ain't touched
yeah,
it.
there you go. Well, I just checked the audit log and it said you muted and deafened me at the same time. I'm in this bitch yelling like a banshee thinking I'm stupid. So please believe you got some get back coming.
Oh yeah, this sound like a little weird
Yeah,
symbol over there by your stuff.
yeah, because he muted and deafened me. But I'm gonna get him. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, because it was there when you was talking. That's why it was weird. I was like,
I know he did it. I know what he's doing. Slick ass. You got him. And Farrakhan
yeah.
still and the funny thing is, as soon as I started saying Farrakhan was pseudo, Fard Muhammad muted and deafened me. So, and I didn't know that they thought Fard Muhammad was I didn't know that Fard Muhammad they thought of him as God.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Francis,
that.
too much. Yeah, you got it's too much.
That's kind of crazy. If they thought of Fard Muhammad as God, wasn't he white? No, don't use a parallel. I'm trying to learn something because I got two Muslims in here. No, it's two Muslims in here that can answer the question. Was Fard Muhammad a white man? She was. But Nation of Islam. Yeah, I don't respect their religion. That might be some Charlotte's Web stuff. I don't want to do that.
Making sure you got the actual facts when you're talking. That's all.
Okay, so Chef, was Fard Muhammad a white man? All right. So
Yeah.
chat was Fard Muhammad was Fard Muhammad a white man? I'm just to the
Yeah.
chat. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking some chat.
No, anybody, because if their God was a
I
white
say it
man,
was. Show that it was.
The man
Okay,
wife
I
well,
don't
came
know.
forward to
I don't
collect the
know what he
money.
was because I never met him. But I can tell you what the theology is. I can tell you what they believe in the nation. I can tell you that.
no. I don't want to get into the theology. I want to know the fact. Just
Yeah, I
literally.
don't know.
So
I never
there's
met him, so I don't know.
yeah, there's still it's not like I think Chef in the Matrix. It's still conflicting report. I think if you look in the wiki, it's going to say, you know, what I mean, he was white and they have who his parents was, but you know how it is. There's disputes and such. But
And the man
for
wife
me,
came
for
forward to
me,
collect the
Tuck
money.
my yacht said he had a comb over. Y'all
for
disrespectful,
me,
bro.
He
for
did have a
me,
come
the white
over.
guy.
His
He
shit
did?
was fried, died, and laid to the
Yes.
side. I ain't gonna lie.
Man,
But if he
listen,
was
bro. The
white, it
man
wouldn't have
wife
to be
came
fried.
forward to collect the money that Farrakhan put up, saying if somebody can prove that the nigga white, and the man wife came forward, unless the FBI
Did she
lied
get the
about
money?
that.
Did she get the money?
I don't think the
Yeah.
offer was ever real.
I was gonna say because I never heard about that. That
Well,
anybody
that was in
collected any
that
money
FBI
anyway.
file. Yeah, I don't think nobody collected it.
Nah, his birth origins.
Hold on,
Oh
let's
wow.
let's get in it. It is.
Elijah Muhammad came forward and said in I think Harper's magazine in the 1960s, and said he would give money to anybody with proof that Fraud Muhammad was white. And his wife, common law wife, uh, came forward with their marriage certificate, right? That had his race on it, and their son's death certificate from the Navy.
From the
Their
Navy,
son
yep.
died in the Navy during World
Yep.
War II. And in the Navy, they had the race, his race, he was white. They had the parents, you know what I mean? Both of them was white. So, you know what I mean? What do we
She
do
wanted
with
that,
that?
honey.
And
She
he
wanted
had
that.
the FBI had his what's it, fingerprints, right? They had
Yep.
his
Mm-hmm.
And it
mugshots and
matched
his
it in
fingerprints,
jail.
and it matched to the T. What are we supposed to do
Yep.
with that?
He
It
was in
says his
San
name. It
Quentin.
says
He
his
was in
name
San
is
Quentin.
Wallace. They said the arrest
Ford.
records make his name Wallace Ford.
hmm We went over this.
So
So yeah, I
I'm a little
mean,
bit older than you. I'm a little bit older than you, Brass. So check this out.
Go
Back
ahead.
in the mid '90s, you could get locked up, right?
Uh huh.
And they didn't have all this sophisticated computer systems, this, that, and the
The good
third.
old days.
You
The
could
good old days.
actually give an
Said the good
alias,
old days.
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could actually give an alias and try to
And
get out
bond
before
out.
your records came back. You
Yeah,
dig what I'm
yeah.
saying? So now
Yeah.
imagine 1920, right? If I could get away with this shit in 1995, imagine how
Right,
slow
right,
that
right,
shit
right,
was
right, right.
in
Okay.
1920. You
Yeah, he
Okay.
could
had so
play
many
with
aliases.
letters. Yeah, niggas had 10 different aliases. Come on, yo.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, motherfuckers had something. What?
But you said you did a
So,
show, so where did you end up with? Did you end up with him as a white man?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
So why
yeah,
didn't they say that white people was grafted and all of that stuff?
yeah, the white man was the devil.
Yeah, devil.
That's the crazy part about the
They used
Nation
to
of
hide.
Islam.
They used to hide the pictures of Wallace Fard in the fucking mosques and shit.
Yeah,
Nigga, they
that's
wouldn't let nobody see
ridiculous,
them
bro.
shits.
Nah, he
The
is.
man looked white as hell. They used to hide the goddamn
I
And
photo.
think the best,
ain't that
I think that the best evidence says that he was some kind of
Yeah.
mulatto from
Pakistani.
around
Yeah, they said it
Mulatto
Louisiana.
was
to
a
the nigga
white.
from New
They described
Zealand or
it as a
something,
white
nigga.
passing man. That's what it says. They
Yeah,
said that he could
that's
be
the
a
best
very light
evidence.
skinned man
Matter of
with
fact,
straight
remember
hair
when
or a
they
white.
they came to one of their little meetings. I think they had like sacrificed somebody or something, and the
Yeah, they
police
killed the
walked
nigga.
up.
That's why he got
Yeah,
locked up
and they walked right past Far Muhammad because they didn't think
because
they
they
was they
thought he
think they
was
was
the
coming for
landlord.
white. Yeah, they thought he was coming
Yeah.
for some black folks, and he the leader. They walked right past him.
Oh,
Police
Like,
said
by
yo,
we walked by him, thought he was the landlord of the building.
yeah, we thought he was the fucking the
hey, they
super.
saying he was born in Oregon in the 1800s. That sounds like a white man, but I'm gonna leave that be.
You
Just
can
out of
find all
respect.
kinds of accounts. Even one he was Pakistani. There's all type of little shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's
Pakistani. I
all
heard
type
from
of
New
rumors.
Zealand. I heard
New
all
Zealand
type of
type
shit.
shit.
Yeah.
Hey, also to the chat,
But
real
all of
quick.
them still lead to the road of being white.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, all y'all
No
lead
matter
to
what
the.
story you
Hey,
got.
Stan, I was thinking the same thing. All
No
these
matter what
stories
story.
basically make him European. So I was trying to figure out where the defense for him being from,
Yeah.
other than that. But no, hey, real quick, public service announcement. We got a fantasy football league going. You gotta join. Well, you gotta join the Discord. But we got a fantasy football league going. 3 slots left. And you get the information in the Discord. I don't know if y'all like fantasy. We don't always tear down our Afrocentric leaders. We also talk about football from time to time. So if you want to join the fantasy football league, jump in the Discord, hit the link and sign up.
And if we get
It's
down
a
to like the
12
last spot, I can
team.
sponsor somebody too for that
Well, we're
spot.
gonna need it. And so you might have to not just do Corey's. We actually need it because we got
I
3
need
or 4
something. If they
slots
win,
left.
I need something.
Yeah, we got 3 or 4 slots
Wait
left
till
in
we'll
a
see.
12-team league. So I'm giving
Yeah,
it
wait
till
till
Sunday. We had 9, right? We had 8 right now.
yeah.
We need 4 more teams. So the registration locks Sunday. But it's fantasy football for the guys and gals who participate in that. It's an upboard league. It's an ESPN 12-team points per reception league. So it's about as official as it gets. And then the winner gets a freight tanker from Ohio that you can move into as a house. That's what the winner gets.
You gotta drop the link in the Discord. Drop the link in the
I can't because
YouTube.
it's joined.
Tuck said he won in.
Or Tuck, join the Discord real quick.
I thought he said he was in the Discord.
You were in Tuck.
Who's in this Discord or not?
I don't know. Join the Discord if you're not. Whoever know him, send them the link. But I can't put that because they'll just raid the what's the name? And everybody who paid already, go in there and create your team. So I know exactly how many teams is locked in. And we got a raffle up with Jossie's team too.
I did one for Corey yet, Brad.
I know, bro. I know.
Ain't right there.
But yeah, Sister Safa, I hope this was you realized. I hope that you realize that we're not just tearing people down.
Takes.
We're actually using some form of a method. It's not just randomly calling people pseudo. But I will say this. I think it's telling that Neely Fuller and Leonard Jeffries led her to. That was the origin of it. One autodidact.
How did Leonard Jeffries get caught up in this? I missed that part.
I don't know. Yeah, he's next, bro. He on the list. I don't know if y'all want to do it now.
But I'm saying, how was he influential to Francis Cress Wells? I missed all that.
That's where that theory. That's where some of that theory comes from. I thought Sadiq wanted to be down, but I'm not sure. But I know every time I look up that theory,
not my boy
Neely Fuller and Dr.
Leonard. We can't do Leonard, bro.
You'll see. I was about to ask you, how familiar are you with Leonard said? Because that's a big piece right there.
Yeah, really.
Y'all going too far. You're going too far.
If we're even getting a response like that, that means we're on the right track.
Yeah, that means when y'all say that, that makes me really want to look into it now. Because
he credentialed too, so we got to look into him. So we got to see, like, did he know better? Is he? You know what I'm saying?
And if you had a racist friend too. You had a racist friend, or autograph they jersey. Yeah, that did.
Here we go. Hey, you know what?
The next two names.
I'm moving on to Dr. Leonard Jeffries right now.
So the next two names gotta be Wade Nobles and Leonard Jeffries. Those
I know that's where the action's at. ASCAC scamming.
Wade Nobles. So, what about we gonna
hold on. Let's do one studio at a time. Is he? Oh, wait. Whoa.
I mean, y'all definitely gonna kick out Leonard Jeffries. Y'all definitely gonna say.
Why? Tell us what you know.
I'm about to say because he was on
anytime you say.
Right?
I mean, he's been accused of anti-Semitism. Like, he's been around for a while.
Get your hot beef in the Pepsi. What they do in Chicago? What is it, Italian beef and Pepsi? Go to snitch. Give us the information.
Yeah. So I don't know too much other than I know that he is at the head of all of the tables that you're talking about. he sits on the board of ASCAC. He like one of the biggest
Ooh.
one of the biggest Afrocentrics of the century. That's top notch. That I mean, I know that he is like up the top of the food chain of the people that we're talking about.
Is he
And
the final
also
boss?
Can we not
Old
use?
school final boss.
Hold on, listen to Sister
Afrocentrics.
Safa.
Hold on, let the
Hold on.
sister
Show some
speak. Go
show
ahead.
some
What you
respect.
wanted to
Go ahead,
say?
Sister Safa. Go ahead.
Can we not use anti-Semitism as the standard or
Barometer.
whatever? Because anyone can be accused of that. You can say you don't like them people type of food or something and be accused of that. So let's not use that
Okay,
as
stay right there.
All right,
a
cool.
rubric.
Yeah, we
No,
cool with
wait,
that.
Yeah.
wait. Stay right there, Sister Safa. Don't go on mute. I want to
Brass,
ask you a question.
talking
If
to chat and talking to chat. You trying to find how to join? So holler at him.
Tell them to join, y'all gotta do is join the Discord.
He's in
Y'all
the
got his phone
he's in the
number?
Discord. He's in the
Oh, we
Discord right
gotta
now.
post
Let's go
the thing, the
to
link
go to the
again for the
general chat.
fancy.
Okay,
He just said I'm
I
in
got
here.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Man,
Hey,
bro,
listen.
I
So
wish I felt good
wait,
about
Logic,
Reggie telling us all this
wait,
shit.
Logic. I know, let's, because Reggie about to be on the list in a hot second. Reggie, we could
No,
do,
not Reggie.
brother
Not
Reggie
Reggie.
could be on this
Everybody
list
get
too.
this, Sister Safa.
Everybody getting this work.
Everybody
Everybody
getting
getting
it.
a
Ain't no
critique of the
biases.
I'm passing out legacy critiques. So hold on, Sister Safa. Let me ask you a question. If I told you he said black and brown people are spiritually and morally superior because they evolved in warm climates with more melanin, and he claimed that white people evolved in caves of Europe, developing aggression, greed, and coldness, would that make him pseudo or racist or both?
Oh shit.
I don't.
I got more
I don't.
questions. I just need to know. Would that make him
I
pseudo
don't.
or racist or both?
I don't. No comment.
Okay, wait.
I
Here's
respect
the second question.
it.
No. Don't cut my wisdom. Here's the second question. He argued that melanin is a superconductor of energy and spiritual force, and that our melanin explains our creativity and resilience, and suggests that whites are recessive and fear genetic annihilation.
Okay, so I would have to humbly say, Uncle, that's not right. We know better these days. I would have to humbly say that if he was my uncle.
He also, now in the anti-Semitism part, it says at the Empire State Black Arts and Cultural Festival, he said Jewish people, he attacked Jewish people. This is where the anti-Semitism comes from. This is because here's a sign. He was removed as department chair at CUNY. He was later reinstated through court because he claimed that Jewish people have a deliberate cultural plot to demean black people.
I know he said the Jews financed the slave trade or some wild shit like that. I don't remember
I
how
mean,
far he went.
What was his doctorate in? Anybody know?
Like political science or something like that, I thought.
Oh God.
yeah, but that could just be his belief. I mean, he's not alone. A lot of people believe that, certain people kind of have it out for others or have some sort of quote unquote power over things that go on. So I wouldn't get on him about that. That's just his belief.
So what about the sun and the ice people as a doctor passing that off as science?
Well, where was he talking about this at?
Good question.
Yeah, they say he came with the melanin theory. I didn't know that. That's
So he's so that's the connection. He came up with the melanin theory. She took it and passed it to science,
well, never mind. He don't
God,
say
man.
he created, but
I'm
they
about
say
to
he.
hey, listen. I'm not taking the blame for all of this, bro. Yes, he taught it as science. He taught these things. He's taught these ideas as if they were science and history. He taught this in the classroom. That's why he lost his
So
job.
it stay right here. It's stated but not published. I don't know.
It says,
Like,
as chair of Black Studies Department at SUNY University, he lectured on melanin superiority, Jewish control of the media and slave trade, sun people, and ice people. He's a pseudo and racist.
Well,
he was not. It says he was not speaking at rallies. He was teaching this at a major university, and students left because these ideas. He said the students walked away believing these ideas had academic legitimacy because he was a doctor and he taught it in class. That's why he was removed.
Well,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So I
Get him
agree with
up out
that.
of there.
You can't be teaching that type of stuff in the academic setting. And I work for a SUNY. So you definitely can't be teaching anything you want to be teaching. So
Yeah, so he taught his Afrocentric views. Yeah, nah, that's pseudo, bro. Damn, Leonard.
Oh God, man.
Damn,
Talk
fam.
about said
Oh
they should
my
have never gave you
God,
niggas
bro.
chat GPT.
He
It
Yeah,
said,
right.
yo, no, listen to this. Listen to this. It said in 1995, the aftermath of Dr. Leonard Jeffries was that the Black Studies program was downgraded from a department to a program, and he was reassigned to political science, surrounded by faculty that didn't want to work with him because of his views and being taught to students.
Oh shit.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries was a racist and a pseudo.
yeah. I know he was a big supporter of Martin Bernal, that Black Athena stuff, and
Y'all said he got fired.
He got removed. I don't know if
Nah,
he
he
got
didn't get
fired.
fired. I just looked it up. They said he challenged it with a case of another
No, he got
QDNY professor.
removed. He just got
No,
his
listen,
position
I'm gonna
back
tell
in
you.
court.
It,
Okay, go ahead.
no, it's saying that to state his case, he was comparing it to this other cat named Michael Levin, a CUNY NY professor who outside the classroom claimed that black people are inferior and had recently won against the school in court. One interpretation of Jeffrey's case is that while a university cannot fire a professor for opinions of speech, it has more flexibility with the position like department chair. So, which is probably why they downgraded his shit.
so it sounds like he was just demoted, but he still
Yeah,
But he
stayed
taught
teaching.
ICE people and Sun people to college students.
Well, there's a lot of things that go on before all this wokeness happened, back in the days, you could teach a lot of different stuff in college. So I've learned a whole lot of crazy stuff. So that's just what it is.
I went to college for political
he
science.
still
Hold
promotes the
on,
two
yeah. I
cradle
was
theory
a
today.
wait a
science
second.
major, so I ain't
Wait
get
a
none of that.
second. Hold on.
He still adheres to the
Before we
two
go
cradle
further,
theory.
I went to college for political science. I never heard of ICE people and some people until I joined the conscious community, bro.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess you probably wouldn't.
Let's not start saying we teach that this is
No, she's
normal
saying that
for a
No, what I'm
university.
saying is,
people were.
professors do have, certain leniency. They can talk about certain things, but now
You
where he
cannot
messed
talk
up,
about ICE people and Sun people at a college university.
Yeah, he was talking about
it depends.
vibrations with melanin, all type of
Yeah,
shit.
trust me, it
Melanin
depends on
superiority system.
the class. It depends on the class. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Sociology, you
Listen,
could, right?
hold on, listen. I teach nursing, okay? I have some of my colleagues who also teach against evolution. That's what they teach in the classroom. So you can teach a lot of stuff that may not be acceptable in classes, but you got to give, the other side to it and stuff like that. Now, his problem is that he started talking about the small hats. That's what got his butt demoted. If I had to bet some money,
I would
it's not
I would
about.
agree with you there. I would agree
Yeah,
with
so
you there.
that's where the
I'd agree with
problem
you. I
is
would agree
with
with you
him.
there. Yeah. His removal definitely wasn't because of Sun people and ICE people. Soon as, especially in New York, if you are even sniff anti-Semitism, it's a wrap. And this Gilbert Arenas story, I knew that this was happening. So for people that, well, we'll talk about Gilbert. Gilbert Arenas was just arrested by the federal court on RICO.
When?
Gambling shit.
On gambling. Gilbert Arenas and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group, were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging they operated an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at an Encino mansion Arenas owns. And you know who this is? Let me tell you who this is also tied to, if y'all been paying attention in the sports news. Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris was just arrested last week gambling because he owed 2 casinos over $250,000 and he wrote a bad check. Marcus Morris was at them games. I don't think it's a coincidence that Marcus Morris got arrested last week and Gilbert Arenas got arrested this week and 5 other people. So that's probably Kenyon and all of them. I don't know who it is. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna put that smut on it. Let's wait.
That's wild.
Damn, Gilbert. Well, Gil's
They're
Arena's
doing
gonna have to
so
take a break.
good, bro.
Well, they wait until you do good to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tuck, I just sent you. It's 150, and then I'll send you the link to join the franchise.
A high level of an Israeli and transnational organized crime group.
Damn,
God
Gil.
damn.
Right when you started cooking, right when you
God
was
damn.
was cooking.
Damn, and now ESPN on fire Shannon Sharp.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
they
bocce
said
was
it.
heating up
They
again,
did.
wasn't he?
They officially fired him.
Yeah, they officially fired him.
Well, that's Disney, bro. I expected that.
Yeah, they ain't playing that shit.
Yeah, I expected that. Well, he settled.
So,
You know what's funny? Y'all want to hear a funny story about him real quick? Shannon Sharp, the settlement that he had for that girl in that case amounted to all of the money he made as a football player. That's how much he had to end up paying. So he essentially lost every dollar that he lost, every dollar that he earned as a football player. That was the equivalent of what he had to pay her.
Plus the
That's
money.
insane.
I think he made 22, so he got 23.
Yeah. Damn.
crazy.
Nasty business. Hey,
It'll be
get
snowball.
married, bro. Get married. That's all I'm gonna say. Just get married and lose it in a divorce, possibly, but not to no OnlyFans model. But hopefully, Sister Safa, if you got
I'm
any
about
other
to say
questions,
divorces leave niggas broke too.
yeah,
Well,
that's
that
what I
leave
said.
most
But,
most
hey,
niggas
yeah.
leave broke.
Correct.
Leave divorces broke.
No, I
Shit.
ain't
Most
know.
No,
I
but
got
I'm
you.
sure nobody's surprised at how wild Leonard Jeffries is. But look up.
Yeah.
So what's the connection between
Tuck
Leonard
my out. I
Jeffries
just
and
sent you
Wade
the link
Nobles?
to the Cash App. What'd you say?
On Wade Nobles, I don't know.
So what's the connection between Leonard Jeffries and Wade Nobles? Well, they're
Well,
best
no, hold
friends.
on. Let's get a consensus on Dr. Leonard Jeffries before we move forward, because somebody gonna attack
Okay.
us on it,
Nah,
and then we
that's
got to look
pseudo.
further into it. So Chef and said, is Dr. Leonard Jeffries, based on just preliminary investigation, is he pseudo and racist or both?
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Oh
Oh
man, I
Lord.
mean, based on that,
I know, Stu, you walking into something crazy.
I gotta say he's pseudo. Honestly, bro. I mean,
And where would you stand as far as racism?
see, that's to me. I'm always finicky about that because, like,
He taught the
that
same
one,
thing that Francis Cress
that's what I'm
Welsing
saying.
taught.
But even on Francis Cress Welsing, I mean, yes, it classifies as racism, but that's the one side of it that can possibly attribute to the times. You know what I mean? It's like I can see somebody in that time being prone to be as malicious, as back towards them. But that's
But
that's
is it
neither here nor
But
there.
is calling all white people and all black people one
Yeah,
thing?
that's just
It's
scientifically
racism.
wrong about them. Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Again.
Chef. Hold on, Stu. We're gonna get to you. We're
But
trying to move on
racism,
from.
I
We're trying
don't.
to move
I
on to
have a
somebody
different. I
else.
have
That's
a
why I'm
different
doing it.
idea of racism. It's like using it's an organized way of holding folks back. I don't think those people did that.
Hold on, I gotta read it. I gotta read two what's names from the chat. I don't know if what's the name? No, gambling. Oh yeah. I don't know what's tough. All right, so
Ain't
one
legal in
quote,
California.
Babylon Dunn says some people and ice people are talked about in class where the skin color is applied to the skin map used in geography. People close to the equator, you spelled equator so wrong, but okay. People
Yeah, we
close
got it.
to the equator, dark and close to the poles lighter. I know that, but that's not what he was teaching. Shouts to you though.
Yeah,
And if I'm
you
not
trying
mistaken,
to
you
fit
actually
it into that
believe that
now.
but also I think Babylon Dunn is the person that actually believes that Christianity stole Christianity from Egypt 100%. You can defend yourself later, but I'm gonna put that badge on you real quick. And Ricardo Robinson says most of these so-called master teachers or substandard master teachers were liars frauds, con men, and despicable individuals. They confuse the hell out of African Americans. Just look at the community. Thank you, Ricardo Robinson. That's literally why we're having the conversation.
Yep. Yeah, that's what got us here.
Yep. That's why we're even
And
having the conversation.
I honestly think the conversation should be more like, for the people that don't want to throw these people out, like, what's the value in keeping them? Is what I want to
Yeah,
know. Like, what's
we
the
need some
value in
more
their
of
work?
those people to tell us
Let's
what the
What's the
hell the
value in
value
their
is.
work
let's
that
go ahead and judge.
we should keep it around, or
Let's
we
do our
should
judge real
continue
quick.
to?
Let's be fair. Let's do our judge. Logic. Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Pseudo and racist or both? Or neither?
Both.
Okay. Chef is not there. Sosa is on mute. He said give him time. Sister Safa, you would say he's pseudo, but not necessarily
I mean, he
racist?
said some anti-Semitic things, but I don't know. I don't know about his work though. I don't really know. I only heard him talk about slavery and shit like that. So I don't.
No,
You know what I mean?
okay, so you're reserving judgment?
Yeah. Let me see what he said.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no comment for me.
Yeah, I know that's one of your. I
Sister
know
trying to be
I
politically
heard the
correct. I
near and
feel
dear
it.
to your heart when we said Dr.
And
Leonard
she
Jeffries.
says she work in academia, so she got to be. I feel
No,
her.
I understand that, and Sister Safa has always been 100% balanced, similar to like Majasi, and I'm actually glad. We actually do need some
Need
females
more of
in
that.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need some more people to kind of regulate these conversations. A lot of these is men talking and probably gets a little boisterous from time to time. I can admit that. Corey, I don't know if you can talk. I see you off mute. Dr. Leonard Jeffries, pseudo or racist or both or neither?
Well, I know he espouses a lot of pseudoisms. I don't know how racist he is. I have heard him say some racist things, but I don't know if I could put him in the category as a racist because I don't know that much about him. But I know enough to know that he is pseudo.
Okay. Who
Yeah, I stand right there
Smalls,
with
and
Cole.
then we'll go to Stu P. Smalls.
You already know I'm gonna say both.
Okay. Stu P's and Tuck, that link is in the chat. You pay the fee and then I'll send you the link to the league. Go ahead, Stu P's.
Knowledge is a dangerous weapon. Knowledge is a dangerous weapon. Now we have the average dumb person like me, and I call myself dumb all the while, in comparison to the brightest of the brightest, have access to more knowledge than 99%, 99.9% of people who came before me at my fingertips. And for me to just write off people based upon my own simple logic is unfair. It is unfair because I have to take into consideration the experience that caused people to come into these conclusions. And writing off people based on what they say, based on the knowledge that they had, although it might appear pseudo to us now, because we can compare it to many things, to them it could be slightly pseudo, but they had to choose a square to stand on. They had to choose a square to stand on. It's pseudo if we're using all the tools and equipment that we have now. But if you were hearing him for the first time when he said this, would you have said he was pseudo?
Scholars
So are you saying the best way to say that being racist is bad is to be a racist?
No. Logic. Let's not lead to a whole nother conversation. Just hold the question. Remember what you said. Write it down.
Yeah.
Scholars and experts at the time said there were scholars and experts at the time that said what he was saying was pseudo. Matter of fact, there were people in the Afrocentric community at the time that said sun people, ice people, melanin superiority was pseudo, not just 2025.
But it was majority of echo chamber at the time. Remember, I bring up echo chamber, I think yesterday, the day before, that most Afrocentric persons were in a group with themselves, strengthening their own argument. And it became an echo chamber.
That was the dangerous part about it.
Yeah, but guess what we're going to have now, Corey? We're going to start identifying individuals one at a time. Now we'll start picking them out. And you realize that these individuals have some association with each other. So we're going to start wholesale now separating groups, not realizing that it was an echo chamber.
The echo chamber ain't a defense or an excuse. ever.
No, because flat earthers sit in the echo chamber.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we can recognize the time, but recognize it. He's a doctor. He's a doctor with a degree. You could recognize an echo chamber with neither. I can recognize the echo chamber, so it's not an excuse and a defense.
You realize,
Yeah.
no,
I mean,
But we
I
picking the
me
H2P.
being untrained can figure out bullshit. Like when you hear,
yeah, but
bullshit when
Brad,
you hear it.
no, Brad, you realize, no, Brad, that we have identified 2 doctors. We're not talking about people on 125th now.
Yes,
We're
that's
not
why it's a
talking,
standard.
we're talking about 2 doctors now. And we're
What
going to
kind of doctors
identify
you said?
many
What
more
kind
in
of
the
doctors you
future.
said?
2
What
so
kind of
far,
doctors?
2 doctors.
Jeffries has a doctor.
Academically trained doctors, not Dr. Reggie we're talking about. We're talking
No.
about
These are
doctor.
educated doctors. Small.
Right,
I mean, Stu.
right. So therefore, doctors, which one is alive now? The pseudo one that's alive now?
Umar.
Which
No, Dr.
Leonard
Free.
Jeffries.
Dr.
Little Jeffrey's still alive.
Yes. We'll have more to identify. You understand you
I
understand the
get your
path
point.
we're
I get
going
your point.
down.
No, I get your point. I do get your point though.
Should we back off or should we
Yeah.
should we go down that road?
Yeah,
We're just having
we
a
can't forget
conversation,
he's
man.
still saying he's still using the 2 cradle theory. Like yes, he's alive and he's still promoting it.
You understand?
Oh yeah,
So
you can't be alive and not update your information and still expect us to respect you. Like, come on, that's crazy, man.
Hey, Corey, you're like this.
That's crazy,
So
bro.
wait. I said, so were there any internal critics in that critiqued him? Right now, I find it funny that Malefi Asante criticized
Yes, she
Francis
did.
Cress Welsing, but didn't criticize Dr. Leonard Jeffries for the
Yeah, I
same
read that.
information. That's funny.
She might
But
not
here's
have. She might not have knew
listen,
about Leonard Jeffries though.
hey, listen to the
Leonard
ones
Jeffries
that
got
did. There's
pulled.
a name, Corey. Listen to the ones that did. Mary Lefkowitz
Born before Chris
criticized
Wilson.
him. Cornell West warned
I
against
remember
the
when Cornell West always
melanin,
condemned them.
melanin-based racial superiority narratives, and Henry Louis Gates Jr.
I was gonna say
criticized
Skip
Jeffries
Gates
for
definitely been
hosting pseudo.
criticizing all them for 30, 40 years.
Right, this is late common knowledge. But listen.
Skip been criticizing
I
them since
No,
the
think
we're not trying to change no opinions. I agree with you on that. I'm not saying this for people that like Leonard Jeffries to all of a sudden not like him. I'm just offering my opinion. That's all. Yeah, we're not trying to. At least
I mean,
I'm not trying to change my opinion.
you say he was. That don't mean you gotta not like him because he was pseudo. I mean, I like SETI. I like Cyrus Suit SETI. Like the old SETI, but not the new SETI, the old SETI. But I like him, but I know he's pseudo, but I do like him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that don't mean you gotta dislike the person.
Yeah, I
what about
still
the
tune
listen?
into the Archers and smashing
What
them, but
about
they pseudo. I don't got no problem with them.
What about
Say
the
it
missing
again. What you said
disinformation,
again,
Corey?
Sid?
listen,
The people in the back.
No,
ain't hear you.
it's dangerous. So like SETI,
I have a word for all of you. You are all inquisitors. You are the Negro inquisitors. All
Hold
of you
on,
on this panel are
let me hear
Negro
what Corey got to
inquisitors.
say.
And I'm going
Let me hear what Corey got to say.
to
Go ahead,
refer to
Corey.
you as the Negro inquisitors.
Hold
Of
on,
course,
Super.
are the Spanish inquisitors, are the Spanish inquisitors. You are all Negro inquisitors.
All right,
All of
go ahead,
you
Corey.
are Negro inquisitors.
hey, so
Every time I hear you all,
Cyrus
that's coming
Hold
to
on,
mind.
Super. Hold on. Go ahead, let Corey get it out.
so Cyrus Suit and SETI, right?
Missing
He
disinformation.
espouses a lot of dangerous shit. Especially like the new SETI. Like I wouldn't recommend anybody like to the new SETI, right? But I always said this about SETI. Was even when I like in the heat of SETI, like SETI at his peak, I always had this same opinion about SETI, right? I would recommend young like adolescents, like I don't know what adolescent is it like 16 to 18 or maybe even
Not quite,
15.
but just say your age group. We got you. What 16 to 18?
Yeah, like, 15, maybe even 15 to 18, like freshmen to seniors, right?
Yeah.
I would recommend a lot of the shit that SETI says, even the hyperbolic and and even the hyperbolic and even slightly some of the racism. Because remember the other day I told y'all that propaganda, well manicured, is beneficial, right? And
Yeah,
I
fight
think
racism with racism.
yeah, a little slightly, yeah. It's,
It was
the thing
good.
that I get, the
This
thing
is
that I
wild.
get, yeah, it's because it's a lot of it's nuance and shit. Like you can't blanket,
Oh
you
God,
can't
I heard.
blanket
Stop
everything,
saying.
right?
Stop
Okay.
believing y'all,
Nah,
bro.
Raz,
Go,
he
go ahead,
cooking, bro.
Corey.
Let
You're
my
right.
bro
You're right.
cook.
Go ahead.
Let my bro cook. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. So just the fact that you just can't blanket everything, right? And SETI, like I said, I will say SETI is to a degree dangerous. What I would recommend though, with those kids, with that group, with that age group, freshmen to seniors, though, I would recommend an off ramp for that though. You see what I'm saying? Because SETI has a well manicured propaganda. You know what I mean? His propaganda is actually well manicured. Now, when he gets into, all the white folks is crawling around with a tail and on all
All
fours and
four.
all wild.
Yeah.
It's a little wild, that I wouldn't recommend that type, you know what I'm saying? But he talks about that black empowerment, even the banging on the beast. You see what I'm saying? Like, even that is a positive rhetoric. Like, SETI makes one proud to be a black man. Like, when I listen to SETI, I, you know, back in 2008, you know what I mean? Even up into 2010 and shit like that, right? Listening to him made me proud to be a black man. You know what I'm saying? It made me feel civilized. It made me, you know, pick my head up around white folks. Not that I had my head down or nothing, but you came out with a little extra chest, with your chest out, just a little bit extra after listening to a little bit of SETI. And I think that's healthy, but I think it's dangerous without an off ramp. So
SETI
that's
is a
my
SETI
expression.
is a pseudo and a
He is
racist.
pseudo.
The only difference between Francis Cress Wilson and him is he ain't a doctor passing off what he's saying is science. He's more. I think he would fall more
He
under the
comes off like he's doing rhetoric. Like he's not hiding the fact that he's giving out propaganda and rhetoric. Like that's him. You can listen to his cadence, and you know what I'm saying, the way he gives it, you know what I mean? It's
I agree with everything you're
essentially a
saying.
nigga talking shit, like he talks real good. I got uncles and cousins that got the same cadence as Sarah Susan said. That's probably why I gravitate to him more. Like the way he's talk that slow, man, and that motherfucker and this, that, and the other,
Yeah,
I got
charismatic
uncles and
leader.
Yeah.
cousins that do the same shit though. You know what I'm saying? They talk the same exact shit. You know
I'm
what
from
I mean?
Detroit.
And it's
Mm,
they
Corey, like,
talking shit. Like though you can, it's like Unc is says stand up here and Unc talking a bunch of bullshit, right? But some of that shit, some of the shit Unc saying is you can ride with that. You see what I'm saying? Like Unc gonna tell you, Unc gonna give you some game, and that's what more or less what I'm feeling about Sarah Suit and Seti. He's just trying to give you a little bit of game here. You know what I'm saying? Not putting it off as this is some type of scientific, you know what I mean? And you need to,
You're a
I mean,
pseudo. It's Corey. Then I want to say this publicly, so I'm being fair. You are a pseudo enabler,
absolutely, absolutely.
and if you're an admitted pseudo enabler, I have no problem with it.
Corey,
But
Yeah,
you,
I
if
ain't,
you
in
he
terms
was
of
literally
under our
Sarah
enable,
blast.
Student City, the old
how,
Sarah. Now, don't talk about Sarah Student City in 2025 with me. I'm
But
talking about Sarah
the
Student
old
City in
one,
old school. You know
you
what I
know,
mean? The
old school
powerful
Sarah.
presentation. You know what I mean? Well, go
You
ahead.
know,
Go ahead.
old school Sarah Susan still, you know, they walked on all fours, goddamn.
Yeah. I said it was
Yeah.
a little bit of cringy in there. Like I even, in '08 and 2010, I never liked it, that part of it, but I liked it the most of the other
Yeah, the
shit. I
banging on the
always liked
beach. I
it.
get it.
I
They
like the
yeah,
bang.
They
shit.
said,
The
Breeze,
banging
we
on
got to
the
clean up
beats
this
comes
community.
from the all four shit, Sosa.
Polluted.
But I
Nah,
like
yeah,
that banging
you
on
said
the
they make
beat.
you
We we
feel
we,
I,
we
good.
gotta
They
we
make
gotta
you feel
do some
good.
cleaning in this community.
I
This
don't I
community
don't
is
I
so
under
like
much
attack.
I don't
banging on the
so much
beats.
mind everything that Corey said, to be honest with you. Like
Oh,
so,
you
and I
infected
think
I don't
too.
understand, bro. This is
let
crazy.
me let me explain. Let me explain. So I don't. I definitely wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't pick Sarah Seti as a person that I'd use as an example.
Hey,
But
where
the
you at?
stuff that he was saying about maybe necessary propaganda, like there's
Huh?
something in there, and I think that inside of that conversation lies the struggle as of why it's so difficult to draw a line of keeping these, a hard line
It's
of do we keep
Murray.
them or do
Yeah.
we throw them away?
But you
See,
know
That
y'all fucking up our
won't be my
argument though,
line.
right?
I'm not saying I
Meanwhile,
pick
hold
Sarah
But you
on.
know, but
Seti
you
as the
know,
shining
Hold on.
example,
Meanwhile,
but
y'all
absolutely.
fight me on
but you
hard
know that
lives
y'all fucking
standards.
up the argument
I
by
wouldn't
saying
use
the shit that
Sarah
y'all saying
But
Seti
though.
as
y'all
the
been fighting me
example.
on. Hold on, Brad. Hold on, Brad. Hold
Yeah,
on.
y'all
They've been
fucking up
fighting
the
me.
argument now.
They've
I
been
don't know where
fighting me
y'all
on
stand.
hard line standards. Now all this and
How do y'all?
wavy
How do y'all?
lines, curves.
We still haven't established a line as to like what we should deem
Yeah.
unethical or unfair to us as the audience, right?
All right.
Because I think the big argument has been us as the audience. It's not fair to us for a doctor to come give us the wrong scientific information. That's not
I
fair to
think
us.
that's the
30
Them
dangerous
years.
being
part
fair
right
to
there.
them, that's
Hey,
not
hey,
fair to
Corey,
us.
Judas,
Go
I think
Judas
unchecked for
that's
30
Redemption
dangerous.
said,
years.
Judas Redemption said that
Oh, JJ.
Seti ain't been the same since Zion Lex smacked the dog shit out of him.
He ain't. He. That's the truth. He ain't been the
He
same since.
said he ain't been this. I want to see this. Is there a video of that somewhere?
No, Sonetta took it down, but
It
they
was on
kind of showed
Sinetta.
when they was arguing a little bit, but then they cut it off right when the physical stuff started or
I,
whatever.
hey
But
Corey, I
yeah,
want to tell you something. I want to tell you and Logic something. I don't
What up,
know if
Psycho
y'all doing
Patriot?
this on purpose. I don't know if y'all doing this by mistake. But when y'all start saying stuff like what y'all saying now, then this now comes off as we're attacking the elders, quote unquote, of the conscious community, but somehow giving a pass to the ones that make us feel good. That's what it
Nah,
sounds
I'm
like.
not doing that. I'm definitely not doing
Are we
I,
throwing away Francis
I might
Cress
be doing a
Wilson,
little bit of that. I might be doing a little
but
bit of
keeping
that.
No,
SETI?
no, Corey, I can understand because if Smalls, can you say that last sentence one time as loud as you can?
Are we throwing away Francis Cress Wilson, but keeping fucking SETI? That's the
The,
question
the,
I'm
the old
No,
setting though, not the new
I don't
setting.
care if
no,
it's
The
the
I
old
old
don't give
setting.
a
And
fuck
you know what?
about
We
I'm
got
not.
to
any
keep
I'm
new
not.
Freddie
setting.
around because he's
I'm definitely
comical.
not.
He's funny,
I
so you
don't
got to
know
keep him
about
around for
Oh
that.
wow.
Hey,
I
so
don't know about this, bro.
like, so the difference. Listen to the difference is though. Francis Cress Welsing is coming off as this is serious business. This is a diagnosis and actual science behind this. Sarah, everybody that walk in, everybody that buys a ticket or clicks in to Sarah Suit Seti's lecture, they know they finna get a gang of propaganda. You know you getting a bunch of propaganda. Initially going in, you know
And
Seti's
some
not
comedy.
coming in. Yeah, and comedy. You're being entertained by
Yeah,
Sarah Suit Seti.
but he
Yeah.
need to
Hold
go
on.
too.
Hold on, because he's also saying we need to strap up. Well, we need to
Yeah,
get our
That's
guns
his
and
opinion. That's it.
so we
He's
can.
not. He ain't saying that's science behind it.
Nah, but he's telling like he's getting people to arm up and do something particularly dangerous, Corey. To a bunch
I
of
ain't heard him
rousing
say
up a
we need
bunch
to
of
strap. Is that
uneducated.
what he's saying nowadays? Because I ain't
He
never
don't
heard
talk
him
like
say
That's
we
the
need
that
to
now.
old.
strap
That
up.
That's the
now.
old.
He don't
That's the
talk. He
old
don't talk
city.
like that now. He's calmed down
That's
quite a
old
bit now.
city.
oh man,
Corey said
I
y'all,
old.
never heard him say we need to arm up though. Sosa. I never heard him say that.
the infection has made it inside of the Discord. I
Wait,
didn't know
y'all
that.
don't see that This is a result. A lot of this shit.
Yo, this is
like
crazy. Then we got to keep Umar 8. Umar Johnson is entertaining. We got to keep him too.
No,
So
Umar
Hold on.
Johnson is just a
Cool.
No,
scammer. He ain't even
no,
in
No,
danger.
Umar
he
I mean, his
Johnson
Steady
danger
takes
is
money trap
because
bullshit.
of our social economic
But
position. That's why
Steady
he's
accept
dangerous.
money, don't he?
y'all don't
Don't
think
Steady take money?
y'all don't think the Cress Wilson pool ball shit was cold? How the
That was
white
cool.
Yeah,
ball, not
I
the
it
liked
was
it.
it was
I actually
charismatic.
liked it.
man,
I liked it, the
that was
pool ball shit.
cold. That was
Yeah, I
cold.
liked it. I can say I liked it, the pool ball shit.
Sosa, you might be. Oh god, I got to separate my argument from y'all.
No, it was good. I liked it, the pool ball thing, but the danger is though, like she's not a Sarah Seti doing that. She's a responsible
No, he's
doctor.
worse. He's worse. He's also worse. You know why? Because
Why?
charismatic leader is the beginning of the cult, and cults ain't good. The people that follow him, the people that like, I
I
remember
don't
we
think
had
they
that
never was in
conversation
a cult. I
about.
don't think
No,
Seti like
listen,
culty though.
listen. When we was talking about Pan Africanism one day, and I said my issue with Pan Africanism is not in it on its face what Pan African is. It's all these different versions of Pan Africanism that you got to try to follow. So I would assume some of the Pan Africanism is good, but then when you pan over to SETI with AR-15s, talking about arm up and shoot if you feel like you
I
in
never
danger and
seen
all of
Seti
that.
do that. I have never
No.
seen
There's a
Seti do that.
picture.
He's
No.
done
There's
it. He's
literally
done it.
a picture
Done it.
of Cyrus Seti standing in front of a group of gentlemen talking with AR-15s, saying "Strap up for
Oh,
your
that's
freedom."
new
Bro.
SETI. That's new SETI right there.
No,
That ain't the
Bro,
old
I
AIM
don't
already.
give a
SETI.
damn.
No, that old city, Corey. I heard
I
Was it
ain't
old
giving
old
a
city say
SETI?
that.
damn.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah,
I promise
Hey,
you, I didn't see
going
that
that's
on
one.
for a
what
day.
made me say, you
If
know
he
what, he
doing that,
crazy.
listen. If he doing that, Sosa, like if old SETI doing that type shit, then yeah, he's very dangerous. Like
Yeah, New
he's
City
more
don't do that
dangerous.
now. Yeah, New City in the comfort of his own home chilling. He ain't quite, he ain't quite like that now. But the old City, yeah.
I think
I
Sosa
never
was the one
seen
who
that
told
in
me
the
about
old
it.
one though.
Yeah, Sosa told me
That's
about it
new to
first.
me.
That's why
That
the
is that's definitely new to me. Like with
Yeah,
the AR, with the
AR-15,
guns and
strap
shit.
up. You got to kill these crackers for your freedom. I heard the whole thing when I was in the PK Discord because they was
Really? Yeah,
yes,
SETI,
strap up.
he always talked about banging on the bees, but he wasn't never talking to
No, he
me.
meant literally. You
I
just
never,
didn't know he
I
meant
never hear it.
you didn't
Yeah,
know he meant literally.
Yeah, he said he
right.
used to say things like revolution ain't gonna always come with blood. That's his main thing. You know what I'm saying? Like revolution comes with blood. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, he's
you won't change. Yeah,
the
Uh,
blood
infection has
still.
I'm
apparently
still
Damn,
not
buddy.
infected
with
Hey,
this
somebody
that
world.
said
rhetoric.
some good in the chat. A nigga said we gotta do Amos Wilson. I ain't ready for this.
Yeah, I
I ain't
said
No,
ready.
Amos
we
I don't
ain't
Wilson.
even
doing
know. I don't
Amos
even know who
Wilson.
he is.
We ain't doing that with Amos Wilson. I'm gonna stop that
Nah.
I
right
don't
now.
even know who he is.
We're
But
gonna
hey,
cut that
logic,
out right
You know who
logic.
now.
Amos
Hey,
Wilson is?
Yeah.
Oh
well,
We
man,
hey,
Amos
can't.
guess
Wilson.
what? You know what that means, Corey?
I think Amos Wilson
Definitely
is
not
solid.
true. So wait, logic.
Nah,
You said you
I
wanted
think
to
Amos
Amos
have the
Wilson
pass.
is
conversation on
solid. I
Wayne
think Amos
Nobles.
Wilson. Yeah, I think he'll pass.
Amos
Move
Wilson
the
solid. Yeah, he'll
power.
pass. He'll pass
You
for
said
Yeah, I
sure.
was
Wayne
gonna say if
Nobles.
you guys
Wait,
do that, then it's time for me to get off this train.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
wait.
if
We
y'all
can
gonna
say
throw Amos
Wade for
Wilson
last.
under the
I think
bus,
he's gonna be
I'm
the
not
best.
fooling with it. I
I
ain't
think
fooling
Amos
with it.
gonna pass. He passed.
Yes.
He's
Stop,
straight.
we got a few vehicles in the parking lot. Everybody ain't the same color. You know what I'm saying?
We can say Wade Nobles for last. I think he's gonna be
Wait
the
a
best.
minute. Well, hold
Couple
on.
I
of us
don't
drove
want to hear
past him.
Wait.
nothing. I
Amos
don't want to hear
Wilson.
y'all say nothing about Amos Wilson.
Okay, well,
Y'all
I'm about
like
to say
no,
something about Amos Wilson. Let me
you
just
better
have a
not.
double check and triple check this. Double check and triple check this source.
You gotta
Nah,
read his
Amos
work,
straight.
bro.
I'm willing to bet he hold up.
Amos
I
Wilson
got
got
money.
Yeah,
I put my
Amos
elbow.
Wilson gonna hold up. He
Yeah,
gonna
he
hold up.
gonna
That's
hold.
what
I
I'm
ain't
gonna
worried
say
He
is
about
gonna
that
it.
you're
hold
gonna
up.
find that even though different side, like a lot of them are tied together, especially if you have some type of black nationalism about you. You know what I'm saying? Because when you think of Cornel West or Henry Louis Gates, you know what I mean? Probably Henry Louis Gates, less so. Cornel West less so, but you don't really associate them with black nationalism. But the people that you do
No,
associate with this type of Pan-African black nationalism, they all rub elbows to some degree.
I never really
You know?
classified Amos like that, like in the
I don't.
black.
Me neither.
You know,
Right.
Yeah,
Well, that's what
I'm
he
gonna
is.
put
He
him in
is.
there. Yeah.
Nah,
He
no, I
is
Which
got
is
though.
you because
why,
He's
y'all defend
which
him.
definitely
is
Y'all
why
wrong.
I
defend him
say
before we even look him
they
up.
worked on the curriculum together. Go ahead.
Who
Yeah,
did?
they was all in on each other's lie. I tell a lie, and I don't tell nobody about your lie. You don't tell nobody about my lie. That's all that is.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
definitely
Amos was
some.
in on that.
It's
Oh,
definitely gonna be. I don't know for sure, but it's definitely gonna be some like like you like Corey, like you said, we ain't finna act up in front of you. Right? All this other stuff, we gonna have these arguments behind. But when we in front of these white
yeah.
folks, we gonna have some type of solidarity.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Some
Now
degree.
that ain't nothing wrong with that per se, right? But when we get in the house, like we definitely got to argue. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
Yeah,
yeah.
we gotta
Like, I
hash it
mean,
up.
No,
we
no, no, no.
definitely got to hash that out.
How do you get a group of credentialed
Oh
experts
yeah, he
together and
definitely
they sit in
he
the
was
room?
racist. He was
They sit in
definitely
the
racist.
room,
And
and what they
pseudo.
come out with is
Ooh, nah,
melanin
Amos,
theory.
nah, I ain't
They
Amos
letting
come
that
out with
Wilson,
go.
all
this
the
is a
stuff that don't
I
quote.
ain't
got no
doing it.
This
evidence.
is a quote. This is a cited quote from Amos Wilson. The black man being the first man to walk this earth, to establish civilizations, to build institutions,
And
governments,
he
and
was in
so
his
forth,
time.
I think is still today
He was in
genetically
his time.
represented in the black child. 9 hours, it says in the same booklet he cites and endorses, 9 hours old, being drawn up in a sitting position, able to prevent its head from falling backward. It takes the European child 6 weeks, showing their inferiority. And a
Yeah, that's
hush
just
goes over the
crazy.
crowd.
Hey,
No,
all
there's
right.
no hush. If you read the Gerber study where he drew that from, then you'll know that it's not necessarily his
Thank
piece.
you,
He was
Mujasi.
drawing meta-analysis from some data that was already there.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah,
Look,
he
you done
did
made
pull that
Chef
out, man.
leave.
So
Now
this came
I'm
from
following
Gerber.
Chef. I'm following
Look up the
Corey. We out
Gerber
of here.
study.
What'd you say, Psycho?
He's
We
saying
done
that
crossed the goddamn line, y'all.
no, hold on,
We
hold on,
done went
no,
across
hold on,
too
let him get
far.
Yeah,
out.
he did get
He's
that.
saying
No, he did
he's
get
saying
that.
that the analysis came from the baby with the head. That he didn't make that up. He's saying that's what he's saying.
So Gerber is racist?
Mujasi, they tried to slick
No, the
us.
study just was
Glad
look,
you
they
Yeah,
had
right.
they tried
studies
to
that would
slick us.
talk
They
about
tried to slick us, Mujasi.
no, they had studies that would say like when they looked, they evaluated stuff like which child
When you
walked
say
first.
Gerber, are you talking about Arnold Gessel?
If
Because
I'm
it
thinking
says not.
Gerber,
It
I'm
says
thinking
It
like
doesn't say
Gerber,
Gerber
a
when you say
baby.
that.
I'm thinking Gerber. I was
Um,
thinking.
Who did he get it from specifically,
Well, Josh,
Mujasi?
what
that's
Jossie
what I'm
tell you?
looking at. I'm looking for it right now because it's in the
I'm
book,
thinking.
Awakening the Natural Genius of the Black Children. And
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I'm saying.
putting it open right now so I can grab the actual study.
Yeah, that's what I'm
See?
saying.
Question: can I ask a question? We realize now that the Grand Inquisitor is not here. That's Sheffrin. The Chief Inquisitor, which is Corey, and Brass. Why you starting this?
Sheffin is the bishop
No,
of
let him
humanity.
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Sheffrin is a Grand Inquisitor. Sheffrin will tear everybody off and down. He started with Queen, the African Queen. Sheffrin started. And Sheffrin started that.
Yeah, we had to get rid of her.
Right? All the junior inquisitors, all you're becoming Negro inquisitors. That's all you're doing here. Stop it.
Negro
I'm a
Inquisitor. I'm
Stop it.
Negro Inquisitor.
Of course you are. You're trying to
I'm
get
just a junior.
and pseudo.
Because we gotta put an end to it because people are still gonna come across this information.
You realize
I'm just a junior inquisitor. So,
So
no,
you're gonna recommend all this stuff to your folks, Stupies, since it ain't what you think it is. You're
no,
gonna be like, hey,
I'm going to instill them with knowledge, but give people the opportunity to be pseudo. You have to give people the opportunity to be pseudo.
Not
but you
Dr.
don't just let them stay pseudo.
I mean, they went through the 80s. I mean, one
You
of
don't let them
them,
stay
we had
pseudo.
30 years. 30 years ain't enough.
You have to give people the opportunity to be pseudo. We cannot be going after all
For
our
how
people.
long though? Forever?
No, your job is to pick nonsense from friends.
Opportunity.
We watch motherfuckers get their medical license and stricken off records, but we can't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
you
trying to
what
figure out
about
why we get a
Um,
grace.
What about this race
Okay.
word, right? Can we
All
afford
right,
to
Junior.
allow
All
people
right,
to be
Junior.
Said, all
racist?
right, Junior Inquisitor.
All right, Chief. The grand is not here.
Hey
All
man,
right.
Hold on,
I
No,
I don't
well,
like
hold
shit
on,
being
no, no,
pedal
no.
off
It
like
says
that.
that. No, no, listen. It
I
says,
want to come back to the study.
no, it says
Go ahead.
Amos Wilson is not primarily pseudo. His core
Yeah.
framework is power based, not melanin, not genetics. He has made pseudo adjacent study moments, biological language about black genius and early infant comparisons, but he is not in the same category as Wilson, Jeffries, or Farrakhan.
Thank
His
you.
core thesis
That's all
is
I wanted.
Yep. I'm
racism
right
is a
there. I
system
stand
for
right there.
maintaining power enforced through schooling, media, law, and psychology. He's mixed, but the things that he teaches are not pseudo.
Was he
So
racist?
Yeah.
they don't call
And
him
so
pseudo. They
he
don't call
has,
him pseudo.
that's the definition of well manicured propaganda. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's what I mean by
Racist.
what you just.
Was he racist?
Nah.
Because y'all they throwing away racist code. Anybody
And
racist, they
it
throwing away
says
over
Wilson's center
space.
of gravity is power. He sometimes uses
No, he
biological
wasn't racist.
language, infant motor comparisons, genetically represented black legacy, but that's fair game to critique. But his entire core argument doesn't build on melanin, nor does he sell theology as
Yeah, it's
science
keep.
like the NOI. So he's not
Yes,
pseudo, but he has
yeah,
pseudo lapses.
yeah, but it's compare. I wish you got to separate it because it's making
I
everything
mean, I
comparable.
have a pseudo
I'm saying,
lapse
what
every
did it say
now and then.
about his commentary? Is his commentary what he said about
I'm
that race?
gonna start a new one. I'm gonna start a
Yeah,
new one
start a new
to
one.
take
So
out the
don't
other
keep.
stuff.
Yeah.
Just for
All
those
right,
who
Chief.
want to look at it within the material, in his book, The Awakening Natural Genius of the Black Child, page 38, he goes into a topic called the Black Child, the sensory motor and brain power. And in that, he analyzes a study that was done by Marcel Gerber in 1956. And he goes into talking about this comparison between children in Kenya, Uganda, and its relationship to African American children. And in that, they used the Gazelle test at Yale University to
Yeah,
measure
that's the guy.
child
So,
development. Yeah, some pieces with that. And so he's analyzing that data and that empirical relationship between what they found in infants in 48 hours after birth. And
yeah.
so it's not necessarily something he did the research himself. He's using a meta-analysis methodology to be able to draw that inference. So the brother was on his stuff. He was studying. He was very
Say a
specific on
lot.
how he drew inferences from the data that he had at that time.
It does say thank you, and the Cassell was the name of the person that came up, not Gerber before. That's probably why the mix up. But it does say that he does use a lot of pseudo commentary, but the difference is that his core argument is that racism, white supremacy is tied to power. So that's their. I'm assuming that must be ChatGPT's hang up about it. But now I want to know this Cassell test. A black
Yeah.
man.
So based on that, he's not claiming a scientific argument.
Well, see, here's the thing about that Gazelle test, and that's why they said it is pseudo. Gazelle's research was outdated and biased. Gazelle's tests were just conducted in the 20s and the 40s with small, non-representative samples. His team used racial categories without controlling for variables like prenatal care, birth weight, nutrition, or maternal health. And modern developmental psychology does not replicate these claims. Amos Wilson used it as racial proof. He implies that the difference is biological, not environmental. He used this to argue Black children have innate genius that the education system suppresses. Lack of contemporary scientific backing. So he said this is like the bell curve. It's like
I'm
the bell
agree.
curve.
You can't really understand him
There's a time when the bell
that
curve
way.
was accepted. So he was using at the information at the time that was accepted. Now it became outdated later.
Oh, what's up, Psycho? I didn't know you was in here.
Peace, what's going on?
You gotta
I
talk a
got
little louder. We can't hear you.
I can hear pretty good.
Speaking of Dr. Amos Wilson, and he talked a lot about racism, white supremacy, and everything. And I'm hearing people say calling Black people racist. I'm just curious to know what definition are we using? Are we using like the basic like Google definition that you just pull up of Webster's or something?
I don't think
I'm glad
Basically
you. I'm
making
glad you're here. We could use
general
some
race.
pushback. We
when
could
you
use
when
some
you
pushback right now.
when you generalize an entire race based on something that's not science or proven, that's racism. But all in your case, I don't think that these people had the ability to enact racism along the lines of the schools, the power, the redlining, and such. So my definition is when you class an entire race as savage, and because of something that isn't proven, and you just passing this off as science, that's racism. That's actually scientific racism. When you say all white people are savage, I mean, and cold because they grew up in cold environments, or they have some fear of white genetic annihilation, and it ain't scientifically proven, that's racism.
Yeah. So you're talking about like science. You're talking about like race realism, so to speak, right?
Explain race realism, so I know
Race
what you mean.
realism
I
is
don't
like
know.
the bell curve, craniology, based on intelligence and everything else. Scientific racism.
If it's not scientifically proven, yeah, especially if you're passing it up. The key word for me, psycho, is that if you're just talking shit, that's one thing. But if you got a doctor in front of your name and you passing this off to unscientific people as science, it's pseudo and racist because you shouldn't class an entire race based on something that's not scientific, because that we're all one race. It's a human race, not a black race, a white race. Black and white is constructs. We're humans. So to separate white people do this because of this and black people do this because of this, even if it's a black person doing it, it's still racism and pseudo. The pseudoscience actually too. So it fits all three.
Yeah. But I view race a little bit different. As far as we all Homo sapiens sapiens, I agree, but it's but if you're talking about behavior patterns amongst the races and everything else, that's all social, right? That's all social economic situations that make people behave a certain type of way. So I don't subscribe to that, but phenotypically though, I definitely subscribe to us being different.
Okay. But even in socioeconomic status, I would agree in regards to you have to take into account somebody's socioeconomic status when we're talking about certain things. But with them, like the Iceman inheritance, the cold environment makes the white people cold and savage, and that explains that. And then the white recessive, you're like all of that. That's when you passing that shit off to unscientific people, you're giving an excuse to white supremacy other than it being, even if you say the words power, inferiority, education, control, finance, and then as a doctor also say, well, scientifically though, they are such and such and such and such because of science, and that isn't actual science. That's pseudo and racism. You can't class an entire people by something that's not scientific, because I mean, and the reason why I separated by people talking shit is that if the average idiot in the conscious community just says it, I almost can ignore it. A doctor saying it to people gives it some kind of credibility because of the doctor, and usually the doctor that's saying it isn't even qualified in that field to say it. Frances Cress Welsing wasn't a biologist or a geneticist. She was a psychiatrist. She could diagnose a dream of one person talking to her. She couldn't diagnose an entire race by anything, any stretch of the imagination, not even in psychiatry.
Yeah. Now,
I
if
don't think
I
that's
say
true.
if I
Oh my God.
my
She
okay,
she has a ability as a psychiatrist, right? Because there's leaning in psychology to make an assessment. She could have put forth a paper just and kept it within her framework, and it would have been fine. And all she would do is had to get the other people to support the other type of argument that they're making. But she can actually lay out that as an argument, and she be well within her.
For an
Uh,
entire race of people.
I mean, race
okay,
is socially constructed. So yes,
No, no,
as a
no.
driving factor, yes,
all right.
yes.
If she cannot, a psychiatrist cannot diagnose a race of people.
No, she
No,
cannot
you can't
literally
diagnose.
diagnose.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying.
I
That's all
agree
I'm
with that.
saying. I'm not going past that.
But if I say something like Asians are short, right? That's a generalized statement. Obviously, you got people like Yao Ming who's 7 foot, but on average, right? On average, they are shorter than most people globally, right? On average, they're shorter people, right? Like, would that be racist?
I don't know. Is that a true thing?
No, that would be stereotypical. But most stereotypes are valid, but it would be a stereotype.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah,
But it
the
wouldn't be
studies will
racist.
tell
You
you that.
know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
studies will tell you that they're shorter on average.
Yeah. But to simply say all Asians are short is a stereotype. You see what I'm saying? Because you
Right,
generalize all
it's a
Asians.
blanket statement,
That's
right?
why
It's a blanket
that's why
statement,
it's a stereotype.
but it's
Yeah.
based on, but it's based on statistical facts.
Right. So like I said, most
But
stereotypes are somewhat valid.
psychiatric diagnoses are made on individuals, not groups. You cannot diagnose millions of people you've never met or examined.
I know it. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I was trying to explain to you. No, you can't literally diagnose because that's not how you would frame it. Because ChatGPT thinking like, how can you diagnose 1 million people? No, I said as a psychiatrist, she would be able to put forth an idea on a socially constructed race, and that would be well within her framework. I didn't say she can diagnose 1 million
You
people.
said she could put forth. I just want to be clear because this is outside, so I can only ask ChatGPT. You said she could put forth a framework of what?
I said she could put a framework or a concept, the drivers for this racial superiority, white supremacy. Would she be the white supremacy or systemic racism? That would be well within her framework.
So as a
You don't have
psychiatrist,
to go.
she can put forth. Hold on. She could put forth a framework or a concept for racial superiority. I just want to be clear because you could be right. I just want to check it.
For a driver. For a driver.
He's
For a
saying
driver.
be scrutinized.
Yeah, like she could put forth something in a journal. She's an expert in the field. Like she has the ability to do it. Like any MD can do it.
So let me ask you,
like
does this make
you
sense?
can't
Let me
cross
ask you, does this make sense? Let me ask you, does this make sense? Just deal with this the answer. No. As a legitimate psychiatric framework, not as a legitimate, I said as a psychiatric, no, not as a legitimate psychiatric framework. A psychiatrist can analyze individual or group behavior patterns and propose theories about why people act the way they do, but they cannot create a scientific framework that declares one race superior or pathologizes another race. Last thing, real quick. Psychiatry can study behavior, but not racial superiority. A psychiatrist can create a conceptual model about how racism affects mental health or how fears can drive prejudice, but they cannot scientifically rank races or say this race is superior or inferior. It violates the principles of evidence-based psychiatry and ethics.
Right, and
Is
I'm
that
saying
correct?
that what I'm saying is what you said about the latter. That's what I agree with.
Now, what if I said that white people in this country feel like it's their country? Would that be a racist statement, or would it be inaccurate?
It'd be stereotypical.
Would it be inaccurate?
No, it probably wouldn't be inaccurate.
Black people feel like it's their country, but you can't be talking about everybody as a whole because
When they say
that it's all.
I would say most black people don't feel that way.
On average, I
wouldn't make that statement. I don't believe that.
You think most black people feel like this is their country in this country?
I think most black people.
When he's making that statement, y'all got to understand he's talking about on average. He's not making an absolute statement.
I'm not making a broad sweeping statement like, I'm not talking absolute.
No, it says it's not racism in the same. It said no, not in the same way systemic racism is prejudice, power, often institutionalized. Saying white people feel like this is their country is an observation about a power dynamic, not a belief that white people are inferior or deserving of harm. It's not advocating. It says, is this a fair assessment? Yes, as long as it's about systems and culture, not every individual white person. And here's why. It says because historically, the 1790 U.S. founding law, 1790 Naturalization Act, explicitly made citizenship white only. Housing, schools, politics have been shaped by exclusionary practices. That legacy still shows up today. So it says you would phrase it as it's not racist to point out a dynamic where the dominant group has historically passed laws and felt ownership over the nation. But you have to frame it carefully, grounded in history, not psychology. So it doesn't sound like a blanket accusation against every white individual. So that's similar to like the Constitution. We weren't, remember, there was a time we weren't human. We weren't considered human. So in this country, they definitely felt like it was their country. And if you go back to certain statements, you could easily make America great again. Go back to a time when we weren't human. So I can understand that, but that would be based in history, not a psychiatric diagnosis. I don't think white babies are born thinking it's their country.
No. They socially programmed to believe that.
Right.
So yeah, definitely, that's definitely socially programming. But I do believe they feel that way though.
Grounded in history, I wouldn't argue with you, but not grounded in psychology, and they don't have a gene or a recessive trait that makes them believe it. The fact, I don't think
I
there's
wouldn't
any.
say they inherently feel like. Yeah, I wouldn't say they inherently is born feeling like this day country. They don't even understand what a country is. So yeah.
But did you hear Psycho? Yeah, but did you hear what I read about Edwin A. Ross though? Psycho?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
He wrote race suicide, right? In race suicide, he's speaking about the same type of things. A need to protect white superiority and whiteness, and the fear that immigration would lead to a dilution or an erasure of what he called the old white, that Anglo-Saxon Protestant, right? So he espoused different things that would to inform policies to ensure or to protect that whiteness, right? And reaching so far out as to Theodore Roosevelt saying, race suicide is the most concerning thing to civilization.
Yeah. Yeah. Who wrote this? You said
Edwin Ross. He was a sociologist in the early 1900s.
Mm-hmm. He was white.
Yeah.
He was talking about white. So he was talking about white genocide for the most part.
That's why I brought him up, because he was espousing a fear of genetic annihilation. To be quite frank,
that. Yeah, they
you know what I'm saying?
That's what beating down Roe v. Wade was all about. They fear white genocide or whatever. But yeah, I definitely feel like people can't get quote unquote bred out, so to speak. Look no further than Native Americans. This can happen. So that's a legit fear.
Hey, I think that same guy has something to do with the heritage. What's his name again? Edwin what?
Edward Ross.
Edward Ross. Just for some clarity, I understand that the Heritage Foundation is the one that funds a lot of that. A lot of the they're a big lobby, so they push those things through the legislative branch.
And then right behind him, let me put this out there too. And then right behind him is when, if you hear Frances Cress Welsing talk in that video, you get the guy Ben J. Wattenberg writing and doing her time. He talks about, it's called the birth death. You know what I'm saying? He's basically piggybacking off of race suicide from Edward Ross to some degree. Go ahead.
When we talking about Roe v. Wade, and I just want to have clarity. I respect Psycho's opinion, but Roe v. Wade is more not about that's more of a personal thing rather than population control. I'm just telling you what's on the books. People can believe whatever they want, but Roe v. Wade by itself that's individuals and their reproductive choices. So I mean, you could put it out.
Yeah,
Christian
Y'all better think.
nationalists were the
I'm
main
not
ones
telling you
that.
what to believe. I'm
No,
just telling
let's talk
you
about it. Let's
what's
just
on the
talk about it.
no. But before, let's be careful. Roe v. Wade is one of them YouTube conversations you got to be careful about. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all can go forward.
People
we
agree
gotta,
with
we
it.
gotta be focused.
Most
You got
religious people agree
Roe
with
v. Wade.
Yeah,
it. They just don't know it.
Christian nationalists were the main ones pushing for this for decades.
Right.
Right? Like this
And
this
here it
ain't
is
something
found
that
it.
popped up out the clip. Yeah, they never was on board with this, right? But white nationalists actually started picking up on this as well, and this is when it started gaining momentum because they was like the Christian nationalists. They was more concerned about going against the scriptures. This is against God, whatever. The white nationalists who actually put even more legs behind this, and they're the ones who actually got it pushed, through the door, was their fear of white genocide. It's a legit fear. That's why they get this. That's what it's all about: getting these Mexicans out of here, getting these black people under control, start having more babies, more white babies per se.
And bring it in more white immigrants who fit that bill.
Yeah,
Like some Sweden and stuff.
All right. Let's
Don
move on to
Trump
something
said,
else.
"Why ain't we got?
Jews,
Why ain't
not
we get more
Jews.
immigrants?"
Yeah. I'm trying to protect the channel though. This ain't Chef Channel ain't my
I mean,
channel.
we said more wild stuff than this. This ain't even.
No, not this. There's certain topics that are taboo on YouTube. This is one of them.
And
That's
we've
all
had
I'm
a
gonna say.
I missed it.
a major abortion. Like, this ain't even. This
Oh, the Roe v. Wade shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Man, we don't win. We don't win all the way.
Yeah, I know.
All the way.
Y'all crazy on y'all channels, not on Chef.
On Mother's Day. You talking about?
Yeah, on y'all channels, on y'all shit. This Chef shit. Just protect his shit.
Yeah.
So
But
we talk about whatever. Just something
I
else.
think we can have the conversation responsibly.
Yeah, I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
Yeah. But yeah,
Chef
you
ain't
got
scared of these white
to
folks.
look into, like, when you're looking at that the whole Roe v. Wade and things, like when you want to go back like decades, and when you want to look at the money behind it, the Heritage Foundation is a good starting point.
Hey, Psycho, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Let me ask you a question because I think you missed a lot of the preliminary conversations on how we got here, right? But how do you feel about is there such a thing as a healthy dose of racism? I gotta look around the corner. I'm at work.
What? A healthy
You
dose.
about to get fired at work.
Yeah, I'm about to say you should have said that a little more quieter, my boy.
Right. I had to look around and say, wait a
Huh?
minute.
Ears
He
gonna
said
start perking up.
yeah, them ears are like, hold.
Your
Yeah,
ass
Actually,
about to
yes,
perk
there
up.
is, sir. Get your ass out of here.
Actually, sir,
Yeah,
read your
HR gonna
email.
be
HR
giving
would
you a
like
call
to
later
see
on.
Yeah, HR just
You know
reached
that.
out to you. Get your black ass out of here.
Yeah.
I'm about to give you a healthy
This
dose right
nigga
now.
said, y'all can't believe you
Oh, you want a
somewhere
healthy
whispering.
dose, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
watch this.
He said this nigga somewhere whispering all this bullshit at work. You gonna get fired, man. Trust me.
I got to.
They
I
on the
can't. I
company
can't say
phone.
this stuff out loud in real life.
Elijah,
Yes.
Elijah, put your phone on speaker real quick.
Yeah. Hell no.
Bill Whitey, nigga.
No sir. I know better.
You said a healthy
Go
dose of
ahead.
what?
Of racism.
A healthy dose. Oh, okay. Kind of what Corey was talking about right around time I came up here.
Mhm.
SETI and all that. What I would say yes, based off what people are calling racism. Because what a lot of people are calling racism, I just call pride. I think I think we have a lack of pride in our community. I think this is why a lot of these ideologies take off and run amok because of the lack of pride we have.
Okay.
Whenever I discuss pride, a lot of times it gets called racism. So that's why I was asking about the definitions and everything, because everybody got their own definitions of what racism is and everything. It gets a little bit confusing sometimes because there's a thin line between pride and racism, right?
Right.
But a lot of times people will muddy the waters and make everything racism. But if you're talking about pride, yeah, there's definitely a healthy dose. I think we need more of it. I don't think we ever have enough pride.
That
If
was a
you had,
fantastic
so
answer.
let me ask you a question.
Fantastic.
So in that same vein, if racism we would agree is a sickness, and I gave you teaspoons of water and said a whole bunch of stuff to make you feel good, and then you eventually died, but you felt better, did I actually help you?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
So what Wilson was
I'm not. I'm
doing,
not into like, feel good stories. I know is an issue, and that's what y'all was pretty much getting at with the pseudo information, because that's pretty much what that is. Feel good stories. Scholars kind of running them up because they was caught up in trying to get black people pride, because trying to get black people to love themselves, right? That's what the whole Black Power movement. Well, not the whole Black Power movement. The cultural part of the Black Power movement was all about getting us to show pride in ourselves, get in tune with who we really are. This is when we started to get the name changes. This is when we started getting more Maliks and Tariqs into the neighborhood. The Hakeems and stuff started popping up in the neighborhood now.
Who's the Malik? Who's the Malik?
That's a good thing right there. I never really peeped that. That's
Who's the Malik?
Yeah.
But
You said
I know I'm saying
Malik.
I've seen it in my family, like
I'm just talking
when
about
we
the
started
names.
getting
The
more
names of the babies
more
and
like
everything
eclectic
started changing.
names and shit.
Yeah, like you didn't like before that. You had Johns and
Exactly.
Bills and stuff like that, and then the 60s and 70s came around. The names started changing. That's your friends. You grew up around, like I said, people named Malik, Tariq, Hakeem, stuff like that, right? So this is all direct response to the Black Power movement, the cultural side. Saying we need to do things. Change. See, name changes. You had a lot of that. You had cultural things like I said, the 70s we had beads and everything all over the place that you had to walk through. We didn't have doors. There was a lot of people replaced their doors with African beads and stuff. Black Panther symbols all over the place, and this, that, and the third. A lot of people throwing the fist up. Listen to the music. Music alone in the 70s was all about cultural pride, so to speak. A big difference between the 80s, where everybody was just pretty much caught up with trying to be a pop star. If you go back and listen to the 70s, it was way more about cultural pride. And that's, again, direct response to the black nationalist cultural side of things. So I thought that was a good thing myself. I thought when we got away from that, that's when we started becoming more naturalized in this country, and we started kind of getting away from this blackness altogether. It became a joke, right? That's when the whole quote unquote Hotep joke started to happen, right? That's when everything started becoming kind of clownish, Living Color and all that, doing these skits and everything, which was hilarious, by the way. But I also think it did disservice to what was going on at the time. Because at that time, we was all in the middle of supporting apartheid, wearing the black medallions, everything else. It was a new resurgence of pride in the late 80s, early 90s. With the conscious hip
EPMD
hop
and them.
movement and all that. And yeah. But right around, I want to say 93, it changed. And that's when all that went out the window and kind of like it became a mockery. And
well, so
kind of
Psycho,
lost a
let me
lot of
ask
pride since then, to me.
But Psycho, we got a lot of truthful and factual things that we could be proud of. We don't need melanin theory to be proud. We don't need color confrontation. We don't need pool balls. We don't need untested scientific stuff from black doctors giving us some fake kind of pride. And then when you do the fake stuff, here's the danger in the fake stuff. When you start explaining white supremacy as anything other than law, health, power, inferiority, and education, you make it where it's almost impossible to fight. You make it where it's like you can't no, we can't do this through law. We can't
we're
do
ill
this through
equipped with
something
it.
like that. It's like, how can we beat it? It ain't through the education. Don't look at it's not the education and this, that, and the other. It's this gene. And they're just savage. And you make white supremacy something other than what it actually is. And we don't need the black doctors fucking up the argument, because when we do go for the change, when we go for the change, or we go to actually fight it, Psycho. Like, listen, you're a sensible person. Like, you're somebody, and sometimes I gotta remember that when I'm talking to Sosa and these people. I don't think we always put ourselves in the shoes of unscientific, damn near uneducated people. They don't know the difference between a doctor of psychiatry. They just think a doctor could just talk about whatever the hell they want and they qualified. But when they're making it, when a black doctor is making excuses for white supremacy that ain't real and ain't backed in no kind of science, and she's not even qualified to have the conversation, she's actually fucking up our fight against white supremacy, the actual white supremacy, with this
I,
fake ass pride.
I actually agree with you. Like I say it all the time. We have to get away from a lot of this old pseudo information that our quote unquote ancestors, elders was putting out there. We have to stop with the elder worship, right? Like they did what they did in their time, and they used a lot of them. I don't feel like they all was pseudo. I think a lot of them was just mistaken, right? They worked with what they had at that time. They thought they was being revolutionary, and it come to find out history, as history went on, it didn't age well, right? So, but that's for us to change, right? That's for us to change that information and move they works forward, and everything else is that third. But as long as we holding on to this misinformation, and because we kind of got them up on this pedestal, and nothing they said was wrong, and if you criticize them in any kind of way, somehow or another you being disrespectful, is crazy to me. Because no, it's about getting the right information. Like if I sat up here and I wrote a book, it became a bestseller, right? Won all types of awards, everything else, whatever the case may be. Black community loves me, whatever the case may be. Whoop-de-whoop, they put me on the pedestal. 100 years from now, it comes out that everything I said was bullshit. Everything I said was cap. It was misinformation here, misinformation there, everything, this, and the third. I would want those people 100 years from now to correct me. I would want them to give my people the right information so they can move forward and not be stuck 100 years in the past because somebody that they worship said it, and i.e. it must be correct. But the mentality in this community is a little bit off. They feel like we just supposed to roll with the bad information because these people said it and they put them on a pedestal, and that's an issue. Like it's about getting the right information. So no, I'm not into the feel good stories. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, I've caught in heat in the past for criticizing her and her pseudo information. She has a lot of it. Like you said, she's a psychologist. She's not a historian. She's not a biologist. She's not any of these things, but somehow or another she gets to rewrite history and give her own scientific theories, and everybody props it up because she's Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she was on Phil Donahue, and she cooked the white boy. Like this, we got to get over this.
I agree with that also.
Well
Can I
said.
add? Yeah, let me
Well
add? Yeah, that
said.
was what's up. Let me add something to what you said too. If I was that person who wrote that book, and it came out 100 years later or so that I was wrong, I would. I mean, of course, since I'm dead, but even if they were to resurrect me and ask me, I would absolutely suggest if it comes down to progress, if the next group finds it beneficial to completely throw me away in the name of progress, I would have to be on board because my goal was progress. Like, you know what I'm saying? So if my goal got to supersede all ego at that point, so like that would be me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel as if I feel as if what they were doing was genuine, and since what we're doing is genuine, they shouldn't have a problem. If we are seeing a way to construct a better outcome by removing them, right? We both still have the same goals. I just made it easier for me to achieve mine because one of the things that it's making it difficult is having to unwind all the shit that you said. So let me give myself a clean slate.
And they're also saying that she doesn't have as much effect. And now that's being said so much that I'm starting to think maybe you don't realize it. So I looked it up, and I'm gonna concur with this. Y'all stop me when you disagree. So it says that she's had no real effect or ignores a ton of visible impact. There's language and framing that she stated that we still say today, and they accredit her. Genetic annihilation, recessive whiteness, melanin power, and color confrontation were not mainstream conversations before her, but now circulates widely in barbershops, groups, prisons, online conscious spaces, and quotes. Direct intellectual lineage. Umar Johnson, Booker T. Coleman, Kaba Hiawatha Khomeini, Booker T. Coleman, parts of the conscious community cite or echo her claims. These things go out to millions of people who then recite it as if it was a scientific fact, as a white supremacy as a biological survival strategy. Media and documentaries, hidden colors, VHS, DVDs, YouTube uploads have amplified her ideas to millions. Her framing, attitudes towards relationships, her framings help normalize suspicion of interracial dating, marriage in a lot of circles in the Black community. Therapy and health beliefs, her stance that racism is rooted in white biology feeds the distrust of white institutions, including medicine and mental health. Homophobia dressed as theory. She argued that homosexuality among Black men was encouraged by white supremacy to prevent Black reproduction. That idea gave pseudo intellectual cover to Black people in regards to homophobia in our communities. Two more. Campus and community study groups. From 1990s onward, the ISIS papers was a staple in Black student unions, community reading groups, and prison libraries. It influenced how problems are explained, biology, melanin, versus how they're solved, policy and resources. And the last one, even her critics debate her. So if there's no real effects means no bill in Congress, sure. But if her ideas reshaped how millions explain racism, sex, and power, and that changes choices, families, and care, that's impact. So she definitely had an impact. I'm not gonna, and that's the thing. Her legacy is being critiqued mainly because she was a doctor. We had a 2-minute conversation on Neely Fuller. That was easy.
Yeah, listen.
But the fact that she,
I'm back.
but the fact, okay, but
That's
the fact that she was
ChatGPT opinion. That's ChatGPT.
okay, that's not. But I agree with it. That's
And you
already.
agree with ChatGPT? Yes.
I agree with that. I don't agree with everything ChatGPT says. I agree with that. I agree that it's been amplified to millions.
Yeah, I want to talk about
that. Okay, so the last thing, my last point is, I'm not minimizing her education. I think when everybody keeps saying that this medical doctor during the time couldn't make a medical sound decision on what to tout as science or not, I think y'all are now disrespecting this lady because she knew. To say that she didn't know better is a bad argument. That's a bad argument, specifically to her. But y'all can have at that argument that she had no effect.
I'm past,
and her degree had nothing to do with it. That's wild.
I'm past the Francis Cress Weldon. I feel like at this point, whatever everybody said, you've already said. Whoever gonna agree, agree. Whoever don't agree, don't agree. I don't think no opinions at this point gonna be shifting towards Francis Cress was. You know what I'm saying? I think
I'm not
everybody's
trying to
ready
shift them. Yeah, I'm not trying to shift them.
And yeah, I more want to see how y'all do the others. that was, you know what I mean? That's I'm more interested in that now.
Well, I'm clear on Leonard Jeffries.
You've already got
clear on Leonard Jeffries. Racist and pseudo.
Yeah, like I think another better question is too, like, because y'all keep like I don't harp on racist ideas at a certain time period. And I think that's also what's running what's running interference in concepts and where we are. Like that's why I kept saying, like, I'm not going to treat the victim the same way I do the abuser. So I don't expect, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we got MLK and others. Great. But that don't negate that there were so many other people that got damaged due to that shit. So if they spew some so if they had a little racist idea, racial attitude, it's all in the game. I get it. I ain't saying it makes it right. I understand. And I don't minimize it. But I'm saying I don't put that on equal footing. So that's what I'm saying. The fact that somebody had a little some racial ideas, I'm not really swayed by that. So I want to see if there's I know how you feel, but I wonder how other people feel about that concept.
Well, I mean, I know, like I said, it was good intentions in a lot of this stuff, right? I would say most of it was good intentions. I don't feel like they was like today's grifters or whatever the case may be that just out there just trying to get super chat money and everything else. I don't put them in that bag, right? Like they literally was trying to find some information that that was they thought was prevalent, that was quote unquote hidden, so to speak. They kind of really believed that. And so they was trying to and again instill some black pride into the community. So it was all done in good intentions, but at some point, when do we correct the wrong information? Like, do we just
I
keep
think
doing this? Like,
no, I think we always do. That's why we used to say, like, okay, people have asserted them. I could there, yeah, that we can say they're pseudo, but the more responsibility lies on the people in 2025 that's still using those types of work. It's 2025. You know what I'm saying? Internet, Wi-Fi, Chat GPT, there's so many ways to get to it and be correct. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? You don't need to go back, 60 years and start trying to build on information 60 years ago as your at the forefront of your knowledge. That's insane to me.
See, I
Even
kind of think that we do, right?
So are we
Because
under the
the
belief? Oh, my bad, Logic. Go ahead.
because like those people are the author of these thought processes, right? And if you don't get to like the actual root of where the conversation comes from, you could talk to polite all day, you know what I'm saying? But if you don't stomp out like the idea, you just stomping out polite, and the idea is still floating.
in
Yeah, but we can only
context.
I know Sad wanted to say something, but you want to say something, Sad?
Go ahead, Seth.
No, I was just curious if people are under the impression that just because they don't know Frances Quest Wilson by name, that people aren't aware of the shit that she put out here. Are
Great
we
point.
saying that?
Great
I just
point.
No,
want to
no,
know.
no,
Great
no. I
point.
mean, no, we aware of that, right? But I'm saying like that's
But it's
what
not
my argument
alarming.
that yeah, it is
It's not
alarming.
alarming that people
I
can't
think it's
don't even
I
know
think
where
it's
this
more.
idea started from, but they are fully aware, have adopted the idea to some degree. That's
Right,
not
I get
alarming
it,
at
but if
all.
you if you and if you bury
Mm.
that person, how do they even find out where the idea?
We don't
You
let
know
the
what I'm saying?
idea keep going.
The idea is going to keep going because we can't determine who. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
we
the idea
can't.
keeps going because you don't have enough of this counteraction to the thousands and millions of views I've seen on videos of people spewing the shit today in 2025. Like y'all like to say, I can show you, demonstrate it. There's
Yeah,
plenty.
but
I
I
got
mean, you know,
friends that I meet now that are still spewing it.
right? Because most of the world is unscientific,
Okay, but that doesn't mean
right?
you let them
So
be.
what we,
what do
yeah, I'm
we?
saying
Are we
no. What I'm
saying that we
saying is
just
that
allow
no.
this?
What I'm saying is that
Allow people to
the
just
the
continue
pseudo.
on being wrong?
No, what I'm saying is the pseudoism are always out.
Yes, and that's why we
Or the,
have these discussions and methods to counteract this because we see how dangerous it could potentially
no, I
be.
get it, I get it. But that's why when I came into it, my thing was, yo, leave all them in the past. If we're gonna build some information, let's build our information off the frontier stuff, right? Relevant work. I'm saying we got
Right.
historians of today
But
But
that
we're
we can use.
talking to people that
but
still
Sosa,
believe
how
the
do you
stuff that
do
she
that though,
believes.
Sosa?
You can't do
When we
that.
accept
How you
when we
We
take
push
the
can't
the
even
real
move
ideas of
past
other
information?
this.
people?
Yeah, how
Yeah,
do
yeah.
what
So
so
Yeah,
one at
what
a
like how
so
you
time,
One
one
at
at
a
take
a
the
time.
time.
ideas of other
As soon
people?
as we try to push the real information, people come around and say, no, that's not what Dr. Francis West Wilson said. That's not what
And
Dr.
even
John
if they
Henry
don't
Clark
say
said.
Dr. Francis Cus
That's
Wilson
not what
said,
Dr.
they
Ben
gonna say
said.
that's not what
And,
Dr.
and
Ben,
so now we got
Dr.
to
John
argue. So
Henry
now we got
Clark,
to
they
argue
start
the
quoting all
information.
these people.
Yeah, I'll go to the same time.
No,
I
my
think
fault.
I
They
kind of
start
get the
quoting
gist
all
of
these
it.
people.
I
And
get it.
here,
So what?
even if you
Okay, so
remove
here
the
we are
person,
now. Here
the
we are
idea
now
is
doing it.
shit.
Like here we are now critiquing the whole work. We went through everything she done. Now what do? We just keep doing it?
No,
What
we
do we
just
do?
having
How do we move? How do we
no.
move?
Well,
You know what I'm
no,
saying?
there's a
Like,
reason. Hold on. There's a reason why we keep doing it because then you just said don't go back 60 years and make it the forefront of the argument. Just because there's context of 60 years ago, it don't mean that it wasn't what it was. And the
no, that's not
people,
what I'm
here's the thing.
saying.
Hold on. Last question. I'm gonna be quick.
Yeah, but that's not
I'm
what I'm saying.
no, I'm not. And let me take that back. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. Some of this is because while I'm running the show and I'm talking to the brothers in here who have some grounding, some scientific grounding. We ain't scientists, but some scientific grounding and some kind of level of even recognizing our own biases. I'm listening for the past 4 days and said, you can confirm this or tell me I'm lying. There are people in the chat right now that believe this stuff fully. Not the pseudo part, not the this. They're literally telling us that we're crazy for saying it's pseudo. So here's the thing: when you're talking to these people about these new concepts in 2025, this, that, and the other, you have to address their biases. You have to address the pseudoism because they won't be able. They're a full cup. They won't be able to receive anything because their cup is full with this bullshit. So you
Listen,
gotta
the
address that stuff.
people, those people in the chat that still have the idea, still holding on to it, they're going to be stuck where they are. My point is that in 2025, this is what I'm talking about, right? I have a daughter, right? I'm not raising my daughter on Francis Cress Wilson. I'm not going
But in
back
the
that
event, but
far.
in the event she has
But,
encountered it
but
in the
hold,
future, how will you frame that to
yeah.
her?
In the event I counted, yeah, do I get in the future? But I know the history. I can break it down to say, no, listen, no, that's not the way to go. Here's what went on. This is this time. She made those statements here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff is based in Afrocentrism, going against Afrocentrism and Eurocentric thought, right? And a lot of
All right.
bad ideas came out of that shit. A lot of racist rhetoric, so I can explain that to her, and I'm gonna push her,
Okay,
usher her out
cool.
of that BS into some real scientific stuff that's within her time frame. Like she should not
Got it.
be.
But let's
She's
say
born in
she
2000.
encounters
Listen,
it
she's born
not
in
from Crest
2011. She's born in 2011. I hope she should not even know who Dr. B. And I'm thinking like there should be a point to where that's just what it is. And if we don't, right, once we get to the point we don't talk about, like this is the most exposure Francis Cress Wilson's got. And
Why
I've never
y'all
sprayed.
keep saying that when we talking to people who still believe her shit, whether they know it came from her or not? Because there's some
No,
random
what I'm
Instagram
talking about,
video circulating that your daughter may pick it up from. She may not never know Chris Wilson's name, but she may pick
what I'm
this up
talking
because
about in terms of this community, in terms of shows, in terms of saying the name, Francis Cress Wilson. This hasn't been done. And probably since Hidden Colors, bro. We don't have no shows, but I haven't seen something that might be a show. Like this is the most she's been talked about this
But on
long.
them same but on them
I
same
can't believe
shows,
we
but on
seeing
them
it
same
still have
shows,
it's rearing its head today.
yeah,
Something that
on
comes
them
from
same
60 years
shows,
ago, and we acting like this shit is just like, oh yeah, it's just
yeah.
back then. No, it's right now.
It's
It's
niche.
right
It's
now.
niche.
It's not
Even
as niche as you
if
think.
hold on,
Just because they
even
can't
if,
name the folks, it's
but
niche when
even
you
if
get to be
they're
like,
not,
oh, I
yeah,
know where these ideas came from.
even if they're not talking
However, these
about
niche
Princess,
ideas
go
have
ahead.
spread, bro. They've grown legs to the fact
One
that
thing
No,
that
no,
it can
no.
majority of us have
this is
have
wild.
walked
You
our
know,
way
we're
back
being
into
very
the community.
hypocritical here. We're being very hypocritical here. And this is why I'm saying we're being very hypocritical. I've dropped out of more school than anybody inside here. And I've got accepted in more school than anybody inside here. Don't let me start the list from medicine to pharmacy to everything. I was a brilliant child, but I don't give a fuck. Right? But one thing I've learned when I'm going to school is that we have all been introduced to theories that are no longer accepted. Before the germ theory, there was an environmental theory when it comes to the spread of diseases. We mention them in passing, but we don't dwell on them, right? There are other theories that were mentioned in passing, and we don't dwell on them. We say, well, these people were misinformed. We don't throw them under the bus. We don't discard them. We just say these theories were misinformed. And many of these theories were from racist white men. And when you go to class, this teacher still mentioned them. But when I heard somebody say, I want to eliminate her totally from history, that's a
Who
line
said
too
that?
far. Somebody said, well, nobody going to know who she is
That's not
or
even
who she
possible.
was.
Can eliminate
Basically,
no one
that's
from
what no,
history. That's not what anyone's saying. We're challenging the
no.
ideas that
Let
still
me
exist.
stop for a
You
second
may not
because
have
you
said
hear
it.
what you don't
You may not
listen.
have said it. You may not have said it, but somebody else might have said it. Watch it.
He's
Somebody
applying
said
it to the group.
somebody said they wanted her totally forgotten. It's the same thing. Stop it, man. If you listen,
I mean,
you'd
if you
have heard
say
that.
you, when you say you, it's the same thing as
It
y'all.
wasn't you
Like
who said it. It wasn't you who said it, but somebody on the
I
panel
said it
said
was
it.
said. You said it to the group, though. Go ahead, Stu, please.
Right. So when you look at it, other people in passing get mentioned. Pseudoscience always exists and they always get mentioned and debunked in classes. Everybody who do a college course of any significance has been introduced to that. And so that's the way people thought. She might have been wrong with her approach, but we're not going to forget her because she was a fighter. I'm not going to forget
You're not
my
about to
freedom
leave, huh?
fighters. If you want to forget your fighters, you can go ahead. But I'm not going to forget my freedom fighters, and you have to call her that. Continue.
So can I introduce another name?
Go ahead.
What about the wonderful Dr. Naeem Akbar?
Now you got Mujasi got up.
I don't know. I don't know him.
You don't know.
I'm not familiar with all his stuff. I know who he is, but I'm not familiar with most of his views.
Somebody
Yeah, you
that's
got
familiar with him, would you be honest, or without the reverence, can you remove him from your feelings about him, your emotions, and just say what he is? I
Don't know
know him.
much about him, but I think he's closer to the in crowd than
if you don't know
than
him,
than Amos Wilson is. He like really rolled with them, like Amos Wilson.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Amos Wilson like a hotep or nothing like that, or whatever the case may be.
No, and they didn't either. They basically, it says he uses that rhetoric very, very minimal compared to his core beliefs that he espouses more than anything.
What you will see with Naeem
Amos Wilson
Akbar
is,
is
I
that
would
his
suggest
methodology in terms of psychology is that he tries to ground his work in principles of psychology. So in his book, Community of Self, it really don't have a whole lot of like Black focus or Afrocentric stuff. It's more so like a summation of his dissertation that he submitted, which was real dope. When you go into psychological change and images of slavery, he's breaking down some of these patterns and tropes that he's assessed in terms of habituations of character and personalities that he believe are images or retentions from slavery. Is it grounded in empirical data? I don't think so, but he's making a theory and he's making an argument. In his book, Visions for Black Men, he's really just breaking down kind of like some key concepts in the progress of understanding male mentality, boy mentality, and the concepts of what it means to be an African American man. And it's in that pivotal work that he launched in 1991 where you could see more of his work leaning towards, well, I would say psychological images and chains of slavery as well, too, where he's focusing more on the reality of Black folks, our psychology, particularly men. In some circles, he's classified as one of the foundational theorists around Black male studies, along with a few other people. But it's when he gets into like light of the world and he's going into the whole Egyptology stuff is when he lost me a little bit, because he started talking about the concept of the Saku, which is he believes is an early principle of the foundational kind of spiritual foundation of where psychology come from. During this time, he was like an influential scholar and researcher within ABSI, which is what me and Logic was talking about yesterday. So you'll see him employing some theoretical language and concepts that are centered around African psychology and Afrocentric thought that isn't entirely grounded empirical data. But when you look at some of his other concepts where he's diagnosing different parts of the self, disassociation, self-identity, and pieces like that, those are real pieces that he pulled from foundational psychological models that, you know, are based on his training. Now, it's up to y'all to evaluate whether y'all want to classify him as
He's
pseudo
a
or not.
he's a racist in the pseudo. Yeah.
Yeah, based on y'all definition, y'all might say he's a
Yeah.
racist.
A
Not
racist?
necessarily mine.
Yeah, he's
I'm
a
having a
racist.
hard
Yeah.
time. I'm having a hard time
Yeah.
understanding
Let me
how
land
you
here.
can
Let me land
and
here real
also
quick.
too, like
Let me land here
that's
real quick. I just want to land real quick because I'm gonna throw a quote in there. I don't classify him as a racist at all. I subscribe to a lot of his work.
hold
Let
on,
me
let him
finish
finish, Brad.
that.
Let him
Let me
finish.
land because I got to jump off. But
Okay.
I always bring him up because I elevate the concept of his excellence versus perfection model. And I'm going to throw a quote into the Discord real quick where I extract that from, which is from his 1991 version of his Visions for a Black Man on page 65. So I would say, I know we tend to lean towards the chat and the AI to kind of give us a good analysis, but open up the books, open up the material, because I think there's going to be a little bit more you'll draw from their readings versus kind of using a summation that's coming from something else. And I'll land there. Appreciate y'all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me let Sister Sava get her
She
before we
asked the
read.
question.
before you read how ratchet he is,
I didn't
despicable,
say racist. I don't pronounce ratchet as
rancid,
racist. He's
rancid.
racist.
Go ahead,
But
Sister.
go ahead, Sister Star. Yeah.
I agree with everything that the brother who just spoke said. I believe that
Exactly.
his in his area of expertise, he was very sound scientifically,
Nope.
except for some of the I think the whole Kemet thing, everybody was maybe jumping on that bandwagon or trying to implement that here and there and wherever. But I'm having a problem with you guys constantly using the word racist
Yeah.
for some of
Sounds
these
about
people.
right.
I'm not sure.
So you got to
Excuse
realize
me.
some of us, you know what I'm saying? Because brass is like brass respond to racism, so there's a bunch of us in there. So not everybody might not have the same, concept of it. I don't
Yeah.
agree
Oh,
with
okay. I was just wondering. I thought maybe it was just me. So if you
Racial.
look up the definition of racism, I'm trying to
Mhm.
understand how we're applying that to how would you apply that to somebody like Dr. Akbar?
Okay. Naeem Akbar's framework is racial essentialism. He assigns fixed psychological and moral traits to entire racial groups. It's racism. The African personality is spiritual, communal, and intuitive. The European personality is materialistic, individualistic, and analytical. That assigns an innate trait to entire races. Racial essentialism is a core feature of racism. So if you assign a trait to an entire race with no scientific data, you're just saying it. You're just saying this whole race is this. That's racism. Now, I don't care if y'all like him. I don't care if y'all, I'm trying to be as clear as possible. The alien self disorder, none of this is science. And here's another part. I'm starting to believe logic is true. He's another goddamn academically qualified psychologist doing all this shit. All these psychologists and all these psychiatrists that don't stay in their lane, they don't use science, they talk as scientists that dabble in biology, theology, and history. He's not a historian, he's not a biologist, and he's not a theologian.
Well, he's
And
not just a psychologist. He was
hold on,
he
let me
was
let me
the
land my
head.
plane. Let me land my plane. You cannot apply a biological and genetic innate trait to a race unscientifically, and it's not racism. So if you telling me that we can do that, then I think we about to give a pass to every white person that does it to us. If we could say black people could do it, but white people can't do it, it's both racist. And here's the thing. I think y'all think when I say
All
racist,
right.
he's a terrible person. No, don't stop me. He says, if I think that racism, I don't think he's a terrible person. I could just diagnose something quick. If it's racial essentialism, then that's what it is. It don't mean we gotta hang him. It don't mean we gotta eliminate him from history. I can call him a racist and a pseudo and move on. Y'all the ones that need him to be these pure individuals for some reason. Y'all ignoring his racism because of emotion. That's my opinion.
All right. All right. All right. So listen. All right, you have something else you want to say, Safa? Before, because I just asked.
Oh
I just
no,
asked.
no, no. I
No,
just wanted to answer or some insight into his thinking. So and I got it.
because I just asked if Naeem Akbar was is a racist, and it says no, he's not considered a racist. He's a respected clinical psychologist known for his African psychology, focus on the mental health and cultural relevance of African Americans, work critiques Eurocentric, blah 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 blah. And then it was like there's no credible evidence, reputable source labeling him as a racist. Instead, his role has been a scholar and advocate addressing psychological effects of racism and oppression on Black people. So, what did you ask ChatGPT? Because now I gotta I'm gonna fight it all. I'm gonna fight everything AI. What do you ask ChatGPT? Because I want to see how what methodology is being used. Like what is each one drawing from to make, you know what I mean, to draw its conclusions. Right, brass. I don't know the question.
Oh, I
Yeah,
ain't
we,
looking
we
for
might
him
have to
Naeem
we might
Akbar.
have to make sure because Braz has been typing in a lot of Afrocentrics recently, so he might
We
be
Yeah, and
gotta
I was
missing.
yeah,
gotta
and I
make sure.
wonder, Brass, in a lighthearted way, have you been asking ChatGPT, or telling them that you're tired of all these educated Negroes in the conscious community? Did you wake up this morning and put that in there first?
While
No,
I
you have to
am,
you have to
while I,
challenge it.
while
Like
I,
Maya
hold on. Just to be clear, while I am tired of all these educated Negroes right now, Sister Safa, that's not what I'm asking ChatGPT.
what question did
So,
you ask?
I said, would Naeem Akbar qualify as a pseudo or a racist? It says, yes, Naeem Akbar falls into the same lane as Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Francis Cress Wilson. He's not as extreme as Wilson, but many of his claims are pseudo psychology and are racist, essentialist framing. Here it is. It says his
No,
framing
no.
is racist.
Oh,
Hold on.
yeah, we don't got to get into the whole thing because I want to just stop and then like we already read what it was. So I want to say now, like, ask it this: how are you calling him a racist when he's not considered a racist? Like, ask and see what it does, and just to see what the AI does
Okay. How are you calling him a racist? But what?
when he's not considered a racist.
Y'all could talk. I don't type that fast.
I'm starting to think that Chat GBT is two faced. It tells you what you want to hear and what you want to say, depending on the conversation you having with it.
It's
Okay, so
kind
here
of
it is. Here it is. It says that's a fair question, and here's the key distinction. Naeem Akbar isn't commonly labeled a racist because of his reputation as a respected black psychologist and because his intent was empowerment. His ideas, however, meet the pure definition of racial essentialism, which is a form of racism. Intent versus framework. His intent is to uplift black people and heal from oppression. But the framework he's using is racial essentialism, African personality versus European personality, where entire races are assigned fixed moral psychological traits. Racial essentialism is when you treat races as having innate qualities. That is racist, no matter how you feel about him, even if the intent is positive for one group or the other. Racist.
Brass,
Racist.
Brass, do you think a lot of the people
nah,
who may have a different opinion from ChatGPT, you think is based on their feelings?
I think the people in here, yeah.
because I
I
type
think
in a
I think if
perplexity, right?
I
Listen, I
think
ask,
hold on,
does he?
let me answer this question. I think okay. So when we have the conversation about racism, now I'm gonna go political science for half a second. When we talk about a person being racist, right? When we name these people, I can already tell the people that we got to look at because as soon as we say certain names, the emotion has to be that because it's, oh no, not him, couldn't be him. These are emotional responses. The funny thing is, when I'm presenting these facts, nobody is disputing the facts. I just presented you a fact that proves racial essentialism, and nobody is arguing the fact. They just arguing the person. Nobody. I'm
I'm
bringing up the actual
going to
fact
read
of
it.
why they're saying it.
Yeah, yeah. So
Can
that's what I'm saying.
I
So
interject?
I
Sosa, hold
asked.
on. Sosa, can I interject real quick? When we
Go ahead.
asked about Naeem Akbar, Brother Brass, I gave you kind of like a synopsis of most of the material that I read by him and just kind of summated the best way I can as quick as possible and just made my deduction based off of me analyzing his work. And even some of the work that I said I might have a little problem with. Do you
Right.
think that
Oh,
was
no,
still
no,
even
I agree
personally
with
me,
you. I had
that
no
I was
problem with what you said.
motivated by my emotions with
No,
it?
no, no, no. You specifically. So when I made y'all, that was a generalist statement. I
Okay.
agree with your assessment. I agree. When you made your assessment, I was mainly speaking to Sister Safa. But I agree with your assessment that some of his stuff is this, that, and the other. Because even ChatGPT says you don't have to call him a Klan member or a hater in that racist sense.
Mm-hmm.
But if you teach that Europeans are inherently, innately materialistic and Africans are inherently spiritual with no scientific evidence, that's the same essentialist logic racism has always used. You can't fix racism by flipping the script. It's still racism. If you're saying that that sentence is true, but you just don't want to call Naeem Akbar a racist, not you. I'm just saying to the people listening, if he's doing this and you don't want to call him a racist, then fine, you don't have to. I'm taking a hard line because most of these people I don't even know until y'all bring them up. It just seems that all these psychologists and psychiatrists are doing the same biological, historical, theological, scientific explanations for supremacy and racism. And if you diagnose an entire group, that's racism.
All right.
Tell
So the
me
reason
that
I'm
ain't
doing
that.
it, I
Argue
get it.
the
The reason I'm
argument. Don't argue the person.
listen, I don't like for clarity. Like I don't really speak about Naeem Akbar. 'Cause I really haven't. I've heard about. I haven't read anything about him. So like I'm not gonna pretend that, you know what I mean? So I just keep it in the context of I'm just using AI and going what it's going with. So I don't know anything about him. And I think it's fair too. That's a point you brought up. Like you can't just learn about somebody through AI. You got to get some clarity. So I'm trying to figure out, well, why are we getting different, right? Because now I'm just gonna start. I'm been just opposing the same thing in perplexity, just to get a different feel and see if it'll spit out the same thing, right? And then try to figure out why is it doing something different. I think that's my next thing.
And these are new searches, by the way,
When I,
Sosa.
when I,
I learned from you and
I get
Hicks.
it,
These
I
aren't
get it, but
the
when I go,
same Muslim.
I know, but I'm saying when next time when I settle down, I'm gonna do shows to just AI. So, but look, I go. So I just ask just plainly, does he use a racial essentialism as an argument? So it says Naeem Akbar does use concepts that relate to racial identity and cultural essentialism and its abstract approach to psychology, but it is nuanced rather than simplistic. He critiques Eurocentric psychology for imposing definitions of normal that do not fit African Americans and call for African Americans to define normalcy according to their own cultural worldview. So in this context, he identifies certain psychological disorder in African Americans, such as alien self and anti-self disorder, which relate to rejection or negative views of one's own racial identity. So it says Naeem Akbar emphasizes the centrality of Black identity and spirituality as core to the self, critiquing models like William Cross's Negrescence, that he feels downplay the racial/cultural core or sees secure Black identity as dependent on comfort with other racial groups. So I'm just going to get down to the summary. So it says, in summary, our perspective could be interpreted as a type of cultural or racial essentialism, but it is purposeful and context specific, aiming to rectify what he sees as psychological harm from Eurocentric oppression rather than making simplistic or reductive racial claims.
If
Right?
you,
And
I
I'm
just
just
want to
saying
ask
like
you a
that
simple.
AI,
I want to ask
saying like,
you. Go ahead.
hold on, saying like that AI respond seems contrast to what, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out why is that
I'm gonna
happening?
put my response in the chat. I just put they're saying it's purposeful and simplistic, and then I even put I changed. I used some of your question. Prove how he uses racial essentialism as racism, and is there nuance? Is his racism simply diagnosing an entire race and teaching on that? Yes, Naeem Akbar's work clearly uses racial essentialism. Racial essentialism is the core problem. So Sosa, without ChatGPT, if you diagnose an entire race with an inherent trait
What's
and
the quote?
that's not backed by science, is that racism?
Yeah, what's the quote? What did he say? So I
No,
can make
that's a
sure that he
question.
did.
No, I'm asking
I
you.
would,
I'm
I
not
would,
using
I would,
ChatGPT. I'm asking you a
I would
question.
suppose so. Yeah, yeah. So I'm saying like, so now give me a
So if
quote.
he does that, would that make him a racist as a
Shoot,
psychologist?
I
shoot,
would make
using racial,
I would label
using
I would
racial.
label
Don't hold on, Gullah. Go ahead, Sosa.
I would label that statement. Yeah, that statement as that's racist. Like yeah. Now, what was the statement? And then let me get the context from it so we can see if that's what actually was done. So I
The
can get
African
some type of grasp.
personality, the
Are you
African person.
serious, Susan?
No, I don't.
No,
I'm not
no, no,
familiar
no.
with. I'm not
I don't even. I
familiar.
don't
I
even
didn't.
like that this show seems to be about what I
Hold
think,
on. Hold on. Hold
and I
on.
don't.
Hold on.
It's nobody else is talking, but
I'm
Hold
back.
this
on.
is
I'm back
wild.
now. I'm
It's
gonna
supposed
take
to.
This
over.
shit
Yeah.
got
Yeah. Right.
more traction than
And
Black
and
Ink.
and
Yeah.
it's social. It's social after party. So you know what I'm saying. I want to get it all out. That's the key. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure
Okay.
out, like,
So
Chef.
no,
Hold
here's the
on. Hold on.
statement.
Hold on. Because I gotta clarify. Because I feel like a chef. I said, like, I'm not familiar with Naeem. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm learning on the fly. So that's why I'm asking the question. I've been ready.
The statement is this: the African personality. This is in Know Thyself, 1999, page 48. The
Okay.
African
And that book
personality
was
is.
fire. That book was fire.
Yeah, it
Mhm.
was. Yeah, it was.
It says the
That book was
African
fire.
If you
personality
got
is
it, Chef, drop it in
spiritual,
the chat.
communal, and intuitive. The European personality is materialistic, individualistic, and analytical. This assigns permanent moral and psychological traits to races. Africans is coded as morally superior, Europeans as morally deficient. That's racial essentialism
Hold on.
with no fluff.
Oh, that was just ain't no more context. I ain't going for it right. I need a little
Look,
more context in that.
this
I
nigga
put
was so
something in
cold.
the chat if someone wants to
I,
read it. I dropped something in there. I also asked ChatGPT the question, why would some feel that Naeem Akbar is racist?
Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead. I'm gonna read it. Go ahead, Chef.
okay. Well, I mean, I remember getting one of his books, and it was so fire. It came with a CD, right? And the
I remember
CD,
that CD. I remember that.
it was hip hop beats, and there was certain.
Yeah.
They broke it up and gave bits and pieces of his lecture because of the way he spoke, his cadence and his rhythm. Man,
Yep.
Naeem Akbar was the shit, but he racist. Hey, let's not stop.
Oh
Hey,
man.
man.
Oh,
I'm gonna read.
Gullah
oh
was
I'm gonna
shit.
read.
Yeah, what, yeah, what,
Hold on. Let Gullah.
But
Let
I'm not
Gullah get
saying
it.
that we can't use some stuff
what that
from
nigga
him.
just read?
But
Is he on par with Seti Shefrin? Is
Hold
Naeem
on.
Akbar
he
on
the
par with
godfather.
Sarah
He the
Seti?
godfather. He the godfather. He talked all that
I'm saying,
Egypt stuff and
Let,
everything.
let
Yeah.
Gullah get it out. Let Gullah get it out. Go ahead, Gullah. Gullah.
We
Man, as
can't
soon
hear
as I
you
try
if
to
you're
read.
talking, Gullah.
Well, yeah, Gullah. As soon as I start to read, you gonna come back in. Bow. Yeah.
yeah, what that nigga just read was racist as hell. Shit, racialization is racist, period. That shit's some stupid ass, non-scientific ass shit.
Thank you, Gullah.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm reading Sister Sci-Fi. She said, "Why my son accused Dr. Akbar of being racist?" So it said, centering African identity and culture. So it said, Akbar unapologetically centers African heritage, values, approach. Some critics interpret this as racial exclusivity or favoritism, especially when contrasted with the universalist claims of Western psychology. And then misinterpretation, promoting one cultural identity. Then it said, then ChatGPT says, this is crazy too. Misinterpretation. Promoting one's cultural identity is not racism. It's reclamation and healing in the face of centuries of oppression. And then it says, two, criticism of white supremacy and Eurocentrism. Akbar strongly critiques the psychological effects of white supremacy, colonization, and slavery. He asserts that Eurocentric psychology is culturally harmful to Black people. Those unfamiliar with the historical context may see this as an attack on white people rather than a critique of systemic dominance. Clarification. He critiques the system and ideologies, not individual white people. It's a structural analysis, not personal hatred. Number three, language that prioritizes African spirituality and worldview. Akbar speaks in terms of African superiority in spiritual and communal values, which some may see as inverting racial hierarchy. Important distinction. Saying African centered approaches are more appropriate for African people, it's not racism, it's cultural alignment. Number four, associated with
Shit,
Afrocentric
which
nationalism.
African people?
It doesn't, no, we ain't doing that.
I'm just
In
saying that
general.
all
That
that shit.
matter. That matter.
Man,
That
Africa's
shit
Get him
matter,
going.
man. He
hold on,
lumping
no,
motherfuckers
Chef,
together. It's still he obviously don't know shit
yeah,
about
Chef.
Africa.
He won't be one B Gullah. We ain't trying to do that, bro. Come
No,
on.
you know, but
All right,
but you
He won't
so
be one B.
reading.
All right, good God. Lee, four, associated with Afrocentric nationalism. Some link Akbar's views with Afrocentric nationalism, emphasizing ancient Egypt, African kingship spirituals, which they conflate with exclusionary or supremacist ideologies. This sometimes invites the same accusations that are directed at any ethno-centered movement, especially when the dominant society feels critique. So key clarification. Racism involves a belief in racial superiority combined with a systemic power to oppress others based on race. Dr. Akbar's work is about healing and restoring dignity, not oppressing others.
If your work is about healing and restoring indignity, why the fuck do all Europeans have to be one thing and all blacks have to be another?
I'm just reading the AI, bro. Like we all
No.
Yeah, what the hell? What the hell is an African personality? What the fuck is that?
Now we acting like we don't know
I
what
ain't doing that.
racism is because then now Mujasi. Now
sometimes they might be talking about
you're the only person.
I'm saying their whole opinion, Corey.
Hold on. Hey, Mujasi, you're the only one that's taking your emotion out of it. If you classify an entire race as anything, and then you go and juxtapose that with classifying an entire race as anything, that's racism. I don't give a fuck if Martin Luther King did it, Malcolm X did it. If I loved them, if LeBron James and Jay-Z did it, it would be racism. If it's because it's Naeem Akbar, we got to focus on all this nuance and intent and empowerment. I'll take these brothers from Corey and I land my plane. If his intent was that, a wise pastor told me that the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
That's
so y'all
true.
can have
all right, but I'm saying, but
Europeans are inferior. Have the fuck at it. I ain't going with that.
I don't listen. I don't. Yeah, and I don't know what he said personally because I ain't read no books by him. I got no context. Like I like to be clear before
Y'all
I
are
just.
drive, but it's supposed to y'all will drive.
Chef say he the godfather of the shit. Steady.
Yeah,
Nah,
y'all
Chef.
will drive a nigga to take the stance that Brad
I'm
is
using
taking.
AI. We using
No,
AI. He
listen,
don't got no knowledge of it either. He just read AI.
How we don't know what racism is?
I'm
Like it
saying,
doesn't
Chef.
matter who does it. It shouldn't even be an argument. Like
Yeah, you don't got to read the book to know the premise of what this nigga on.
right.
Okay,
What
so
I'm
you
saying
guys
is
know
that
you guys know better than AI what
AI
Dr.
don't agree with.
Akbar is about.
Yes.
Because that's what
I
they
don't need
Chef,
AI to tell me
Chef.
what
No,
racism
I'm
is.
just messing with
That's
I'm
what
just
they,
messing with you guys. I'm just messing with
46 years old. At 46 years old, I think I pretty much could understand what racism is. You know what I mean? Like that's
well, AI said that what his premise is don't got nothing to do with racism. That's what AI just. That's
and
what we
she
just
asked
read.
ChatGPT. I asked Perplexity. They got two
well,
different.
then obviously AI can be wrong because
Well,
I know
that's possible.
Which is my point.
If a white person made a sweeping statement about the whole so-called black race, you dig what I'm saying? And juxtapose that with the whole so-called white race and use hierarchy in that juxtaposition, then I know that that's racist. And wouldn't none of y'all argue that it wouldn't be racist. So
maybe.
So why would we do this? Because these people happen to be black?
I don't know what. Crazy. Maybe we should. Maybe you said that book fire. We gotta drop it in
the book is fire. Listen.
Drop
you want
the
to feel
Discord.
good about yourself? Listen, you want to feel good about yourself, man.
You know, but
I think my gonna give you a full dose of that. You might turn out to be racist at the end of reading that book, but you're gonna feel good about yourself.
I think it'd be helpful though, bro, if we actually if we actually go through some of them books like that, Amos Wilson or Naeem Akbar. I thought for me when
definitely, I would love to do that.
That would be dope. That would be dope.
Yes, I would love to.
It makes it more. It makes it more.
I hope these conversations lead to that though.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's my point.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, that's what
I'm at the point. I don't want to talk to you niggas
started
no more.
off as an argument, and we ended up reading the whole biography.
Yeah.
I mean, and we went painstakingly page for page through that motherfucker. You know what I mean? We did that. So hopefully these conversations could lead to that. So I'm with that.
You know
So
what I
you
mean?
know what I was
It
thinking,
sounds
yo?
like
That
go
actually
ahead.
sounds cool. That sounds fun.
It
Yeah,
sounds like though,
Then they
Jeff,
gonna say, "Well, we
that
reading it wrong.
I need a break from you niggas for a couple days.
We
This
reading
is
it
wild.
wrong. That ain't what they saying by that. That's the times. Even if we go through
And
the
the thing,
fucking
and
literature.
it said
nah,
because
we could just
the thing that we're
nah, because
diagnosing is literally a quote from the book. That
yeah,
African
but
mind about spirituality and Europeans, that's a quote from the book.
I
It's
get it.
from this
But
book.
I'm saying we
It
gonna
ain't
get a
AI. I didn't ask AI to know if
you
that was racist or not.
if you read the book though, I think with any text, it'll flush out certain things. You know what I'm saying? It'll make
I
things
don't
more
think he
clear.
ever cleaned nothing up though. I,
Nah, he don't gotta.
I
He don't
don't think
gotta.
the book clean. You
No,
gonna
he don't gotta
still
clean
lean
nothing
on
up.
thinking blacks are superior.
I like that. I ain't knocking it.
Black
I want to
people
see
are
how.
superior. Europeans ain't shit. But on page 99, hey, listen, I ain't mean none of that shit. It was all empowerment and all. Get the fuck out of here. This shit is wild. It's wild, bro. This is wild.
I'm interested
but
though. I read Go ahead. Go ahead, Corey. What's up?
I want to ask though, because it's that Stefan kind of agrees that there is some type of degree of propaganda that's needed. You know what I mean? A little bit of a sprinkler Sarah Susan Seti and the sprinkler Naeem Akbar won't hurt nothing.
Yeah, it will hurt
Is
though,
that
Corey.
what I'm hearing from
Yeah.
you?
No, Corey, it
Well,
will hurt.
well, you know what? Because I'm the one who agreed with you, Corey. But when I say
Okay.
the propaganda, I'm more so talking about like, so white people produce propaganda, like as in white, black people can't read and that kind of shit. I'm that's the kind of propaganda I'm also talking. The fact that we can
I'm talking
read is
about
kind of
like
it's
Spirit
true,
Day.
but
I'm
yeah, we
talking
need
about
more of that
Spirit
kind of shit.
Day at high school type propaganda, right? So like the football team ain't never
Black
won
is
a game,
beautiful.
ain't never won a game in history, right? The football team ain't never won, and everybody know they gonna lose. But at the pep rally, we say, "Yeah, go team, go." You know what I mean? I'm talking about that degree. You know what I'm saying? I think there's
Hold on.
a
Corey.
needed degree of that. You understand what
Yeah,
I'm
listen.
saying?
You don't
What do you
beat
think?
racism with racism.
Listen.
You
What do
don't
you
do.
think
That's not how you
drives?
beat it.
It's not
What do you think
necessarily
drives?
racism
But listen.
necessarily.
But listen, Corey.
But go
What do
ahead.
you think? What do you think? What do you think drives the people to scream out "Black is beautiful"?
I think
Is
it's
it
the pep rally. I
propaganda?
think it's the same thing that happened at the pep rally. Yeah,
But black is beautiful, right? It is.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but
But
do
the
we
reason,
think
but the
that
You
reason
can
we
add a lemon.
hold on.
You
if
can
black
add some
people are
spice to
devils?
it
Come
too.
on,
Like I don't mind a
come
little
on.
Let me
spice
finish
on
my
that.
thought.
It's
Hold on. But the
definitely
Black is
reason,
beautiful,
but the
but
reason.
white is ugly. Did
Yeah,
we
like
ever
we
do
don't
that?
just
Well,
Now hold
agree
on.
with
Hold on.
white
Listen.
people.
No,
Like
listen.
might not want to.
damn,
Listen. The
man.
You know
reason.
what I mean?
The
Hold on.
length,
But listen.
the
I
length,
hit
the
Black
that.
is
Hold
lengths
on.
never
But
y'all
listen.
not
going to to
beautiful, so
But to
prove
it
say
Maybe
needs
that
to be
I don't know.
said.
y'all reacted to the first part of
You
my
can get
statement
that
without even
off of
allowing me to
Steph
put
in
the
a
second part
charismatic
in.
way, and I can be comfortable
I'm
with
saying
that.
like the
Go ahead.
reason. What I'm saying that the reason we scream or even feel a need to scream "Black is beautiful" is because society, the dominant society, was telling us something else.
Right.
Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a need to scream it. But the reason we scream that for propaganda and for self-esteem boosts is because people are telling us our features aren't desirable. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
it's true
But
to us, it's
at the
beautiful,
same
and
I'm not
time,
for
reading it. I'm not
propaganda
reading.
at
it's
the same
cool.
This
time.
this is fucking
It's cool
asinine,
for
man.
Naeem Akbar and
No,
Sarai
you don't have to.
City,
You don't have. I'm sorry.
but it's not
Everybody don't got
cool
to read
for a
it.
doctor to do that. You understand
Yeah,
what I'm
see,
saying? So,
yeah, exactly. Like we can make a argument about black being beautiful as one piece of propaganda, but we can't say the genetic annihilation. That ain't no healthy ass propaganda.
right.
This is
Yeah.
Like
wild,
you know what I'm
Yeah.
bro.
saying?
Going
We
back to
can't
that,
we
we've
can
already
never
left
get
that.
let it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not trying to necessarily revisit it, but that stuff got to happen on
It's
state.
a
You
Damn,
know what I'm
all right
line.
saying?
then.
It's a
Hey,
blurry line.
white power. No,
And,
no, hey,
and
Corey.
I'm still
Hey,
I'm
Corey.
still
No, no,
asking the
Elijah.
question
Hold on,
at
Elijah.
what
Hold on,
point does
Elijah.
this become
It's
Hold
an
on, Elijah.
unfair
open
for
window.
Hold
us?
on, Elijah.
I was like,
Corey. Hey, Corey. White power.
go ahead.
White
And
power.
that's cool. Look, see,
See
in
what
certain
happens when we start saying you
it
gotta say
would be
something to make
cool.
Yeah.
yourself
It would
So
be
hold
feel
on.
better.
see that
White
Right.
would
power.
be cool.
See how
That
this
would
is
be
how
cool.
crazy it is,
That's
bro?
bro.
Hey, Cal.
That's ignorant, bro. That's ignorant,
No,
bro.
no,
That's
no, no,
ignorant, bro.
no,
That's
it's
crazy.
ignorant. No,
So,
no,
what would be the
I
reason
don't
for
think
them
it's
to
that
Hey,
far
conclude
off.
Cal,
that?
bro.
Why would they
Hey,
conclude
Cal,
that?
hey,
Google it and
Cal.
see
No,
the
no,
chat.
no. Keep going.
No, but
See
I'm
how
saying if
stupid
we
it
had a
is?
reason for coming up with it, they
Come
would
on,
have to have a
bro.
reason coming up with it.
Yeah, like this
Yeah,
is like,
you
what the fuck?
justified it.
I don't
You
know.
you just
I don't even recognize y'all niggas.
No,
Yeah,
because I'm not
no,
Like,
nobody.
no. Hey,
y'all niggas is
hey,
insane to
Corey.
me.
No, hey, Corey. Hey,
And
Corey.
what
Hey,
Like,
hey,
for
yeah,
real,
no,
for
no.
real.
Hey, Corey. Y'all, you
Like,
know, hey, no, no,
I
Corey.
might have to,
You know what this
I
sounds
might have
like,
to cuss a
bro?
couple of y'all out.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Blue Lives. Hey, Corey. No, no, no. Hey, Corey. Blue Lives Matter, bro.
I'm
No,
proud
no,
of
What is
it's
open
like
going
Blue
consist.
on
Lives
right
Matter.
there?
No, it's Blue Lives
You know
Matter.
what?
No, it ain't.
I
It's
never
Blue
had a
All
Lives
problem
lives
with
Matter.
that.
matter. Well,
No,
we do.
I
I'm
get
All
that.
going.
That's
lives
probably
matter, but
overdue.
right now,
Yo,
Black Lives Matter.
oh my
Yeah, no, it
God!
ain't.
Now
It's
we y'all
Black
be
Lives
banging on
Matter.
Black
No,
Lives.
No,
Blue Lives
I'm just
Matter.
saying,
Man, get
it's
the
like
fuck out
where
of
the
here.
where's the
Black
lines drawn, bro?
Said, and
Black
no,
Power is
Ain't
said,
Black
nobody
Power is
ugly, so you
racism.
don't gotta say
no,
shit.
said,
So
Breeze. You
we
know what's
can't
funny?
have no
The
type of
same
people out.
niggas that's talking all this color shit is
Bro,
the
that's
same niggas that
crazy.
will be quick to say, hey, race is a social construct. We're all one human race. Black is beautiful. Like get the fuck out of
Man,
here. Like this shit don't even be
so
retarded.
you mean to tell me that up until like right now that y'all niggas have
You said.
was
I don't
that
go
y'all
for
been
that.
offended that prior to me saying like y'all from most of y'all been offended by the term black? That shit
No,
upset y'all?
no. That's
I'm
a
not
bad
offended, but I'm
argument.
not gonna act
Nobody's
like
saying
I'm trying
that.
to figure
the
Nobody's
what's going
undertone
on.
ain't some type
Uh,
of we got
yeah,
some
come
type
on,
of
man.
is it
special shit
racist?
going
Yeah, come
on.
on,
You're
bro.
saying is black people saying black is beautiful? Is that racist?
Nobody's saying that. But
Is
you are
what
framing
about black
no. But
don't
when I'm
crack?
talking, hold on, Corey. But when I'm talking about racial essentialism, there's I don't think when we're saying
About
Stereotype.
my
black is
melanin is popping.
beautiful, I don't think when we say there's no problem with black is beautiful. That's because it's inclusive of us. It's meant to speak to us. But I think when you're saying black is beautiful and white is ugly, what the fuck is you on?
Who said
That's
that?
something else.
Like, why y'all not?
But you're
But I'm
changing the
saying,
argument because none of us is saying black is. You bringing up black is beautiful as though that's what we're talking about, Sosa, and that ain't what we're talking about. When we were talking about
no,
racial
I
essentialism, and then you just said
because
black
I
is
get it.
beautiful. What the fuck? That ain't even what we're
No,
talking
no, the
about.
conversation is no, the conversation is moving. It's a moving conversation. We move through racial essentialism into Corey talking about propaganda. So I use black is beautiful because this propaganda is true to us. It's propaganda, and I brought the reason that we needed to scream black is beautiful for propaganda purposes. It's self-esteem. I ain't
Okay,
never
then
said
I
I ain't
agree.
just told her
I
that white
agree.
was not. I ain't do none of that.
Then I agree with you. It's corrective and it's inclusive. It's correcting a lie. Okay, cool. It ain't got shit to do with
Right,
what
that's
I'm
all I
talking
was
about.
saying.
Just propaganda. And Corey,
But
I
when did
don't
these
know what
It's a
people's
moving
the
theories
conversation.
and these people's
what I
ideas
do.
stop at just black is beautiful? We acting like they just stopped right there. They went past
No,
that.
black is beautiful was chant.
They go
No,
white is pure, and then they
just
start
I
getting rid of
just
everybody else and start
But I'm
trying to
saying we
kill
trying to
everybody
scale
else.
it back to something
It
that's
ain't the
like that
same
ain't something
thing.
we
connecting.
all gonna agree that that
Y'all,
statement is something that we could use, but
So
that's not what we
James
just
like
Brown.
did.
So
y'all,
James
That's
Brown is
not
a
y'all
what these
racist.
folks
connected.
did.
So James Brown
Yeah,
is a
Corey.
racist. Okay. I'm trying. I'm just asking. You know what I mean? The thing
I
is, like,
mean,
The blacker the berry, the
racism, being
sweeter the juice.
racist, right? Like, because
The
I
blacker the
think
berry, the
even the
sweeter the juice,
conversation,
Corey.
I think the conversation moved before I even started talking about the propaganda, right? I think that,
Propaganda, yeah, it's moving conversation.
yeah, because we started. I think it kind of started out, with the missing disinformation, which some would refer to it as pseudo. So it kind of started there, and then it kind of went to kind of like racism and pseudoism. You know what I mean? So I think the conversation kind of got a little bit convoluted a little bit.
But no. Let me say this.
So now we just
But
writing people off because they were racist.
I would
You
say
know what I mean?
racialization
no,
is
I'm just
pseudo anyway.
addressing
The
I'm
whole the
addressing
whole
the racism.
subject matter is pseudo.
Yeah, I'm just addressing the racism. I'm not writing people off, throwing them away. I'm just addressing
Okay.
Were they racist and
No,
basically
we
actions? But hold
agree.
on, let me stay with James Brown
No,
though.
y'all
Let me,
agree
let me
that it's
stay. No,
racist. You
no,
got no way.
no. Y'all say
Did
that.
y'all
I
not
ain't
say
doing
that
that.
though?
I
I'm
mean,
not
James
saying
Oh,
Brown
that.
is
that
a
was
is
me.
a
Come on,
Corey,
Parents
a
didn't
low
say that.
key
That was
nigga.
me.
Yeah.
I
Corey,
said it.
that was logic. That wasn't me. Corey,
Chef said it.
uh,
Chef said it. Remember we was putting people
Yeah,
in
I
chat
just
TV
wanted
trying
to
to
bring
figure
a
out which
little
okay,
one
we're
was
space
which.
gonna
heat
talk
to the
about what we
party. You know what I
talking
mean?
about.
That's all.
James Brown. When you brought up James Brown, the difference is, and that's why I wanted to stay with the essentialism. You can most certainly say that you're proud of who you are. Once you start applying hierarchy to it, though, that's the racism. So you can't say shit like, I'm proud of who I am, I'm superior and you're inferior. That's the
Right.
racism. So you can
Mm-hmm.
most certainly say black is beautiful, but as soon as you start saying all blacks are beautiful and all whites are ugly, now we talking about racism. That's something. So that's why I keep saying you can't. We can
Black
use
Lives
facts.
Matter. So Black Lives Matter,
You can't
though.
say
Like,
Black Lives Matter and blue lives don't.
I don't think
They
You
didn't
nobody
can't
say
was
say
that
you
saying
though.
can't
Blue
say
Lives
not blue,
don't,
but
though.
blue ain't a race. That's a job. You can't
Yeah,
say
Well,
but
you
I
know
Black
what
got
they
Lives.
you.
You
mean,
can't
though. We
say
know what
you
they
can't
mean.
say
Yeah.
right, but you can't say Black Lives Matter and then finish the sentence with white lives don't. That's
Right.
racism.
Do you do
Racism.
you consider how do you feel about Black Lives Matter? You feel like that was the slogan itself?
I never thought Black Lives Matter was a good idea.
No. What you about racism, though?
But they never said white lives don't though.
Right. So
So
I
is
don't
it
think it was. I don't
the
think it
same
was a
thing?
racist statement. They didn't apply any hierarchy. They just telling you, correcting a lie, and it's inclusive to us. Black Lives Matter, and they left it at that. If they would have ever finished the statement
I
and
got it
said,
with white
"All right,
lives matter.
no, I don't care if you got it. Let me finish." If it says Black Lives Matter, because it ain't just talking to us. It ain't. We're talking to the chat too. If Black Lives Matter and it says white lives don't matter as much as ours, racism. This
Right.
is easy shit.
Right.
This is not difficult.
I'm saying everybody should at least know the simplistic fundamentals of us versus them, one over the other.
So
Superior,
we all
superior.
agree on some level of propaganda. It's just not all
Right.
the
So,
same
I
level.
do.
Yeah.
I do. I just,
so
I just, I
we're
was
gonna talk
confused
about
as to like, I'm. Go ahead, Lord. Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
yeah, I thought you were done. I mean, the us versus them. We was about to get into the oxytocin and how that's the actual reality. Is that what you, I don't know if I was like getting ahead of what you were saying, but yeah, of course, oxytocin is responsible for this us versus them thing. But I think you can have that us versus them, but I don't think that thing is telling you to go kill those people. You get what I'm saying? Like that's
No, no,
where
no, no, no.
they're
It
not they're
drives.
not even saying go punch them in the face. It's just a distinguishment.
It drives a type of no, no. It doesn't drive. I won't say that it doesn't drive a,
Camaraderie. It's
but
camaraderie.
it does. It drives a type of like you may see other faces other than yours as more and more dangerous than your faces. You know what I'm saying? That's not even trying to point I was getting at though with the But I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah,
I
that's why I
wasn't going
stopped.
down there.
That's why I stopped.
Yeah, I wasn't going on that. You feel me? Yeah, yeah. But I was what I was about to say. Go ahead, Corey. I don't know if you want to say something.
No, I ain't. I wouldn't say.
You said that
I,
everybody needs some type of propaganda. Yeah, but
yeah,
my oh yeah,
I
well, I was
was
gonna
just
say that
saying,
like
like,
I
it
thought
seems that
that
we all agree that there is some level. It's just not. The thing is the level that we disagree on. Seemingly to
yeah,
me, you
and
know what I
I
mean?
thought we were throwing folks out because they were racist. Like we was like, okay, this person, even though he didn't say in his work, he's tired of somebody's racist. He wouldn't afford. He's out. I
I
thought
Right,
can
that
right.
say
that's
that
what.
someone is racist and pseudo and separate them from their work and look at what they actually did. We brought up Malcolm X. We realized that Malcolm X was essentially a scammer and racist for the majority of his life. He changed probably in the last, don't quote me, but when he came back from Mecca to when he was assassinated to where he became all inclusive, Jet to
Last year.
Holiday. Right. So then he died. So we know how it ended. I can address that and not throw Malcolm X out. I can calmly say I revere her resistance and
Yeah, that's
still
a
say
fun
she was
time.
racist and pseudo. My issue, Sosa, and the land my plane, is that when y'all say she's racist, when not y'all, when people say that she's racist and pseudo, and you want to just throw her in the garbage, there's bad shit in history that helps history too. Of course, we all wouldn't want the slave trade or Holocaust or any of that stuff to happen, but it happened in history. We can learn from it. We should be able to use Frances Cress Welsing and what she did, recognize her resistance, and use her as a, like the parents tell you, do what I say, not what I do. So when you go into that situation, we need to recognize her and put her in a box and say, this is what happens when you, this is that, and recognize it as a bad thing. Not it ended up being at the beginning of the movie a baby boy with some kind of fucked up crib theory or something. Like see, she's at the
That's
like,
fine. There's nothing wrong with her doing that. There's nothing wrong with her doing the pool ball shit. There's nothing
yes, it
wrong with
is.
that.
Yes, it is.
Let's move on past the reason I was doing. I'm
No,
not
you,
trying
but
The
no,
baby boy theory was fire.
no, it
That's a
wasn't because it
theory.
was
I like the
no,
pool
because it
ball.
was
I
no,
like the
I
pool
like
ball.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't fire, bro. It was
It was dope.
specific.
It was dope.
It was specific to black people. That black people only do this shit. Like I know many people that don't call their shit a crib and ask their mama, their
But you
girl
know
as
That
their
that
doesn't.
mama.
black
That
people
Come on,
doesn't.
do
man.
That
it.
Like,
doesn't negate the fact.
But you do know
y'all
black
thinking
people
pop
who
culture.
do do it.
You
But
can't say
hold on.
all. You can't say all. There's
No,
no.
She didn't
I
say
didn't say
all.
all. And
Not
she
about
I
didn't
said
all.
say
black.
all in that.
Okay. Okay. Give me a
So
second.
so you think when she did that it wasn't speaking to something that we see?
Yeah, not in
And
everybody.
it's a way for us to look at. Listen,
Yeah.
all black people don't sell drugs. All black people are not
I agree.
murderers.
We in
But
agreement.
but to act like we don't have drugs and murder in our
Didn't say that.
community is nuts. So if somebody addresses that, it don't mean that it's talking about you because you're not a drug dealer and you're not a murderer. But it's
Okay,
talking
so
about the
no,
persistence of it in our community.
Don't go to
Listen to the
AI.
no,
We don't
but
need to go
Steph.
to AI.
No, I
We
ain't
don't need to go to
supposed to
AI.
stop censoring me, bro. Please
Listen.
stop.
Let me get my.
I'm
Hold
reading the
on.
quote from
Hold
her
on.
book.
Listen. I want my voice to be the loudest. That's why I developed. That's why I want to start it. I want to keep it where I want to be. I need my voice to be the fucking loudest, bro. Like we can do it another day, but my shit got to be the loudest today. You see what I'm saying? So now, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking, I'm confused about the racist elimination. The reason we gave Malcolm grace is because he basically had a come to Jesus moments in the last year. But prior to that, we was throwing folks out based on race just because they was racist. That's why we was doing a goddamn racist identity race test. That's what we've been doing for the past 2 days. That's why I'm confused. Like people are saying something different now. But anyway, now we get
I think me and Chef was really loud that first day, but Brass has never been saying that. I know
okay, so
I can
He
definitely
said you can
say
revere.
what I would
He
do.
said that you can
Yeah.
still revere. I'm saying I don't, and I think me and Logic was saying we don't know how you revere without
I
the
don't.
other shit that she did creeping in. Like it don't. I don't know how. If y'all can do it, fine. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I'm definitely there. I feel like I can't trust you to not give me arguments that's laced with racism because I know you're a racist. That's how you see the world. So I don't,
Like you gotta be done something to like, you know what I'm saying? The part that you know, I don't like.
Corey.
It's hard. It's
what did she
hard.
do?
Corey, can I say something? Hey, Corey, can I say something to you real quick? Real quick. Because of the system of racism in this country, the black man is meant to think of himself as a baby, a not yet fully formed being who has not realized his full potential. To support her claim, she says, what does a black man call his woman? Mama. What does he call his closest acquaintances? His boys. And finally, what does he call his place of residence? The crib. That would be wait.
That was dope.
So
I loved every moment of that.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Poetry.
Corey.
I cringed at that on baby.
Okay, Corey, let me finish. This shows how Welsing claimed racism infantilizes black men, turning them into boys through social and linguistic condition. I asked, did she mean all? Her quote was clear. The black man is meant to think of himself as a baby. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck how it made you feel.
I can't believe that y'all like that shit. I
You and AI,
created that dumbass shit.
You
Most
and
of the
AI
men
fucked
I
that
knew
up.
was like
If a
Melvin.
white person said that shit about y'all, y'all would be burning that nigga at the stake for saying that
So
shit.
y'all saying
Yeah,
that's
that was a
not a
dumbass. That was a
reality?
dumbass scenario that
Hey,
Melvin
but
No,
that
the
made. That was
fucked
y'all
stupid
up
as
saying that's
hell.
part
not a
though, Brian.
y'all haven't seen this
Y'all
reality.
niggas just want to feel good. This shit crazy. I don't get
Hey,
it.
hey, Brian,
I ain't never liked the beginning of
listen,
goddamn
Brian.
baby
The
dumb shit.
fucked up part
Yeah,
is
y'all in denial.
the fucked up part is
I
when
mean,
I
other
heard
cultures
that
do the
on
same. I
Baby
mean, I
Boy.
can name other.
I don't know
What
no
do
other
it?
culture that does that.
I
When
do, bro.
when I
Black,
when
black,
I
black
heard when I
Spanish people
heard
call
that on Baby
their
Boy.
partners muchacho. That mean my boy. What we talking about?
Right. But when I heard that bullshit on Baby Boy, I was like, man, I thought that was bullshit anyway because most of the men I knew was more like Melvin.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Guns and butter, nigga.
That was
Yeah, that's most niggas I know.
Oh
That nigga
shit.
is stupid.
That's fucking stupid
I
as
definitely
hell,
grew up with
bro.
more Melvins than I grew up with
Yeah, a
goddamn
lot. No,
Jody.
way
Yeah,
more, Mel.
yeah. I
I
grew
knew
up
way
around
more
way
Melvins
more Melvin.
I agree.
than Jodys for sure. Jody? What? Man, be a man, boy. What the fuck? I ain't never heard nobody like, yeah.
Melvin wasn't no joke, boy. Melvin was a real nigga like that. I always like dude
Facts.
was a bitch. Like dude, I was like, man,
I just can't. I can't never get that hopping scene in Baby Oil. I said Baby Oil, Baby Boy out of my mind. That's all. That's when I think of Melvin. I think of that nigga making eggs, drinking the last of the Kool-Aid.
Oh, nigga, why you have to bring that shit?
That's the scene when he fucking
dude,
mad as
though.
or when he choking the hell out of him. When he
He
said, "Call for
actually,
your mom, call for your mom,
but
call
the
for your
crazy
mom."
part is like he did that on
He was
purpose. The
choking
whole
the dog
Kool-Aid
shit out
shit,
of
like
Jody.
that was on purpose type shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
You
Like
could
I
see
know
Jody
niggas
eyes
like that.
popping out.
Like you know what I mean?
Yeah. That what made it dope though. And the whole
So
thing. Baby
we
baby
all
boy.
live in different parts of the country. And I'm
Mhm.
the only one who's seen that before, like that analogy
But
that she used.
We're not saying, bro. I'm not saying that motherfuckers don't
Like I
say it, bro.
said,
I
it
just
was
told you, hey,
fire.
Chef. Yesterday when I
It
was
was
on my way
fire.
home, did I not say I was on my way to the crib, bro? I know that, but I ain't doing it because of no
Oh,
fucking no, Chef. Let me finish. My concern is all that ain't all black men, bro. All black men ain't
Yeah.
institutionalized boys because of racism. You can't
and I don't
generalize
think
the
niggas think
entire race.
about that like that when they say they're going to the crib. I
Yeah.
mean,
But listen
and
though,
that's
I ain't
why a
never thought about no.
psychiatrist
I
is
ain't
telling you why. But
But
see,
it
that's
ain't all. Never
y'all
would
don't
make
have
it
the
all.
no,
education to know why. The
yeah,
psychiatrist
and
is
that's
telling
why
you
we saying
why
because
you
we
do what you do.
right.
The,
And
the
when she
psychiatrist
makes
is
it,
telling you why you do what you do.
yeah, and when she makes the statement, she's aware that not all black people do this. That's not the point when they
The
put out
black
that's not
man.
the point of,
I don't think we need that. That's
yeah.
just, she ain't
Like
said
that's
So
why I
y'all
said it
thought
was
she was
fire.
talking to y'all. So when y'all watch Baby Boy, y'all thought she was talking about y'all.
no. I'm just saying like the whole thing, like even like a majority or a good number of black men. I just thought like to myself like that was just wild to me because like I said, the majority of men that I grew up around was like more like Melvin. Now, was it some bitch ass niggas around? Like yeah, but like they was
And Jody
obviously
was a bitch
they was
ass
the
nigga too.
anomaly.
Don't
'Cause,
compare me
you
to
know,
that nigga.
like you really like they was the outlier type motherfuckers. Like, you know what I mean? Like to me, like I mean, no, don't be acting like no bitch ass motherfucker. Like that's something that was frowned
Man,
upon.
I know some murderers that act like Jody. So I don't
Yeah,
understand
Oh,
the
you
difference.
talking
Like
about
that
some
shit,
yeah.
niggas
It
still live
ain't
up under their
wild.
mothers and they get
ain't
locked up.
nobody in their
All
life
they
ever
do
said
is
they want to
fall
grow up
home
and
and
be like
cry.
Jody.
You feel me? Like niggas, that shit real, man.
And ain't
Oh, I
nobody in
know a
their life ever
few.
said they
Yeah,
want to
like
grow up and be like
I
Jody.
do
Damn, I
know
wish
niggas.
I was more
Yeah,
like Jody on Baby Boy. Get the fuck out of here.
yeah,
Well, that's not
yeah.
the point.
Hell
You don't
no.
get the
Listen,
that's not the
I,
point.
I don't want you to get the impression. I don't want Steph to get the wrong impression. Like I don't know niggas that sit around and go over Do Dirty's house and play games all day and live off their mama, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
knock your
but
head
those
off.
are few. Those is and they stay in prison for probably knocking somebody's head off, right? But those and those is the few outlier type guy. You know.
Yeah, and she aggressive. But don't get that
But
mixed
I mean,
up with the movie. Just used that as an opening for the personality that Jody had, and the movie and the her framework around that they two different things. He used that Singleton or whoever did it used that as a way to frame it. You feel me? What Jody was actually going through. But don't act like that shit ain't real. That's all I'm saying.
And then, like I said, if you do it, the whole point is that you don't know. That's how that realm is for. Explaining things that you do subconsciously, but you're not aware of why you do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And even like like there's a psychology that study games, called cultural psychology, because games are socially constructed, and it means something like chess. Is hierarchy, right? You have the pawns, you have you know what I'm saying? Now you could take a step further, make black versus white thing, but you know what I mean? But there's a thing there. Monopoly is capitalism. You know what I'm saying? So psychologists do draw upon in psychology, the understanding is games reflect
Who you calling?
social constructs. You feel me? That's the view within psychology. So they make them type of analysis.
I need a break from y'all niggas, man. I need a break.
So now y'all niggas ain't like Baby Boy.
Yeah, Baby Boy was fire.
It's a good movie. I ain't saying.
Oh, the movie was good. I'm talking about that dumbass shit in the beginning.
Listen to that shit,
man. And when you saw it in the beginning, yeah, right. When you heard it in the beginning, you thought it was fine. Not try to go back like they was like, this is crazy. You thought that shit. I ain't never heard nobody say that. I've never heard nobody
I can think some shit is fire in the beginning, and then with education realized she was saying I was going home to the crib because of racism. Get the fuck out. Like, come on. Yeah. In the moment, it's entertaining. I thought a grown ass man in a womb was a little bit much. The fucking simple visual. Y'all some niggas though.
How he had to break out of the man. That whole concept, yo. Y'all.
Yeah, man.
Your symbolism, y'all have a problem with symbolism.
No, and like
but can't he be creative around y'all?
I ain't never looked at that shit and it on and been like, oh, that shit's dope.
Symbolism and creativity.
I thought the movie was fire.
You're like, how could a man be in a womb? Crazy. I can't watch this shit.
The visual, y'all. So the
like,
visual,
I ain't saying none of the shit you
grown
saying.
Man with an umbilical cord in his mouth. That shit was just cool as hell. Y'all niggas.
Yeah, like what the fuck are we doing?
Because a grown ass man got an umbilical cord in his mouth and gets birthed. Like, come on, that was stupid.
Because
it was not fucking crazy.
Nah, because it was like he was still stuck mentality as a baby, still connected to the mother. Like he could never. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The whole point was him struggling to not be a baby boy.
Yeah,
I get it. You're right.
I mean, I get it. I ain't never looked at that shit. That was like, I ain't go to the movie and was like, yeah.
Nah, Smalls. You a grown man with an umbilical cord in your mouth, first thing to get back in your mom's womb. Get the fuck out.
Sosa don't believe me. He's like, what do you?
Y'all niggas have
Y'all not ready for the word. Y'all definitely not ready for the word of psychology.
No, I'm not. I never. No. Here's the thing. I never said I would be, bro. I never said I would have took up psychology if that was the case, but I didn't. So that shit don't make sense to me. The fact that y'all somehow could break this shit down on some great level.
It was simple. It was simple.
Yeah, we know symbolism. Yeah,
and y'all got it when y'all got it when y'all watched.
Did y'all hear about some kind of fucking what's this shit about a tsunami? Is there some tsunami shit? Is this real?
Yeah. What Like when she said to call girls ma, you thought she made every black person call a girl ma.
He didn't say ma. He said mama. I ain't never called a girl my mama.
Mama, same thing.
Mama, same thing.
You've called a girl mama before? No, literally.
Yeah, I don't think I would call her mama.
Bro, that ain't. I'm telling you, that ain't, bro. In Latin culture, we call motherfucking our chicks mommy, bro. Like that ain't.
I done heard somebody like, "Hey, mama, come on!" I done heard big rappers say that. What up, mama? Like,
That's an African. That's just an African thing, bro.
Not mama, not in a flirtatious.
Even in Afro Latin culture, we call women our women mommy or mama.
Have you ever heard another man call his girlfriend mama?
No, Brad, I'm from a different area, so we just say ma. I'm from.
Ma.
It's the same thing.
Mama.
Y'all niggas need Jesus.
That's like a woman calling his daddy or my chick call me pop. That's an African thing.
There's only one time a girl is calling me daddy.
Cameron said that in a song, like, "How you doing, mama?" Somebody like,
"Hey, ma." Yeah, pa. Hey, remember that rap song? Hey, ma. What's the name of that song again?
Jesus.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
The elders brought us Sankofa, so we got to deal with it. Get you.
Even today, they what's good, big mama, or shit like, you know what I'm saying, or little mama or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers do say that.
But
bro.
I don't know what reference. I'm talking about a reference as if she's representing your mother.
Nah. It's just
okay. Because in her
and that shit ain't
no. Wait a second, Gullah. In order for her reference to make sense, we have to be talking about her as our mother. Like that's how we'd have to be referencing it. Her as our, and we'd have the symbolism. We might be saying ma, but in our mind we're saying it because we're thinking of our mother. That's the crib and the womb.
No, he's saying subconsciously. Is the reason why you do it.
I've never looked at another woman
not
subconsciously as my mother.
Yeah, Brass, you would not know it. It's subconsciously. It's subconscious.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
That's fine. Y'all go ahead and date your mothers.
No, subconscious. Like
enjoy.
Like
now,
you see, like you see things subconsciously, you can't see it. You don't see it.
I just don't see it. Right? I just don't see it, bro. I'm cool with that.
So check this out. Other than the sexual things
what this nigga from, yo?
Hold on, I don't know. Ohio. Other than the sexual things that you and your woman do together, she do take on the role that you used to get from your mother. As far as cooking, cleaning, and nurturing you. You dig what I'm saying? All of those things that's why dudes sit there and say, all right, ma. You feel me? When she getting on you about something, you'll look up at your girl like, all right, ma, damn. It's common. Hi.
Okay. I'm gonna just say okay.
Yeah, that's why I say even in
okay, you know what? Okay.
Like my granddaddy called like my granddaddy called my grandma mommy.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's some African or some Afro diasporic shit, bro.
Okay.
Brad, he gotta understand he Amish, bro. Like he raised him like a farm.
He's from New York. He's from New York. They got Lil Mama. Lil Mama is their favorite rapper. Why is she calling you
all the fucking Puerto Ricans and Dominicans around you heard?
Yeah.
All that my shit.
Y'all not wrong. Y'all can't be wrong. Y'all are right. No problem. Move on.
Man, come on, man. It's all that mama shit Foxy Brown used to talk about.
Yeah.
How you doing? Now watch mama. Remember that?
Yeah, mama.
Now watch mama.
Yeah, I would say even Jamaica. I would say even.
I'm going to say something. Let me say something.
No, Chef. Let me ask you a question.
Even Jamaicans do that shit, bro.
No. Let me tell you where that shit happens. Let me tell you where that shit happens.
When you said that she was talking, when I said she was talking to all women,
I know some Jamaicans that say mama. They say that, bro.
When I said she was talking,
you an old head. You an old head. I don't know.
Hold on. Let get it out.
Who are you talking to? You way older than me.
Tell us two P's. Go ahead. Tell us two P's. Go ahead.
Oh, my fault, Gully. You good?
No, let me tell you.
Hold on, stupid. Hold on. We trying to get to you next.
Ain't no fucking next. Hold on, Chef. the fucking when I said that it was not all, how come y'all fighting so hard for it to be all if it wasn't all?
No, we're
If
not
it
saying
wasn't
no.
all black men, why you can't somehow understand that it don't apply to me?
No, we're not saying all. We're saying that it's
It
common.
don't
No, but
apply to
y'all
you.
fighting so hard as if it's 100%. But y'all told me she wasn't saying 100%, so it would
He
be easy to
wasn't.
understand if it wasn't me.
You clearly
No, what?
understood that she wasn't talking about you.
Right. So why am I crazy because I don't get what y'all see?
No, we're saying that if you don't connect on it and understand why, you're not going to understand why you call a crib anyway. To be able to say that's not why I call a crib, you wouldn't know it's subconscious. So you know what I'm saying? That's what
Smalls, you call your woman, and then you could go small piece. Smalls, you call your house a crib?
probably not no
Probably
more.
not even
When I
there.
when I was like probably in my fucking 20s, I don't know. I don't do that shit now.
You call your girl
No,
ma or mama,
I
something like that?
The nigga
no,
probably
Derivative of that? Okay, so let me ask you a question.
no.
Do you think
I
it's
call
in
them
your
baby if
subconscious,
that's
even if you don't know? Do you think that that's in your, or you think
Baby is
that makes
even
sense?
worse. Baby is
You
even
would
worse.
yeah.
you wouldn't know.
I admit
Rats,
it.
you would not
I do
know.
call them babe.
You
Okay,
can't
go ahead,
know.
Stu Peace. I don't
Can't know
agree,
what
bro.
you see in
man,
your.
chicks call us daddy
On
too.
my
That's exactly
experience,
Go ahead,
on
Well,
Stu
my
let,
Peace.
turn now. My
let's
turn
keep.
now. My
All right,
turn now.
go ahead. Go ahead, stupid.
My turn now. From my experience as an old gray hair man who lived in Jamaica, who lived in several echelons of communities, from the poorest ghetto to uptown, what I've realized that calling your girl mama is oftentimes most oftenly heard in poorer communities. That is what I realized from my experience. I don't know about yours. As you move down, calling your girl mama, apart from the Spanish girl, them call me papi. I love that when I came to Miami, the Spanish girl, them say, hey, papi. That one waves up my spine. But that was their culture,
I get
That's
this shit
not
every
right?
poor.
day. Every
Hold
day,
on,
Right?
bro.
hold on. Gotta
But
let
when
him
they
get
do
it
it,
out.
that's
in,
not
in
poor. But when
Jamaica,
we do it, it's
in
poor.
Jamaica, in Jamaica, it's mostly poor people call them girl mama. It's mostly girl
Yeah,
people call them
my
girl
boss said I know I heard
mama
this
or
shit.
some reference to it. But I'm not saying that people don't call it that, you know. But even when I come here, when I go to Overton, with the black Americans down in Overton, I hear them calling them girl ma and them thing that. But when I go to the black people, the black Americans who lives in Pembroke Pines and further north of University, I don't hear them calling them girl mama. So you broadcast people love to call their girl mama. That's what I realize. But that's just my opinion.
Maybe in Jamaica.
What about white
Nigga
people?
just called all them niggas broke and not a
Yeah,
mumbling
that
word.
that shit. Jamaica
That's
like a
wild.
Nigga just
wild,
said
wild
Yeah, I
place.
you
heard
broke
country.
ass niggas
I
like
heard country
oh
ass white people
girl
say, hey, like
mama.
mama or big. I
Niggas
heard
ain't say a
country ass white people say.
fucking word.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's what
Stupies. I like
that's
that
what
good shit, bro.
yeah, that's for all you tethers out there, y'all.
That
Y'all
nigga
broke.
said you broke ass niggas say that shit.
Broke tethers call you broke tethers call
And
you
you
girl
know,
mama
I
because you
have
broke.
heard I've heard white people with that mother shit. I've heard that. And they say mother,
Yeah.
like
What
MOTHER,
the
not
fuck is a
mama.
tether?
Yeah.
That's some
Anyway,
FBA
that's another
bullshit,
shit.
bro.
Anyway.
Yeah,
But
it's a
yeah,
whole
like
nother
I
it's a whole
think
nother rabbit hole.
I seem like the white people that do it are copying blacks. That you know what I mean, when they do it like that, just for white people copying our slang. You know what I mean? But that shit was fire. That shit
That
was fire.
nigga said all you broke ass niggas do it. and then went on mute.
That shit was fire.
Gotta love Stupies. That motherfucker don't give a damn.
Crazy.
He was gonna say his shit, get it off.
Yeah, that shit. That first time Taraji popped on the scene, little skinny Taraji, go back and look at it back then.
Oh, the
Taraji
movie
was-
was good. I mean, we ain't debating that. The movie was good. It was entertainment.
So they
So,
so they
so,
go ahead. So they fired Shannon Sharp.
so, are you a black inquisitor? I need to know. I know that
I don't,
Sheffrin is. Are you
I
a
don't know
black
what that
inquisitor?
I
Are
don't know
you
what
going
that
to
means.
question?
You already heard my
Me, just
stand.
like we have Spanish inquisitors who went after all of the heretics, the black inquisitors going after
Yeah,
all the pseudo racists.
yeah, you know,
They put in
I'm
all the
fighting
work.
no, I'm fighting to
Yeah.
keep. I tell you, racism is not a deal breaker for me. Being a racist is not a deal breaker.
About 10.
All right. So therefore, you're not one, but Sheffrin is the chief inquisitor. You know, Sheffrin put everybody on trial and go back and look at all of the bodies of work and say, racist, pseudo, out. We're decapitating him.
I'm trying to look, dog. Shannon got fired. Hold on. Shannon Sharp got fired from ESPN. They say he got some
Gilbert Arenas is in the feds.
That's crazy. Gilbert Arenas got.
He's actually locked up
today. Yes, he's in the
He
feds.
got picked up on some
And
type
he
of
ain't locked up with
illegal
Kenyon and
gambling
them. They named all the other people. This is some Israeli national shit. This is like some huge shit. That's why it's federal. The other people that he got locked up with are all Israeli nationals and drug lord.
I thought it was. Let me see. I thought it was one. I'm reading it
No,
now.
it's him. It's Gilbert Arenas and like all these names is Israeli.
Because it's all high stakes though. So the federal indictment alleges high stakes poker game at a mansion in Encino that was owned by. Okay, so he owned the mansion.
He owns the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Gilbert Arenas. Now listen to these names.
One count of experience to operate.
Evgeny Gershman, Evgeny Terevsky, Alan Austria, Yaron Cohen, and Levgin Krachin. Evgeny Gershman of Woodland Hills, aka Giora, a suspected organized crime figure from Israel. They're saying, according to an indictment, they said, now this is crazy. This is not even from recent, bro. This is from September 2021 to July 2022. Gershman, Arenas, and the other defendants operated an illegal gambling business. Arenas rented out an Encino mansion he owned for the purpose of hosting high-stakes illegal poker games. At Arenas' direction, he staged and hosted the games. He collected rent from them. What's the crime, though? Poker is illegal?
If convicted, they would face a maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison for each count. So it doesn't really seem like it's gonna be about much. I done got rated before on some gambling.
Come on, we live.
Allegedly. But no, I beat that shit up. But don't even look. Okay, let's see.
But what's the crime though? Do you know the crime?
And high stakes poker and gambling is
high
illegal.
stakes poker is game, especially in California.
Illegal.
But what is the crime?
In Georgia,
you're paying poker, but what's the crime?
Hey, little folks came in like the robbers, but I thought I was getting jacked. And I was like, there's a police. I'm like, whoo.
Oh, wait a minute. Diddy. This is Diddy. Gershman hired young women who, in exchange for tips, served drinks, provided massages, and offered companionship to the poker players.
I know.
The women were
motherfuckers
charged
that do that shit.
A percentage of their earnings from working the games. Yeah.
Chefs.
So they're gonna hit him with the Mann Act too.
Chefs, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It gotta be. I don't think. Yeah, it gotta be. They got chefs, valet, and armed security guard. Damn, that's
it's real. They got that shit out here, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, a lot of women that work at the strip clubs, they go to them shits afterwards and go and like make money at those little gambling spots.
Creation is accused of working as a chip runner. He's accused of tracking players' wins and losses.
Yeah, somebody got caught and took the whole shit down.
Somebody snitched.
Yeah. One of them
somebody got caught and took the whole shit down.
Each of these defendants is charged with one count of conspiracy to operate an illegal gambling business and one count of operating an illegal gambling business. So it's only like they're facing like 2 charges. So that I can see with a max of 5 years per charge.
So operating an illegal gambling business. So, but what makes it an illegal? What makes me, you, Sad, and Chef playing a game of poker for a year every Friday night? What's the difference? How does that?
It's illegal. It's a 5-year. There's a person going on. They got the Israeli mug and wrapped up in that shit too.
Yeah, but it's illegal.
Yeah, but that's not illegal to play poker for money at your house. I mean, somebody I know does it. I don't,
Yeah, I mean, I know people that do it, but it's just like they may not frown on it, but it's definitely, you know what I mean? Like whether it's your house or wherever it is, like you know what I mean. If you get busted, they're gonna lock.
I'm asking for someone else to make
Because
sure
it's
they're
like
not
I
committing a
think it's
crime.
like too fat as money changing hands. You know what I'm saying? Untaxable money changing hands. So somebody win 10, 20, $30,000. You know what I mean? Untaxed. You know what I'm saying?
Untaxed,
It's the
yeah.
You rock
rake,
around
though.
with
It's the rake. That's what it is. It's the rake. Private poker games aren't automatically illegal, but running an operation when the house takes a cut is prohibited under
Yeah, there's a
federal law.
financier.
That's
Yeah.
the crime. Okay,
That's the
then
Israeli
that's
dude.
cool.
He's like a super
Yeah,
rich Israeli no
that's the crime. You
crime
can't
boss is
take a
what he
rate. You
said.
can't take a fee as the house. Now you're
Yeah.
vacant. Okay, because I play. Okay, now I can admit I
Nah,
play
the house. I
poker
mean,
every
you never go to
Friday for a
the
lot of
house.
fucking money.
You
you
never
gotta
seen the
and you
No,
person
I
whose
know
gotta
house
you
it
ain't.
is take a
Oh,
little
what's
take a
that?
little 10 out the pot. Like this
take
what
it
a
from
light bill.
and
Like
take it from somebody that do it right. Like you gotta take a break because you gotta hire a dealer. You gotta
Yeah,
pay the dealer for
yeah,
dealing the
to cover
card.
your
You gotta
expenses.
serve
Yeah.
drinks and food and you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you gotta you know what I mean? You got the rakers how you make any money. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but we
Yep.
don't do a rake at the game. It's easy for me to admit because we're just playing. A lot of
It's
times
your
when they use it
homies.
for whatever, yeah, we're not. There's no one person taking a vig, or I think Italians call it a vig, where you're taking like a piece of the game. You know, that's
Yeah, big. You gotta
now
pay a
you're
piece of the
becoming
big.
Las Vegas without the license. I get it. I get that. Damn, Gil. I
Yeah, they got
promise you,
caught
he
up.
just lost the underdog. Whatever underdog
He lost it
content
all.
he had, that shit gone. That's over.
Everything.
These podcasters, it's actually proven why, you know, you should be in order for you to be able to talk about this stuff, you should be kind of licensed to talk about this shit because this is Shannon that got caught doing illegal shit outside of it. No, he done got them was the next two that was gonna get the big deals from Underdog and whoever, but Underdog gonna throw him in the garbage. Start fresh with somebody
I'm
else.
glad that they get
No,
fucked.
they got
I'm
a
glad
couple
that they
folks.
get fucked. I'm glad that they
Huh?
get fucked. And why I'm glad that they get fucked? Why are you peddling gambling in the black community to your audience?
That
It's
wasn't
like
the
you're
black
selling malt liquor.
Yeah, that was that was
Is
a
a
rich.
No,
That
no,
was
he's
that
2024
was
talking
the
about
version of
elites.
selling malt?
no, he's talking
That was
about
the
Underdog.
elites.
He's talking about
Oh,
Underdog.
the
That's the
Underdog.
gambling site.
oh.
Underdog is a
Yeah,
gambling.
why you peddling underdog to the black
Yeah,
community? Why you
that's what he
peddling
said.
gambling
I
to
was about to cut
is
TP's head off.
yeah,
The black
is
community.
yeah, is
I'm not
malt liquor
following that.
selling. It's like selling malt
Hey,
liquor. It's like you're selling
yeah,
malt
but
liquor, you're
listen,
selling Newport cigarette. There's no listen to it. As a black man, you said selling crack is a new crack because gambling is addictive, and we know that. So,
But I mean,
so you're
don't they all
promoting.
advertise it to everybody? Like, I mean, I
yeah,
don't
but
know why.
No, but yeah, crack sells to everybody, right? But it affected us more in the 80s,
No, but you
don't it?
saying like it's being pushed towards black
And
folks. I
of
don't
course,
follow that part.
yes, when they use
Yeah, when you use
Shannon
Gilbert
Sharp
Arenas, I get
and
that.
Gilbert
Gilbert
Arena.
Oh yeah,
Arenas,
okay, I
Yeah,
feel
I
you. But
get the
yeah,
Somebody,
narrative. When you're
that's
using
somebody.
Gilbert Arenas and Shannon Sharp, then yeah, I
But
get
I'm
that.
yeah,
serious.
you're pushing.
yeah, but so does
Listen, it's
fucking
just a part of the
Theo
listen.
Vaughn or whoever
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
got
be
No,
on.
no, it's not a no. But
you gotta just
as
hold you
as
gotta
a,
hold your nuts,
what you're
bro. Like
promoting,
you gotta hold your
I
nuts,
done
bro.
heard hold your nuts more times in these
Part of the real
conversations in
this
the
is a
past
part of
couple
life.
of days.
It's like black people gamble too and they want to gamble. You know what I'm saying? Like it is those that do it gotta be responsible. Man,
But he
no,
can
Yeah, I'm
no,
about to
have
say
the
my
opinion.
white
but
homies
He
gamble
can
way
have the
more than my
opinion.
black friends, but
yeah,
they some
but
gambling
guess what?
niggas.
But guess what? Our
Oh,
community is
wait.
a vulnerable community, and
How
if
you
you're
feel
saying that
about Drake then, Stu Peas? How you feel about Drake?
Drake is a Jew,
What?
But he promotes state. He has a gambling
Drake is a
casino with
Jew.
state,
This
and
whole
he's on
fucking
that
I don't
motherfucker
consider
all
oh
Drake
day
no,
black.
Raz,
long.
I look in
I don't
California
consider
though,
Drake black.
Raz. California
I
don't
don't
do it. They
consider
don't
Drake
play
black.
none of it. They don't play none of the gamble at all. You can't
Oh,
Hell
do
you
no,
can't do
bro.
no gambling at
can't
the
do
No
crib?
gambling.
no
None.
none of that.
There's no
None of
no
that.
none
Man,
of
let me
that.
look up
It's like
where I
it's
live
like
But
real quick.
you can do
Y'all scaring the
underdog.
fuck out of me on the low.
You can do
yeah, you can
project
go to the
out here.
casino.
'Cause
Yeah,
that's
you can do the
considered
other stuff.
fantasy.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Like
call
in
that
Georgia
fantasy.
too. Like in Georgia, we can do fantasy, but we can't do the casino
Yeah.
shit. Like
Now, but we got
all the stuff
casinos, but the thing is, it's ran by the Native Americans, so it was voted against, basically saying like it would take money out the Native American pockets in those casinos if we brought in like the actual sports book. So,
yeah, they
but the
said
thing is,
Arkansas,
the Native
California.
American motherfuckers was like, no, we got. They were like, we got sports book too. Like people
Yeah,
in
they
our area
did
would
that.
just
Yeah.
come here for that. So like they weren't really mad at it. It was really like the politicians thinking they was doing a good deed by them when they actually were actually in favor of getting that
Hey,
shit because they
hey,
like we got
listen.
sports book at our casino.
Yeah, they want, and I'm looking. It said Nebraska generally permits gambling, except for limited exceptions like bingo. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
How they block bingo? It's crazy. Oh god, it's crazy.
Jay
And then
Z and
Florida.
Nas. Jay Z is heading up. I'm gonna just
Yeah,
say
they got
pause. That made me
casino.
feel uncomfortable. But Jay Z is spearheading
Bonding.
a casino in the middle of Times Square, and I think
Yeah,
Nas is
no, yeah.
supporting one in Queens.
Casino in the middle of
So we
Times
about to
Square.
have casino in the middle of Times Square. That's gonna
I,
be
I,
crazy.
I want to get. I wish we had
Hey, I
one in
was
I
Atlanta.
think we can
So
do horse races out here in Cali, if I'm not
I,
mistaken.
I want us to do one in Atlanta, but we've been shooting up lately. But Edgewood, now 11 people got shot in the
Yeah,
prison now.
our two casinos is fucking crazy in Baltimore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they be
yeah.
wild over
That
there.
shit crazy.
What and I want what
Be wild in
Cleveland,
Baltimore.
Michigan, they be wild in them
And we got
casinos,
two of
boy.
them. We got one right downtown. You know what I mean? And then we got another one on the outskirts. You know what I mean? But yeah, that shit bring a lot of wild shit. Niggas love it. You know what I mean? But a lot of wild shit come along with casinos.
Now
Yeah, I
that all
know.
this
When I
gambling
move in
shit coming
Atlanta,
out.
the next. Go ahead. Say when I move to Atlanta, next place I move to. Go ahead, bro.
No, that's not me. That's somebody else. I'm waiting on you to finish.
I thought you were about to say something. No, I'm saying I'm done. I said
When
next place I move to, we'll have to
y'all
have a casino.
noticing all these basketball players getting caught? Macklemore, the dude that played for the Pistons throwing games and shit.
He raped.
Michael
Malcolm
Porter
out there
Jr.'s
raping.
brother, he was throwing games.
Gambling.
This shit
Old
getting
boy
now
from
that they
Detroit.
introducing this gambling, this shit. Yeah,
Old boy
Detroit.
from
What's his name? Beasley.
Detroit.
Malik Beasley. They
And
going there.
Rozier. They had already caught Rozier. I think.
Terry Rozier. Yeah, point shaving.
But
And shit.
he got off, I thought.
Yeah, Rozier got let go, but now
You know,
once you get that bar, they don't want to fuck with you.
You know the
So the big
NFL got some
cities, the big cities usually against it because they know that shit tear,
spiral.
the surrounding community up, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the big cities are always,
And they don't need
allow
it.
or foster. They don't need it, but they'll allow a city that's close to it, that's smaller to do it, and fuck
Get
their
that money.
shit up, and then funnel all of that negativity to those places. So New
Ask
York
Corey.
always had Atlantic City. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now
Oh,
Atlantic
man.
City is trash now. You know what I mean? Don't nobody want to go
Yeah,
there.
that shit dirty
Baltimore,
as fuck.
That shit been
right?
trash.
We had Dover. I think it was the Dover Downs.
Over Maryland, yeah.
Yeah. That's in. I think that's in Delaware.
They don't got casinos at Ocean
That's
City.
Delaware. Dover is Delaware.
Yeah, that's Delaware. So all of the people from Baltimore would either go to Atlantic City or Delaware. You dig what I'm saying? So once the city be like, all right, we can control it, and all of these other places is making all this money, you dig what I'm saying? Off of our people, you know what I mean? So it's a give and take. It's some bullshit. But most cities are against it because they know that shit is going to fuck your shit up. You feel me? And you know your city actually needs money when they decide to fuck with it. You feel me?
Hell
So,
Hey, Chef, it goes further than that. In Ohio, they didn't approve the gambling because that's some Christian, we anti any kind of gambling. But what they did was they put the damn riverboat outside of Indianapolis. And as long as it's in the water,
it's in the water.
It ain't
it's in the
considered
water.
like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't considered on any land, so you could
They got
gamble
one
there.
like that too in I think
They got shit in Mississippi too, like
because I go to I go to Tupelo, but I also go
Biloxi
to
too.
Biloxi.
And that's how it is in St. Louis, yo.
Biloxi.
In St. Louis, the casinos is on Mississippi River. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
St. Louis, so I don't miss it. Hey, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. We don't even call them motherfucker casino in St. Louis. We call any casino. It could be at the fucking hotel, a casino, the hotel. We call it the boat, yo.
Yep, the riverboat. That's what we
The
that's what
boat,
we call it in
riverboat.
He said
Ohio.
we
The
should go
river.
to the
You going
boat,
to the
yo.
boat? You going to the riverboat? They
Gamble,
don't even
yeah.
say gamble. They say casino. They say riverboat.
Yeah, you just say boat. You say we go hit the boat up. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Even if it's like it's because
Even if
it's
it's a
some
brick and mortar casino.
yeah because
Yep.
it's some of them it's just it'd be like the hotel to be right there just on the Mississippi River by the arch and shit. We'll still call that motherfucker the boat. You know?
Yeah. Hutch is saying that Detroit has casinos.
Yeah, they do. They got MGMs up there.
Yeah. But here's the crazy
Yeah,
part about
Cleveland
Atlantic City
too.
being in Jersey. Atlantic City always been fucked up. Atlantic City is like, and this is no disrespect to people who live in the Bronx, but you'll understand my connection. Atlantic City has more hookers than casinos. It's like it's like a hookers at the point in the Bronx. They made a movie of the hookers in Bronx was so bad they made a documentary about hookers on the point. That's the Bronx. In
I
Atlantic
get you.
City, it is so bad in Atlantic City. People would be like putting their money for hotels out there and just pulling the money because some of the people had never been there. And then when they go there, it's like, hell no. Because you hear Monopoly is the reason why people think Atlantic City is cool.
Atlantic City.
That shit is trash. It stink.
Yeah,
It smells like rotten fish. The
fucking boardwalk
you'll
is
get
all
robbed.
cheap. Yeah, that shit is
That shit is
fucked up.
terrible. The hotels are terrible. Those are the worst hotels in the state of
They
New
used to
Jersey.
be the shit though. They used to be the shit. Yeah, nigga, y'all watch Boardwalk Empire?
One of my favorite Nucky Thompson,
Yo,
nigga.
Nucky
One of my
Thompson,
favorite HBO shows, bro. I put Boardwalk Empire. It's gonna be a stretch up there with The Sopranos and The Wire if you watch every part of it.
Definitely.
Nucky Thompson is, bro, and the
Nigga,
reason why I like it too is because
HBO
it's
used to
real.
be
That
the shit,
actually
yo.
happened. Yeah, Nucky Thompson was a real person controlling the gambling. He was dealing with Capone. He was dealing with Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and he was the most powerful person because he was the only one that could get that alcohol into New Jersey and get it out to them in New York. The shit was crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Boardwalk
even
Empire is definitely a recommendation.
even the black dude, the black dude, they give him a different name on the show though, but he portray a real character. I think the dude named Casper Alstein. He was
What was his name on the show though?
I forgot, but they called
That was the guy
him
with the scar on his face, right?
yeah, they called him the Libyan or some shit.
Omar.
Yeah, no, not the dude with the scar on his face, it was a different dude, the light skinned dude.
Oh, the guy from New York.
Yeah.
He was like an Afrocentric though, wasn't he?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but he-
The
Yeah, but he was
He was a
yeah.
Garveyite.
Yeah, he was a gangster though. But you know, but he was playing the gangster. He was a gangster, real life gangster named Casper Holstein.
I didn't know that.
He was an Afro-Caribbean dude from Harlem, but he was a gangster that funded Garvey shit. Like he was like Garvey organization was funded by gangster money. You know what I'm saying? The numbers game and shit.
I didn't know that.
He was a numbers dude that was actually a rival. He was a rival to Madame St. Clair. You know what I'm saying?
That's the one with Bumpy Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So that guy's name was Narcisse.
Yeah, but his real name is. You can look at he got a wiki page. Look up Casper Holstein. That's his real name.
And the black guy we was talking about, Chef, was the guy from The Wire. That was Chalky White.
Chalky White.
Yeah, Chalky White.
And remember, and Chalky was going back and forth to Baltimore in the show. You feel me? The show was dope as shit.
Yeah, that show was I recommend anybody, if you like Sopranos and Wire and stuff like that, just watch Boardwalk Empire. Even the dude, remember the dude with the half his face shot off and the assassin, man.
Hell yeah. What?
Oh my
bro,
God,
that's a great
that show.
show.
Was amazing. By the way, in this chat, we don't use the M word. We don't use the you could say Detroit, but you don't the state. We don't discuss that state.
No, I'm gonna tell y'all another
That's
show.
That'll get you banned.
What's
Don't
the
use
shit
that
called?
state name.
God dang. The motherfucker, Oh man, what is up in the Midwest?
Where?
Not
What you mean?
Fargo. Fargo.
Oh,
Oh,
that's another
Fargo
great
with Chris
TV
Rock.
show.
That's an amazing
Them
show.
Man,
seasons?
Fargo
No,
was
watch
Yeah,
fire.
that take
Chris
place in
Rock.
Kansas
Fire.
City. It take place in
Amazing.
Kansas City, yo.
Yo, Fargo was fire, yo.
Well, another
Yeah,
great TV show, bro. Fargo
yeah.
is.
And I think
Oh,
each season is like a
Season
different.
was a
It's a
different
yeah,
story.
it's
story.
individual.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's an individual
Yeah.
season. Yeah. They had the boy from my favorite season ain't the Chris Rock one. My favorite season is the one with
Billy
the
Bob.
guy from, remember the movie where he used Sling, remember the guy who played Sling Blade? The not
Billy
Sling
Bob
Blade.
Thornton.
Billy
Billy
Billy,
Bob.
Bob
remember
The
Thornton.
his
Billy
season on
Bob.
Fargo?
That's what I just said. It was the
Remember
Billy
his
Bob
He was in
season. That
damn
Oh
shit.
near all of
man.
them. He was the
Yeah.
killer.
Oh man, that was good.
Yeah, he
I'm
was
about
the
to watch
killer.
Fargo.
The hitman. Yeah, I think
Yep.
I'm gonna watch that tonight too.
Yeah, I'm about
I
to
think I'm
watch
gonna
Fargo.
go ahead and give me some motherfucking lamb chops. You feel me?
Hey, remember, hey, that concept though, in the Chris Rock season of Fargo, how he was working with the Italians, so like to make sure they didn't go to war, you could have my son and I got your son to make sure that we play nice in our negotiations. Because if it go bad, I'm gonna kill your son. And they raised up like the Italian in his, was it Irish or Italian? When they going against the Irish and Italian?
I think
It
it
was
was the
Italian.
Irish. But you
Yeah.
know all of them was supposed to be true stories though.
I mean, it could be. I wouldn't know.
No, read it. When it tell you that they're all based off of
yeah,
true
yeah.
events.
It took place in Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? That
Like every season, that's why the shit
yeah.
was so dope. Cause you'll be like, yo, I ain't know shit was going on like that up that motherfucker. Like, yeah, nigga, shit go down every fucking where.
Hey, they just
bro,
named
like
another good one, Chef. Hey, Chef, you about to
yeah.
get that storm? We about to get. You better get your ass in the house. It's about to
Hey,
be
if
a
you
Crazy,
fucking
nigga.
crazy storm on the
Hey,
East Coast.
if you get a chance, Chef, look up the commission map of the fucking mafia commission from the 5 families, and they had motherfuckers all over, you know what I'm saying, from Chicago, all the motherfuckers was under
Yeah, the
that, you know what I'm saying?
Genovese's out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but anybody that was outside of New York, they call them, the out, like Chicago outfits and shit. You know, they was
Mm-hmm.
like people that was outside of New
Capone and
York.
them.
Like St. Louis had gangsters. You know, so that's how we got fucking toasted ravioli and our own style pieces. Detroit, motherfucking Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? All the motherfuckers had gangsters, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
They naming good shows, Gullah. That's another good show. Anathema. A lot of people don't fuck with it, but I like it. Remember, on Netflix, the Ozarks.
oh yeah.
That was
That shit
another
hard.
good show.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was the
another one.
cartel and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
money
that shit hard.
laundering.
Yeah,
It'd
I
be
fuck.
surprising how they find crime in the United States in these like obscure places, and they run money through these like really obscure places, but it's high level, multi-million-dollar crime shit going on. You think you go into a theme park and it's high level cartel, and you don't even know it, bro. How the hell do we start on Francis Cress Wilson and end on this? Love it. Love it. Well, y'all got anything else? All right. Hey, by the way, we doing a fantasy football. Tuck, get your bread in. It's only 3 slots left. Join the Discord if you want to get in the fantasy football league to get the link. It does have a cost. It is not a rake. It is not illegal gambling. This is fantasy football. I just want to be clear. This is a fantasy. It's legal on ESPN. So if you want to get in on the league, so far we got me, Sosa, Chef, Corey, Said, Logic, Hits. It's like all the people that you're talking to right now. We got a fantasy football league going. The deadline is Friday. Today is Wednesday. If you want to participate, just hit the Discord and ask for the link, and we'll send you some information. Other than that, we're gonna conclude the live portion of this show at 5 hours and 6 minutes. Once again, this is our opinions. None of us are historians, claimed theologians, geneticists, or biologists. And even if y'all hear us arguing in here, if y'all was to ever say anything against Sosa, I'm gonna ride with Sosa on you, pause, because that's my guy. It don't matter how irritated we probably make each other in these conversations. Shouts to Tribe Media, Carnivorous Podcast. This is actually Social World TV, and I'm gonna release this again tomorrow. So peace to y'all on the live shit. In the Discord, if y'all want to stay in chat, go ahead. I just want to let y'all know we ending the live.